The national question in Marxist-Leninist theory and strategy. Walker Connor. To marry. The theory 3. 1-3 strands of nationalism in Marx and Engels equals 5. 2. The national question from the Second International to the October Revolution 28. Self-determination as stratagem equals 43. 3. The Soviet prototype 45. 4. Minorities and the creation of the Chinese People's Republic 67. 5. Highland peoples in the national liberation and consolidation of Vietnam 101. 6. The joining of the Yugoslav nations equals 128. 7. Still other variations 172. The interwar period 172. Self-determination in the post-war environment 179. Policy with regard to capitalist states 179. Policy with regard to other Marxist-Leninist states 186. The dialectical road to fusion _199. 8. National inform. 201. Cultural equality 208. Economic equality 214. Political equality 217. The Soviet Union 217. Yugoslavia 222. Czechoslovakia 231. 8. Contents. China 233. Romania 237. Vietnam 238. 9. Reinforcement for the forms 254. Language policy 254. The recruiting and purging of elites 277. The redistribution and gerrymandering of national groups 300. The Soviet Union 302. China 322. Yugoslavia 329. Czechoslovakia 33,7. Romania 3.40. Vietnam 342. 10. A question of tempo 388. The Soviet Union 392. China 407. Yugoslavia 430. Czechoslovakia 444. Developments elsewhere 448. LL. NNPD National in content 477. Leninism versus practice 477. Coercion versus persuasion 480. Equality versus reality and perceptions of reality 483. Form versus content 495. The unanticipated synthesis 531. 12. Nationalism within the vanguard 533. Keeping the party centralized 534. Keeping the party's membership free of the taint of nationalism 540. Errata occur, the unwithering national question. Bibliography 589 in X 609. By way of introduction. What follows is an attempt to trace and analyze the evolving relationship between communism and nationalism. The ultimate incompatibility between the two is constantly stressed in Marxist-Leninist pronouncements. The Great Soviet Encyclopedia defines nationalism as a bourgeois and petit bourgeois ideology and policy as well as the outlook that raises the national question, and it adds that the proletarian, communist worldview is incompatible with any nationalist ideology. This incompatibility does not preclude communists from appealing to nationalism in a pre-revolutionary situation. Both Marx and Lenin condoned the manipulation of national aspirations as a means of furthering the world revolutionary movement. They felt, however, that there was no place for nationalism in a post-revolutionary society governed by the principles of scientific socialism. Moreover, whether before or after the revolution, communists must never become tainted with nationalism. The primary significance assigned to guaranteeing the immunity of communists to the national virus is unequivocally set forth in the same Great Soviet Encyclopedia. The struggle to overcome nationalism in the communist movement is the most important task of Marxist-Leninism, emphasis added. The formula for performing the task of harnessing the powerful forces of nationalism to the revolution and then vanquishing them thereafter is termed Leninist national policy. Despite this apparently total attribution to Lenin, the policy is perceived as the product of Marx and Engels, as further refined by Lenin. To again cite the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, a truly scientific theory of nations was created by Marx and Engels and developed by Lenin. A comprehensive study of the relationship between communism and nationalism must therefore begin with the nature and role of nations and nationalism, as found in the writings of Marx and Engels and later further distilled by Lenin. An evaluation of this distillation, Leninist national policy, can then be pursued by tracing the degree to which various Marxist-Leninist parties have in fact implemented Leninist national policy and the result of such faithful implementation, and the degree to which the parties have deviated from faithful implementation, their reasons for doing so, and the results of their actions. This, in very rough outline, is the route taken in the following chapters. It is always wise to preface an English-language work dealing with nations and nationalism by a few warning words on terminology. The meaning of these key terms has been beclouded by their slipshod use in the English-speaking world. Nation, as used herein, refers to a human grouping whose members share an intuitive sense of kindredness or sameness, predicated upon a myth of common descent. It therefore refers to peoples such as the Russians, Ukrainians, Armenians, Han Chinese, Tibetans, Serbs, Croats, Czechs, and Slovaks. It does not refer to any collection of people who are conscious of their multi-ethnic background, for example, the Czechoslovak people, the Soviet people, or the American people. Nor does it refer to a state, as used, for example, in the misnomer, the United Nations. Nationalism refers to identity with and loyalty to the nation in the same pristine sense in which the word is being employed in this work. It does not refer to loyalty to the state, which is patriotism. Nationalism and patriotism may often be in conflict. Thus, Soviet authorities periodically censure manifestations of Ukrainian, Lithuanian, or some other nationalism as anti-state activity. We are not dealing just with a matter of semantics. Commonly degree-used terminology by non-Marxist writers to describe events in the Second World has caused confusion. Thus, following Belgrade's break with Moscow, Tito was popularly described as a nationalist. He was, in fact, an avid internationalist. Titoism was equated with national communism. It was, in fact, state communism. Rather than advocating nationalism, Tito advocated patriotism, Yugoslavianism. The principal target of his displeasure was nationalism, whether of the Albanian, Croatian, Serbian, or Slovene stamp. Marx was also given to slipshod terminology, often using nation to apply to a state or to an ethnically heterogeneous society. Not so, however, Lenin and his legatees. In Marxist-Leninist literature, one may encounter disagreement concerning the specific characteristics that are essential to a nation, example language, territory, and the like, but the term will refer to a people with a sense of national consciousness. Nationality, in the Marxist-Leninist lexicon, can have one of two meanings: a people in a pre-nation stage of development, that is to say, a people who, for whatever reason, have not yet achieved, and may never achieve, the more august station of nationhood, or a segment of a nation living outside the state where the major body of the nation resides, for example, Albanians living within Yugoslavia. Being classified as a nationality rather than as a nation can have political implications. Thus, Albanians and Magyars, Hungarians, have been denied their own republics within Yugoslavia, republic status being reserved for nations. And Peking, by referring to all peoples within China, other than the Han, as nationalities, justifies its refusal to create republics on the Soviet pattern. In any case, nationalism in Marxist-Leninist literature is not confused with patriotism. It refers to placing primary loyalty in one's own nation or nationality, a priority which may be acceptable on the part of the masses in a pre-revolutionary situation but which must give way to proletarian internationalism or socialist patriotism in the revolution's aftermath. And finally, Marxist-Leninists use the expression, the national question, to refer to the entire network of problems arising from the existence of nations and nationalities. Leninist national policy is proclaimed as providing the method for solving the national question in a socialist society. Heavy reliance upon translations was made necessary by the diversity of peoples and states touched upon in this study. Such dependency is of course, a cost inherent in broad comparative studies. Many important comparative works, particularly in the field of nationalism, would not have been undertaken if skill in the language of each people studied were made a prerequisite. It is doubtful, for example, that there is a specialist on the Soviet Union's national question who is proficient in the language of each of the 15 people who have Union Republic status within the USSR, to say nothing of the scores of other languages spoken within that single country. Add to that the number of languages spoken throughout China, Southeast Asia, and Eastern Europe, and the need to rely upon translations, often double translations, example from Tibetan to Chinese to English, becomes patent. My inability to read a document in the original proved particularly frustrating when different translations offered conflicting renderings of key terms. However, the inability to resolve such dilemmas was not always due to lack of proficiency in the language. In many instances, the original documents have been destroyed, and in many other instances they have been doctored. Whenever ambiguity or conflict in the wording of translations was detected, the present text draws attention to the issue and cites the pertinent materials in a manner that will enable readers to judge the evidence for themselves. As to problems of transliteration, spellings in this work generally follow those suggested by the United States Board on Geographic Names. In addition, the spelling of Chinese words follows the older Wade-Giles system rather than the new Romanized system recommended by Peking since 1979. A final prefatory note, this concerning the objectivity of the author, might be advisable. This work was dictated solely by my interest in the study of nationalism as a global phenomenon. It was prompted by a conviction that the experiences of 16 states, most of them ethno-nationally heterogeneous and accounting in toto for approximately one-third of the world's population, are simply too significant to be ignored, particularly when these states claim to have the formula for harnessing and dissolving nationalism. It was not knowingly prompted by any ideological motivation. Nonetheless, the fact that the book deals principally with Second World states might give rise to the opinion that the author is holding up the practices of these states against some unfairly idealistic, ultimate standard of behavior, rather than measuring them against the practices of non-Marxist Leninist societies. There are two ways of responding. 1. The author subscribes to the notion that a defense of behavior predicated upon the fact that behavior of others is worse or no better is always an odious one. Be that as it may, the book will, 1. Hope, make very clear that the treatment accorded to national groups within Marxist-Leninist states has varied enormously from state to state, and within individual states has also varied significantly over time. If all states of the world were listed according to the policies currently being practiced against national groups, some Marxist-Leninist states would merit placement among the very worst, while others would not fare badly. 2. Although the author disclaims any tendency to judge the policies of the Second World states by some ultimate standard, holding these states to such a standard could be justified in terms of their own claims. It is they who claim to have solved their national question and to have eradicated all inequality among nations and nationalities. To judge their performance against their own, oft-repeated claims is indeed, therefore, to apply an absolute standard. Walker Connor. Belmont, Vermont. March 1983. The National Question in Marxist-Leninist Theory and Strategy. The conflict between Marxist discipline and nationalist forces, which is a fairly constant factor in contemporary communism, indeed the entire topic of Marxism, both in its theoretical aspects and in practice, deserves closer study than it has obtained. Isaiah Berlin, The Bent Twig. The Theory. Chapter 1. 3 Strands of Nationalism in Marx and Engels. Nationalism and Marxism are philosophically incompatible. Nationalism is predicated upon the assumption that the most fundamental divisions of humankind are the many vertical cleavages that divide people into ethno-national groups. Marxism, by contrast, rests upon the conviction that the most fundamental human divisions are horizontal class distinctions that cut across national group underscorings. The nationalist would therefore contend that, in a test of loyalties, national consciousness would prove more powerful than all intranational divisions, including that of class. Marxists, on the other hand, would maintain that class consciousness would prove the more powerful. They would contend that English, or French, or German workers would necessarily come to sense that much more significant than the bonds of shared nationhood were the bonds that tied them to the proletariat of all national groups in a common struggle against the bourgeoisie of all nations, including their own. History would witness the victory of internationalism over nationalism. These two antagonistic perceptions could be contrasted diagrammatically as seen in Figure 1. Both despite and because of the contradictory nature of the philosophical assumptions of nationalism and Marxism, the former has played a central role throughout the history of the latter. Intensive interaction between the two isms was assured by their nearly coincidental chronology. Marx was born near the beginning of the age of nationalism, generally considered to have been ushered in by the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, and publication of his Communist Manifesto occurred quite ironically in the same year made famous by an early manifestation of nationalism's rapid spread, namely, the revolutions of 1848. From this point on, nationalism and Marxism were contemporaries. Given their contradictory nature, it could logically have been anticipated that the role of nationalism in the history of Marxism would be that of an antagonistic force. And indeed, such was often the case. However, this is only part and perhaps the least intriguing part of the historical relationship of the two isms, for Marxists not only learned to accommodate themselves to an expediential coexistence with a world filled with nationalisms, but they also developed a strategy to manipulate nationalism into the service of Marxism. Marxists owe their major successes more to this strategy than to either the popular appeal or the predictive accuracy of Marxian ideology. Thus, paradoxical though it may be, the history of Marxism in practice indicates that nationalism has been a key force in promoting a philosophically antithetical variant of internationalism. Tuesday's logical starting point for the study of the interaction of nationalism and Marxism is with the pertinent writings of Marx and Engels. Unfortunately, the relevant passages are irregularly strewn throughout a number of their treatises and even their personal correspondence, for neither man ever attempted a detailed exposition of the topic. The most compelling explanation for this neglect is the basic incompatibility between nationalism and a doctrine of proletarian internationalism. It bears repeating that there is an evident conflict between an ideology that maintains that the most significant cleavages are those that divide mankind horizontally into socio-economic classes and one that maintains that the most significant cleavages are those that divide humanity vertically into national compartments. Given, then, the commitment of Marx and Engels to a particular analysis of social history in which the role of the dominant element was assigned to the material productive forces rather than to abstract notions such as nationalism, and in which socio-economic classes rather than nations were perceived as the principal vehicles of history, it is hardly surprising that nationalism would not loom large in their deliberations. In their scheme of things, both nation and nationalism were relegated to the superstructure. The nation was explained as a historically evolved phenomenon that comes into existence only with the demise of feudalism and the rise of capitalism. Prior to the capitalist stage, there were human groupings such as tribes, clans, and peoples, but it was the new economic relations, brought on by changes in the mode of production, that created nations. Nationalism was mainly a device of the bourgeoisie for identifying their class interests as the interests of the entire society. It constituted an attempt to dampen the class consciousness of the proletariat by obscuring the conflicting class interests within each nation, and by encouraging rivalry among the proletariat of various nations. Because of its association with a specific economic stage, nationalism could be progressive or reactionary, depending upon the level of society. At a feudal or semi-feudal stage, it is progressive, but at a stage of developed capitalism it is counter-revolutionary. To this point, the Marxist position is unambiguous and is given unequivocal support by contemporary Marxists of rather diverse stamps. More obscure, however, is the question of what happens to nations in the post-capitalist period. Marx and Engels made clear in the manifesto that the nation would survive the revolution at least for a time, though not in substance, yet in form. The struggle of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie is at first a national struggle. The proletariat of each country must, of course, first of all settle matters with its own bourgeoisie. And farther on in one of the manifesto's most famous passages, the communists are further reproached with desiring to abolish countries and nationality. The working men have no country. We cannot take from them what they have not got. Since the proletariat must first of all acquire political supremacy, must rise to the leading class of the nation, must constitute itself the nation, it is, so far, itself national, though not in the bourgeois sense of the word. But since the nation is part of the superstructure and the product of specific productive forces and relations, will it not, as the state, wither away in the post-capitalist period? If so, does its termination merely mean the end of national antagonisms, or does it mean the end of all national distinctions, including cultural singularities as language? Phrased differently, does i.e. socialist revolution presage total assimilation? On this issue Marx proved a poor guide. His statements are obtuse, and subject to diverse interpretation. The key passage appeared in the manifesto: national differences and antagonisms between peoples are daily more and more vanishing, owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production and in condition of life corresponding thereto. The supremacy of the proletariat will cause them to vanish still faster. The more conventional interpretation of this passage is that Marx and Engels meant that all national differences faced extermination. But the absence of the word "ale" has also permitted another interpretation, which holds, in the words of one authority, that the authors of the manifesto foresaw only the abolition of sharp economic and social differences, economic isolation, invidious distinctions, political rivalries, wars, and exploitation of one nation by another, but not the complete disappearance of all distinctions whatever. Most of today's Marxist-Leninist states are multinational, so the question of whether a policy of condoning diversity rather than encouraging assimilation constitutes counter-revolutionary activity is more than a moot point. Marx's failure to spell out the future of nations in greater detail is symptomatic of the aforementioned marginality of such entities to his major theme. His predilection for an economic interpretation of history caused him to slight the importance of psychological, cultural, and historical elements, and, therefore, to underestimate the magnetic pull exerted by the ethnic group. Since the nation was to Marx essentially an economic unit, the question of political legitimacy was reduced to economic ties. This led him to believe that ethnic minorities should and would be content to consider themselves members of the larger nation to which they were economically wedded. Marx held that workers in a modern industrialized setting were deaf to ethno-national appeals that conflicted with their economic interests, registered regardless, then, of dissimilarities in culture and ethnic traditions. Identification with a given nation rested simply upon ties to an economic unit. Contrary to Marx's analysis, nations and economic networks coincide, and it is evident that when Marx wrote of nations, it was very often multinational states which he had in mind, as witness the following passage. With the advent of manufactures, the various nations entered into a competitive relationship. The struggle for trade, which was fought out in wars, protective duties, and prohibitions, whereas earlier the nations, insofar as they were connected at all, had carried on an inoffensive exchange with each other registered, and yet, in other cases, he purposefully differentiated between state and nation. Indeed, Marx's writings on nationalism are characterized by the same terminological confusion that has plagued American and British scholarship down to the present day, registered in addition to being equated sometimes with the state. Nation may, in Marx's usage, refer to the total population within a state regardless of ethnic composition, or it might refer to an ethno-national group, such as the Germans or Poles, which at the time bore no relation to state borders. Nationality is also sometimes used to refer to an ethno-national group, sometimes as a synonym for nationalism, and at still other times to connote the essentially legal notion of citizenship registered. Such terminological imprecision both reflected and contributed to Marx's own lack of insight into the national phenomenon, and is a further reflection of his emphasis upon economic causation. Since to Marx it was the economic force field that defined the limits of significant socio-political units, the state, nation, and the citizenry all became blurred. With this essentially economic view of the nation, it is not surprising that in taking a position on the outcome of wars, annexations, secession movements, etc., Marx was often guided by what he perceived as most conducive to economic progress. Thus overseas colonialism and imperialism were justified by Marx because they offered the pre-industrial peoples of Africa and Asia the most efficacious means of advancing to a higher economic stage. Moreover, not a believer in the innate worth of the nation, Marx would not attempt to breathe the national idea into industrially backward people, whom he and Engels alternately referred to as people without history, remains of nations, ruins of people, ethnic trash, and worse. He preferred to see such human categories attached to more progressive nations. Still another manifestation of Marx's preoccupation with economic considerations was, other things being equal, his favoring of larger political units over smaller ones, because the former were more apt to be viable economically and more consonant with his theory of capital accumulation. Historical stage of development and the capacity for further economic development were, therefore, important considerations in determining whether a given movement was the more progressive alternative and therefore worthy of support. Support for nationalistic forces during a progressive phase in their history was quite acceptable behavior. But while condoning alliances with national movements and while acknowledging, as earlier cited, that the proletariat, in order to first of all settle matters with its own bourgeoisie, must for a time constitute itself the nation, thereby becoming national, though not in the bourgeois sense of the word, Marx unequivocally insisted in the manifesto that members of the Communist Party were to be differentiated precisely and solely by their non-nationalistic perspective. The Communists are distinguished from the other working class parties by this only: 1. In the national struggles of the proletarians of the different countries, they point out and bring to the front the common interests of the entire proletariat, independently of all nationality. 2. In the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class against the bourgeoisie has to pass through, they always and everywhere represent the interests of the movement as a whole. What we have described to this point might be termed the classical position of Marx and Engels on nationalism. Its major propositions might be sketched as follows: 1. The nation and its ideology, nationalism, are part of the superstructure, byproducts of the capitalist era. 2. Nationalism, and perhaps all national distinctions, is therefore an ephemeral phenomenon which will not survive capitalism. 3. Nationalism can be a progressive or reactionary force, the watershed for any society being a point of developed capitalism. 4. Whether progressive or reactionary, nationalism is everywhere a bourgeois ideology pressed into service by that class in order to divert the proletariat from realizing its own class consciousness and interests. 5. This stratagem cannot work, for loyalties are determined by economic realities rather than by ethno-national sentiments. 6. Communists may support any movement, nationalist or otherwise, when the movement represents the most progressive alternative. 7. But communists themselves must remain above nationalism, this immunity being their single defining characteristic. Presuming that one accepts the soundness of the a priorisms of historical dialectical materialism, these 7 precepts form a coherent, consistent stance toward nationalism. Had they been faithfully reflected throughout all of the writings of Marx and Engels, ambiguity would be limited to whether or not cultural and psychological vestiges of national particularism would be eradicated in the post-capitalist era. But the unmistakable growing impact of nationalism upon world politics that took place during the lifetimes of Marx and Engels demanded a greater appreciation of the power of nationalism than had been accorded to it in their earlier tracts. After 1848, a year of numerous ethno-national uprisings throughout Europe, issues involving nationalism came to enjoy a much more prominent place in their writings. The new appreciation for the importance of nationalism, which was forced upon Marx and Engels by events, principally assumed the form of strategic considerations. Neither man was content to observe passively the unfolding of the inevitable processes of history that they had detected. Both were thoroughly social activists, acutely involved in advancing the proletarian movement. In the words of one authority, not content with theorizing about a revolution in the abstract, Marx and Engels concerned themselves deeply with the strategy and tactics of a socialist revolution, the organizing of revolutionary activity, the politics of world change. With this activist bent, it is not surprising that Marx and Engels should come to realize the strategic value of ostensibly aligning their movements with the emerging aspirations of national groups. The slogan of self-determination of nations was to serve them well in this endeavor. It is indeed somewhat ironic that this most famous credo of nationalism should make its first appearance in a public document which was drafted by history's most famous internationalist. The expression appeared in the Proclamation on the Polish Question, drafted by Marx and endorsed by the London Conference of the First International in 1865. The proclamation noted the need to annihilate the growing influence of Russia in Europe by assuring to Poland the right of self-determination which belongs to every nation and by giving to this country once more a social and democratic foundation. Marx had therefore seemingly committed the International to the principle of self-determination for all national groups. But in 1866, the year after its public endorsement in the proclamation on the Polish Question, Engels, at Marx's urging, publicly disclaimed the principle's universality by restricting the status of nation to a very few, select peoples. The major thrust of Engels's argument was that support for the self-determination of the Polish people did not constitute an endorsement of the principle of nationalities, an expression then in vogue to describe the notion that any people, simply because it considered itself as constituting a separate people, had the right, should it so desire, to create its own state, what later generations would term the right of self-determination of nations. 5. Engels's argument rested upon a sharp differentiation between nations and nationalities. Nations were described as large, well-defined, historical, great, peoples of undoubted vitality, such as the Italians, Poles, Germans, and Hungarians. Concerning such peoples, there could, indeed, be no two opinions as to the right of every one of the great national subdivisions of Europe to dispose of itself, the right of the great European nations to separate and independent existence. On the other hand, questions as to the right of independent national existence of those numerous small relics of peoples, such as Highland Gaels, the Welsh, Manxmen, Serbs, Croats, Ruthenes, Slovaks, and Czechs, constitute an absurdity. Nowhere do the borders of nationality and state coincide, nor should they, because diversity varies the otherwise monotonous uniformity of the national character. Even the great nations have politically fragmented segments, example the French of Belgium and Switzerland, the Germans of Alsace and Switzerland, who do not wish to be and should not be reunited politically with their own main stock. Such elements form connecting links with their neighbors. Poland is also heterogeneous, with its Poles, Lithuanians, White Russians, Belarusians, and Little Russians, Ukrainians. Therefore, if people say that to demand the restoration of Poland is to appeal to the principle of nationalities, they merely prove that they do not know what they are talking about, for the restoration of Poland means the re-establishment of a state composed of at least 4 different nationalities. Registered Engels's argument obscures more than it enlightens. Ethno-national sentiments are expressly repudiated by him as a justification for statehood, and the criteria that are advanced are again those that reflected his and Marx's bias in favor of large, economically viable units. But then why dress one's position in ethno-national garb by speaking of a right of self-determination on the part of nations? Quite evidently, the strategy of Marx and Engels called for ostensible commitment to the principle of self-determination in the abstract, while concomitantly reserving to themselves in each and every case the decision as to whether a particular movement was to be supported or opposed. At a less abstract level, Marx and Engels were in fact most niggardly in proffering support for national movements, limiting their major polemical efforts to the causes of Ireland and Poland. The two choices are significant, for they make clear that even the long-ranged, economic criteria, which according to Engels distinguished nations from nationalities, were to be ignored in the face of more pressing, realistic considerations. Thus there were too few Irish within Ireland to qualify them as a large nation, and even today the Irish are amongst the least industrialized peoples of Europe. Indeed, in 1845 Engels, in a reference to the Irish, asserted that such a nation is utterly unfit for manufacture as now conducted. 9. But for a number of strategic reasons involving the more important states of Britain and the United States, Engels and Marx came to believe that Irish independence was in the best interest of the international movement. It was in its relationship to the grand strat-EGY of the movement as a whole, and not on its own merits of either an economic or national variety, that the Irish issue was to be judged. In contrast to Ireland, Poland would ostensibly meet Engels's criteria for a nation. And both Engels and Marx publicly identified the Polish as a progressive, great people and therefore deserving of independence. But in his private correspondence to Marx, Engels painted a less flattering picture of the Poles, assigning them the role of a means. The more I reflect about history, the more convinced I become that the Poles are a doomed nation to be used as a means until Russia itself is swept by the agrarian revolution. From that moment on, Poland has no raison d'être anymore. The Poles have never done anything in history except play heroic quarrelsome acts of stupidity. No moment could be pointed out in which Poland represented progress even vis-a-vis Russia or did anything of historical significance. Despite such reservations, Poland's cause recommended itself because of a common foe, Tsarism, which to Marx and Engels loomed as the archetype of reaction. To frustrate Tsarist expansionism, they consistently allied themselves with its adversaries and denied support to its accomplices. Panslavism offers a case in point. It would, in Engels's words, result in the setting under Russian domination of a Slavic empire from the Erdgebirge and the Carpathians to the Black, Aegean, and Adriatic seas. Such a Leviathan should, of course, have appealed to Marx's predilection for large economic units. But since it was perceived as in the employ of Tsarism, Panslavism must be mercilessly combated for the good of the international movement in a ceaseless fight to death with Slavdom which betrays the revolution, a battle of annihilation and ruthless terrorism, in the interests of the revolution. Grand strategy was therefore to take precedence over ideological purity and consistency. Progressive national movements were to be supported only if consonant with the broader demands of the global movement. Alliances with otherwise unprogressive movements were condoned if strategically opportune. In any situation, national movements were not to be treated in isolation but viewed against this broader backdrop. This flexibility on the national question, though certainly opportunistic by conventional standards, is, in fact, quite consistent with Marx's dialectical view of progress, within which means are always kept subservient to the end. If the interests of an unprogressive movement promote the broader interests of the international movement, support for it is, by definition, progressive. If the interests of an otherwise progressive movement conflict with those of the international movement as a whole, support for it, by definition, is counter-revolutionary. To our earlier listing of 7 prescriptions of classical Marxism with regard to the national question, we can therefore add 2 more. 8. An ostensible alignment with national aspirations through the public endorsement of the abstract principle of self-determination is good strategy, but, at the non-abstract level, the decision whether or not to support a specific national movement must be made on an individual basis. 9. The ultimate test in determining support or non-support is not the relative progressiveness of the specific movement but its relationship to the broader demands of the international movement as a whole. This were the extent of the impact that the spate of nationalist movements commencing with 1848 exerted upon the writings of Marx and Engels, that impact could be described as slight. Their increased awareness of the power of nationalism upon the masses would have been reflected only in a shift in strategy. While becoming manipulators of nationalism, they themselves might have remained intellectually unscathed by nationalist concepts. However, the later works of Marx and Engels are far from free of implicitly or explicitly expressed ideas which, because of their national coloration, sound strangely out of tune with classical Marxism. Of the two men, Engels was the more immediately and markedly affected by the upsurge in national movements. Changes in his outlook are most readily discernible in those tracts in which he reviewed the abortive revolutions of 1848. For socio-economic classes were uncharacteristically slighted, their leading role as the principal vehicles of history expropriated by nations, class antagonisms were replaced by national antagonisms, warfare between nations now supplanted class warfare. Indeed, Engels's treatises on the events of 1848 read very much like a morality play, in which entire nations, more specifically, the Germans, Italians, Magyars, and Poles, had come to denote the forces of enlightenment and progress, a role previously reserved for the proletariat, while still other entire nations, particularly the non-Polish and non-Russian Slavic peoples, had now been substituted for the feudal aristocracy and the bourgeoisie in the role of darkness and reaction. The latter were described as unredeemable ethnic trash, the ruins of people, whose chief mission is to perish in the revolutionary Holocaust. As for the Slavic barbarians, these petty, bull-headed nations will be destroyed so that nothing is left of them but their names. *6 It is therefore explicitly asserted that it is nations not classes that fight the class war. The next world war will cause not only reactionary classes and dynasties but also entire reactionary peoples to disappear from the earth. And that too would be progress. Such an indictment of entire peoples requires a stereotypical approach to nations that is hardly consonant with a class analysis. Indeed, Engels was given to the broadest assertions concerning so-called national characteristics. We have previously alluded to such generalities as lazy Mexicans, bull-headed Slavs, and the like. Toward the Irish people, he was much more sympathetic, though no less sweeping, in his ascription of national traits. They were variously described in his works as wild, headstrong, fanatical, light-hearted, corruptible, cheerful, sensuous, excitable, resilient, potato-eating children of nature in whom feeling and passion predominate. Classical Marxism, of course, would dictate against the existence of such class-transcending national traits. Even more fundamentally would it dictate against group characteristics of an immutable, trans-epochal type, since such characteristics, as part of the superstructure, should necessarily reflect only a particular economic stage. Yet Engels on several occasions wrote of enduring national characteristics, as witness the following passage: the further back we go in history, the more the characteristics distinguishing different peoples of the same race disappear. Just as the Scandinavians and the Germans differed less in the 7th and 8th centuries than they do today, so also must the Irish Celts and the Gallic Celts have originally resembled each other more than present-day Irishmen and Frenchmen. Therefore we should not be surprised to find in Caesar's description of the Gauls many features which are ascribed to the Irish by Giraldus some 1200 years later, and which, furthermore, are discernible in the Irish national character even today, in spite of the admixture of Germanic blood. Elsewhere he noted that the Irish are a people related in their whole character to the Latin nations, to the French, and especially to the Italians. The genetic determinism which permeates these and many other passages by Engels would probably appear extreme within any intellectual framework, but its appearance in the works of one of the two founders of a school described as scientific socialism and predicated upon a theory of historical dialectical. Marx's own writings were less infiltrated by sweeping generalities concerning the characteristics and historic roles of nations, but there is no reason to believe that he did not share all of his colleagues' major ideas and biases. Thus, echoing Engels' denunciation of the peoples of southeastern Europe, particularly those of Slavic background. He wrote in 1853 that this splendid territory has the misfortune to be inhabited by a conglomerate of different races and nationalities, of which it is hard to say which is the least fit for progress and civilization. Registered. Though less apt than Engels to ignore in his writings the role of classes as the carriers of history, he did endorse the assignation of entire nations to either progressive or reactionary categories, and prophesied the withering away of the latter group. He concurred with Engels's prognostication that the Czechs were a dying nationality. Degree 5. So too the Turks, to whom he ascribed historical guilt and pronounced them doomed. Marx also often flirted openly with the notion of national character. He favorably reviewed a work because the author displayed great feeling for national characteristics, such as the straightforward Kalmuk, and the talented Little Russian. Registered. His own stereotypical imagery included portraits of the Slavs as anti-maritime, the English as lacking the spirit of generalization, and the Russians as devoid of honor. Degree 6. His description of the Irish as being more passionate and revolutionary in character than the English should have been particularly inconceivable to him, since the relative level of industrialization of the two peoples should, according to scientific socialism, have dictated a reverse order of things. Neither Engels nor Marx ever reconciled his many acknowledgments of the enduring vitality of national ideas and traits with his belief in classical Marxism. And perhaps neither man was aware of any need to do so, but that Engels continued to be influenced heavily by national concepts is evident in a tract written in his 70th year, 1890. In it he spoke of the natural boundaries of states, by which he meant ethnic boundaries. He also distinguished between the forceful annexation of peoples aimed at the uniting of scattered and related ethnic groups, and the naked conquest by force of foreign territories, with robbery pure and simple. 8 degrees. Elsewhere in the same article, he anticipated a period in which Russian imperialism would end and in which Magyars, Romanians, Serbs, Bulgars, Arnauts, Albanians, Greeks, and Turks will then finally be in a position to settle their own mutual disputes without the intervention of foreign powers, to settle among themselves the boundaries of their individual national territories, to manage their internal affairs according to their own judgment. Degree. This late homage to the principle of the uninational state is as inconsistent with his earlier denunciations of the principle of nationalities and with his earlier view of Bulgars, Serbs, etc. as doomed peoples without a future, as it is with classical Marxism's emphasis upon large, trans-ethnic unions. It therefore illustrates that national ideas persisted in their influence upon his perceptions. Marx was not influenced to the same degree. It is difficult, however, to imagine the Marx of 1848 referring, as he did in 1869, to the Irish question as not merely a simple economic question but at the same time a national question. Moreover, in what has been described as his last great political pamphlet, he demonstrated a sense of uncertainty concerning the relative power of class consciousness relative to national consciousness. The pamphlet dealt with the Paris Commune, upon which Marx approvingly bestowed the honor of recognition as the first dictatorship of the proletariat and therefore the recommended inspirational prototype to all members of the international movement. Marx's appraisal of the motivations of the participants in this uprising is therefore of the utmost significance. On the one hand, he exaggerated, almost to the point of farce, the scanty evidence of an international orientation. With uncharacteristic solicitude for trivial detail, he stressed, 1. That the Commune had appointed a person of German extraction as Minister of Labor, 2. That it numbered Poles within its ranks, and 3. That to broadly mark the new era of history it was conscious of initiating, the Commune pulled down that colossal symbol of martial glory, the Vendée column. Number 2. On the other hand, Marx felt compelled to take note of the manifest presence of nationalistic and xenophobic sentiments, stating that the governing apparatus had revolted their national feelings as Frenchmen by precipitating them into a losing war which left only one equivalent for the ruins it made: the disappearance of the empire. In this tract, written nearly a quarter century following publication of the manifesto, it is as though his earlier convictions concerning the fundamental internationalism of the proletariat are still vying for his analytical powers with the press of contrary facts. Though of great significance, these ambiguities surrounding the national question do not support an assertion that Marx and Engels were anything less than internationalist in their fundamental outlook. Whether or not classes had been replaced by nations as the principal instruments of Marxian history, whether or not entire peoples were perceived as exhibiting traits that transcended both economic class and economic eras, both men remained trenchantly committed to the global revolution. And nationalism, whatever its merits and shortcomings, was not to be permitted to interfere. Late in his life, Marx wrote a letter criticizing a draft of a program of the German Social Democratic Party. His displeasure was aroused, inter alia, by that part of the program which read, 5. The working class strives for its emancipation first of all within the framework of the present-day national state, conscious that the necessary results of its efforts, which are common to the workers of all civilized countries, will be the international brotherhood of peoples. Behind these words, Marx detected a tendency to view the workers' movement from the narrowest national viewpoint, in opposition to the Communist Manifesto and to all earlier socialism. While noting that it was self-evident that the immediate arena of an uprising by a proletariat must be its own country, he emphasized that even to that limited degree its class struggle is national, not in substance, but as the Communist Manifesto says, in form. He ridiculed the vacuity of the phrase the international brotherhood of peoples, which had nothing to say about how the joint struggle was to be prosecuted, not a word, therefore, about the international functions of the German working class. He protested that the movement's enemies were correct in asserting that the German Workers' Party had sworn off internationalism in the new program. Implicit is the exhortation, don't let it happen. It must not happen. Similarly, we have noted that with regard to the Irish, Polish, and all other national questions, Marx and Engels regularly made clear that all such issues were to be viewed against the interests of the international movement as a whole. Lenin and Stalin were quite correct when they noted with approbation that Marx had no doubt as to the subordinate position of the national question as compared with the labor question. 4 degrees indeed, on balance it is for badly underestimating rather than overestimating the emotional pull and tenacity of national identity for which Marx and Engels must be faulted. This underassessment led them to exaggerate the willingness of peoples to surrender their group identity in order to assimilate into larger units of greater vitality. And even in those very few situations in which nations did secede, both men believed that given time for emotions to cool, economic self-interest would soon lead the secessionists to seek some form of political reunion, probably along federal lines. In summary, then, even where classes had been replaced by entire nations in the analyses of Marx and Engels, economic motivation and the world movement remain the paramount force and paramount goal, respectively. Care should therefore be taken not to mistake the significance of the inconsistencies and ambiguities found in Marx and Engels concerning the relationships between scientific socialism and nationalism. What is significant about these inconsistencies and ambiguities is that they illustrate the basic incompatibility between classical Marxist assumptions and national realities, and also illustrate the manner in which the founders of Marxism, despite their conviction that they could manipulate national sentiments to serve their movement, came themselves to be influenced more substantively by national concepts than they were probably aware. Concerning the national question, then, 3 identifiable strains were bequeathed by Marx and Engels to their ideological successors. The first strain, which we earlier termed classical Marxism, was predicated upon the primacy of class consciousness and the indispensability of class struggle, and was therefore irreconcilable with nationalism. The second strain, strategic Marxism, revolved about formal support for the right of national self-determination in the abstract, coupled with very selective support for national movements in the realm of action. Though classical and strategic Marxism were not naturally harmonious. A measure of continuity was possible if Marxists never forgot that nationalism was a bourgeois and therefore ephemeral ideology whose progressiveness and life expectancy dwindled as society progressed from feudalism through capitalism towards socialism. The final strain, national Marxism, was reflected in references to national characteristics that transcend epochs, and to the role of nations as the principal instrumentality of historical forces. Though potentially compatible with an internationalistic, non-Marxist interpretation of history *, registered national Marxism was irreconcilable with classical Marxism's emphasis upon classes and class warfare. Indeed, the derivation of the word classical, from the Latin, clas psychus, meaning of the classes of the people, causes the expression, classical Marxism, to be a particularly felicitous way of differentiating pristine from national Marxism. Chapter 2. From the Second International to the October Revolution. As a result of Marx's total failure to address himself directly to the issue of nationalism and thus resolve the many ambiguities and inconsistencies concerning its place in the Marxist scheme of things, the national question was to remain a matter of serious discord among later disciples even down to the present. Such doctrinaires on the issue as Rosa Luxemburg, Georgy I. Plekhanov, and Karl Radek would rally to Marx's classical strain, viewing any and all national movements as not worthy of support by true Marxists. At the other pole would be those whose ideas reflected the third or national strain in Marx. In 1898 Edward Bernstein would note that national diversity and the historical element rooted in tradition are of far greater significance than we and our scientific teachers had originally assumed. And elsewhere he apostatically averred that the statement that the worker has no country is not part of my creed. More of a threat to classical Marxism was posed, however, by the Austrian socialists, Karl Renner and Otto Bauer. In a substantive leap from Marx's seemingly unpremeditated acknowledgments that nations can on occasion substitute for classes as the principal agency of history, Renner and Bauer described nations as enduring forms of society and the essential agency of social change. Thus wrote Karl Renner in 1918, "Social democracy proceeds not from the existing states but from live nations. It neither denies nor ignores the existence of the nation but on the contrary, I accepts WT as the carrier of the new order. Social democracy considers the nation both indestructible and undeserving of destruction. Far from being unnational or anti-national, it places nations at the foundation of its world structure. And in direct contradiction of the Communist Manifesto's assertion that economic forces were causing national peculiarities to disappear, Bauer contended that nations could only come to fruition under socialism. Nations groups based upon common descent had been monistic units of humanity during the stage of primitive communism. But with the advent of private property, these units were decomposed. In slave, feudal, and capitalist societies alike, only the ruling class constituted the nation, and its culture the national culture, just as private ownership of the means of production and individual production develops out of the social system of primitive communism, and from this, again, there develops cooperative production on the basis of social ownership, so the unitary nation divides into members of the nation and those who are excluded and become fragmented into small local circles. But with the devilsixment of social production these circles are again drawn together and will eventually be absorbed into the unitary socialist nation of the future. The nation of the era of private property and individual production, which is divided into members and non-members, and into numerous circumscribed local groups, is the product of the disintegration of the communist nation of the past and the material for the socialist nation of the future. 4 Socialism, according to Bauer, is also the prerequisite for abolishing the political domination of one nation by another. The construction of the great national states in the 19th century is only the precursor of an era in which the principle of nationality will be fully realized. Socialism leads necessarily to the realization of the principle of nationality. The transformation of men by the socialist mode of production leads necessarily to the organization of humanity in national communities. The international division of labor leads necessarily to the unification of the national communities in a social structure of a higher order. All nations will be united for the common domination of nature, but the totality will be organized in national communities which will be encouraged to develop autonomously and to enjoy freely their national culture. That one is the socialist principle of nationality. In sharpest contrast, then, to the classical Marxist projection of no role for nations under socialism, this school of Marxists anticipated that the nation would be the principal organizational unit of the new order. Rejecting both the doctrinaire/classical position and the revision 30 is/national one, and indeed often aiming his polemical treatises on the national question directly at some of the above-named individuals, Lenin pursued the second strain in Marx, that which we have termed strategic Marxism, too much the devout believer to sympathize with the revisionists and too much the revolutionary to adopt the doctrinaire's hands-off policy with regard to national aspirations. Lenin came to appreciate, even far more than had Marx or Engels, the tactical wisdom of ostensible alliances with national forces. In pursuing this course of action, the slogan of self-determination became his principal weapon. Following Marx's death, the formulators of the programs of scientific socialism had continued, almost as a matter of form, to insert peonies to the self-determination doctrine into their programs and declarations. Thus the program of the Second International, as endorsed by the London Conference of 1896, noted that the Congress declares that it upholds the full right of self-determination of all nations. Registered similarly, the 1903 program of the Russian Communist Party, then called the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, included the right of self-determination for all nations comprising the state. Such inclusions were due more to mimicry than to commitment or even to a regard for the importance of the national question. Thus, though Lenin was closely associated with the 1903 program, he could write about the time of its drafting that undoubtedly the class antagonism has now pushed the national question far into the background. As late as 1913, he would acknowledge his previous disinterest in a letter to Gorky. As to nationalism, I am fully in agreement with you that it is necessary to pay more serious attention to it. Lenin's growing interest in nationalism during the early years of the 20th century's second decade was the result of several factors, including a period of domicile within multinational Austria-Hungary where he perforce became aware of the internecine national struggles within the socialist movement there, his own lengthy dispute with the Jewish Bund, and the outbreak of the Balkan Wars with their strong national overtones. By 1913 he felt the issue was sufficiently significant to direct Stalin to write a piece that would set forth the errors of the Austrian socialists, and he additionally had a strongly worded resolution on the national question endorsed by the Russian Marxists at their conference held in the summer of that year. But though his interest in nationalism had therefore been stimulated prior to 1914, his realization of the power that nationalism could exert on the minds of men unquestionably underwent 31. A qualitative transformation as a result of the events of World War I. The possibility of such a war had long been entertained by members of the International and, at the 1907 Stuttgart Congress, Lenin's faction successfully placed the Congress on record as noting that such a war, by necessitating the arming of the proletariat, would hasten the downfall of capitalism. Registered the belief that the English, French, or German proletariat would turn its weapons upon its own national bourgeoisie rather than wage war upon one another was made even more explicit in the unanimously adopted manifesto of the Basel Extraordinary Congress of 1912. Yet, when war did break out, the working classes proved no less discernibly nationalistic than did the bourgeoisie. More startling to one of Lenin's convictions was the national jingoism that pervaded all socialist parties. The bitterness with which Marxist-Leninists still lace their accounts of this unforgivable apostasy is captured in the fall_lowing passage written by a Soviet scholar more than a half-century after the fact. The majority of the leaders of the Second International Social Democratic parties, who were joined by the Mensheviks, slid into positions of militant chauvinism. The double-dyed opportunists, petty bourgeois conciliators, and pseudo-revolutionary shouters broke with socialism and met on the soil of nationalism. Even Plekhanov, whom Lenin strongly admired and who, as we have noted, had hitherto been a Marxist doctrinaire on the national question, now became an arch supporter of the Russian, and thereby the Tsarist, cause. The evidence was everywhere, contrary to Lenin's expectations, when juxtaposed in the clearest relief, nationalism had proved a more powerful magnetic force than had class consciousness. The impact that these unanticipated developments exerted upon Lenin was a profound one, and nationalism subsequently appears seldom to have been far from his thoughts. From 1914 until his death in 1924, two recurring topics of his treatises, speeches, and private correspondence were how to combat nationalism when necessary and how to manipulate it in the interests of the international movement whenever possible. In the course of developing an explanation for this unexpected manifestation of strident nationalism among Europe's working class, Lenin laid great stress upon the role of colonies. His thesis, which in its fully developed form would be titled Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, held that the national bourgeoisies of Europe had been able to blunt the revolutionary class consciousness of their respective working classes by temporarily exporting exploitation. 32. Europe had been made richer by Asia and Africa, and the European proletariat had shared, if quite unequally, the benefits of this exploitation. But the division of the world into colonies was now nearly complete, and World War I was the first of a series of imperialist wars among capitalist states for one another's colonies. It followed that the contradictions among capitalist states and within capitalist states could be exacerbated by the driving of wedges between colonies and the mother countries. To offset the loss of this source of cheap labor and this monopolistic outlet for its goods, each capitalist society would necessarily pursue more intensive exploitation of its own working class, whose class consciousness would grow as a direct result. At the same time, the opportunity to gain the friendship of hundreds of millions of Asiatics and Africans appealed irresistibly to Lenin's penchant for grand strategy. The copyright colonies appeared to Lenin as Ireland had appeared to Marx, the weakest linchpin in the capitalist machine. And the approach to this most vulnerable part of the structure was to be the same: ally yourself with the present and future national aspirations of the inhabitants by extending to them the right of national self-determination. The significance that Lenin attached to this stratagem can be gleaned from the following passage written in 1916, Third, the semi-colonial countries, like China, Persia, Turkey, and all the colonies which have a combined population amounting to 1 billion. In these countries the bourgeois democratic movements have either hardly begun, or are far from having been completed. Socialists must not only demand the unconditional and immediate liberation of the colonies without compensation, and this demand in its political expression signifies nothing more or less than the recognition of the right to self-determination, but must render determined support to the more revolutionary elements in the bourgeois democratic movements for national liberation in these countries and assist their rebellion and, if need be, their revolutionary war, against the imperialist powers that oppress them. And later in the same year, he added that to suppose that a social revolution is thinkable without a revolt of the small nationalities in the colonies and in Europe, ts to abjure the social revolution. Registered it was therefore not without justification that Stalin, shortly after Lenin's death, defined Leninism as Marxism of the era of imperialism, for the merging of the colonial and national questions was one of Lenin's major contributions to Marxist thought. It is worth 33. Noting, however, that in forging this link, Lenin was uncharacteristically guilty of terminological license. Despite the confusing use of key terms by Marx and Engels, their successors, including Lenin, have been unusually circumspect in their mode of expression. Indeed, as earlier noted, the precise vocabulary on nationalism, which has become de rigueur for Marxist-Leninists, imbues their writings with a clarity that is particularly refreshing when contrasted with the terminological confusion characterizing American and British scholarship on nationalism. A major exception to this pattern of terminological precision is represented by that body of Marxist-Leninist literature that deals with the former colonial regions, or what is today termed the Third World. It is evident that the colonies and the independent states that succeeded them are, with few exceptions, comprised of several nations and/or nationalities, and the application to them of such notions as national self-determination or national wars of liberation is therefore inappropriate. Strategy here takes precedence over terminological purity, for this deviation from customary linguistic precision reflects the great strategic value Lenin and his disciples have attached to being identified as stalwart defenders of self-determination of the Afro-Asian peoples. Whether applied to Russia, all of Europe, or to the colonies, Lenin's sense of strategy led him quite early to the conclusion that mere statements of support for the unrefined principle of self-determination did not offer a sufficient basis for differentiating Marxists from non-Marxists with regard to the national question. Self-determination had won increasing numbers of adherents from all along the political spectrum, and, in the apt choice of word by Edward Carr, Lenin realized that it was necessary not just to adopt but to overtrump the doctrine of self-determination as propagated by others. Registered Lenin therefore considered it necessary to state in the most unequivocal of terms that national self-determination included the right of political secession. Indeed, most of his references to self-determination appear to equate the two. Registered, however, he seems to have agreed with the more comprehensive definition set forth by Stalin in 1913, which includes but is not limited to secession. The right of self-determination means that a nation can arrange its life according to its own will. It has the right to arrange its life on the basis of autonomy. It has the right to enter into federal relations with other nations. It has the right to complete secession. Nations are sovereign and all nations are equal. In any case, the 1913 pronouncement of the party, designed by Lenin, could not have been more explicit in this matter, pledging its sup. 34. Port for the right of the oppressed nations of the Tsarist monarchy to self-determination, i.e., to secession and the formation of an independent state. But is not the doctrine of political independence for all nations inconsonant with Marx's insistence upon the need for large states? Not to Lenin, in part because he was certain that few small nations would act against their economic self-interest. And, in the event that they did, they would soon perceive the wisdom of requesting reunion. In Lenin's words, to defend this right to secession does in no way mean encouraging the formation of small states, but, to the contrary, it leads to a freer, wider formation of larger states, a phenomenon more advantageous for the masses and more in accord with economic development. Registered as earlier noted, Marx and Engels also believed that economic self-interest would lead a once independent Irish or Czech nation to seek reunion with a larger multinational structure. Degree, however, the reasoning which underlay Lenin's insistence that nations be promised the right to secede went beyond a faith that peoples, acting in their own economic self-interest, would either refuse secession or, having accepted it, soon suffer from second thoughts concerning its desirability. Rather, Lenin's insistence on explicitly espousing secession mirrored his interpretation of the nature of the phenomenon termed nationalism. Lenin conceived of nationalism in purely negative terms as the response of a people to past oppression and prejudice, whether real or imagined. He was therefore convinced that the only way to combat nationalism was by the use of the carrot, not the stick. And hence the dialectic, by conceding all, or rather, by seeming to concede all to nationalism, one in fact was promoting internationalism. With specific regard to self-determination, this meant that the best way to avoid or to dissipate a grassroots demand for independence was to proffer that independence. Phrased differently, support for the slogan of self-determination, rather than acting as a stimulant to nationalism, would prove to be an anesthetic. Thus in 1913 Lenin could write that the right to self-determination is an exception from our general premise of centralism, and that separation is by no means our plan. We do not predict separation at all. While it may appear paradoxical to espouse a course of action in order to abort it, it bears re-emphasizing that the basis of Lenin's conviction on this point is a key to the Marxist-Leninist image of nationalism and, by extension, to an understanding of Marxist-Leninist national policies. Lenin could readily conceive of a nationally aroused people. 35. Acting in opposition to their best economic interest by fighting for independence. but with nationalistic suspicions laid to rest by the offer of independence, economic motivation would win out. But what if Lenin proved wrong and a number of nations should elect to withdraw from Russia at the time of the revolution? Was Lenin prepared to permit secession? Lenin's position remained unclear. On the one hand, he often suggested that Finland, Poland, and/or the Ukraine might secede. As noted, however, just as Marx. In the case of Ireland, Lenin thought that the proletariat of an economically unviable state would soon perceive that it was to their economic advantage to achieve reunion. Moreover, there are a few hints that Lenin would view any post-revolutionary attempt at secession as counter-revolutionary. When asked directly how he would respond to a situation in which a non-proletarian leadership was in charge of a border nation, Lenin's evasiveness hinted at something less than resignation. What shall happen when the reactionaries are in the majority, asks Mr. Semkovsky. This is one of those questions of which it is said that 7 fools ask more than 10 wise men can answer. On another occasion, his comments on Marx's position on the Irish question appeared to preclude any post-revolutionary nationalist movements. If capitalism had been over, have been no room for a bourgeois democratic and general national movement. 28 In any event, Lenin left his options open by making explicit that Marxists need not support each liberation movement. Lenin thus made a distinction between the abstract right of self-determination, which is enjoyed by all nations, and the right to exercise that right, which evidently is not. Though supporting the right of self-determination, we are not obliged to support every struggle for independence or every republic or anti-clerical movement. The question of support in a specific instance was left to the Communist Party and, just as strongly as Marx, Lenin insisted that members of the Communist Party not be tainted by nationalism. As he sporadically made clear, nationalism and Marxism cannot mix. Marxism is incompatible with nationalism, even the most just, pure, refined, and civilized nationalism. Given his blueprint for party organization, which came to be euphemistically termed democratic centralism, but which in Lenin's words strives to proceed from the top downward, and upholds an extension of the rights and powers of the center in relation to the parts. Lenin had excellent reason to feel that all decisions concerning self-determination would be guided by Marxist strategy rather than by ethnicity. To keep the party centralized and free of all nationalist inclinations became a two-pronged commandment. All forms of federalism and autonomy were vehemently opposed as inappropriate to the party and were explicitly rejected in part as insurance against the formation of ethnic poles of power within the apparatus. In Lenin's concise couplet, we Social Democrats are opposed to all nationalism and advocate democratic centralism. Registered. But what of those nations who remained within the multinational state? The victorious communists would introduce the policy of national equality, guaranteeing to the members of each nation the right to use their own language and to an education in that language. These guarantees were contained in the 1903 program, and they were reasserted in 1913 by Stalin in Marxism and the National Question. Stalin also set forth as essential a system of regional autonomy, for such crystallized units as Poland, Lithuania, the Ukraine, the Caucasus, and so forth, while explicitly denying it to smaller nations such as the Latvians. 32 In some instances Mao's borders would reflect ethnic distribution, in others, example the Caucasus and smaller or less nationally conscious groups, they would not. The following year, 1914, in a private letter, Lenin made clear that he had already devised the basic content of what subsequently became official Soviet national policy, though he also demonstrated something substantially less than ardor for the policy's merit. In order to struggle against the stupidity of the cultural national autonomists, the fraction must introduce into the Duma a draft law on the equality of nations and the definition of the rights of national minorities. I propose that we draw up such a project, the general situation of equal rights, the division of the country into autonomous and self-governing territorial units according among other things to nationality, the local population determines the boundaries, the general parliament confirms them, The limits of the administration of the autonomous districts and regions, as well as the self-governing units, the illegalization of any departure from equality of nations in the decisions of autonomous districts, zemstvos, etc., general school councils democratically elected, etc., freedom and equality of languages, the choice of languages by the municipal institutions, etc. The protection of minorities, the right to a proportional share of the expenditures for school buildings, gratis, forced to 37. Dents of alien, non-Russian, nationalities, for alien teachers, for alien departments in museums and libraries, theaters, and the like, the right of each citizen to seek redress, before a court, for any departure from the corresponding equality of rights, for any trampling upon the rights of national minorities, a census of population every 5 years in the multinational districts, a 10-year census in the country as a whole, etc. Lenin's lack of ardor for his own program of promoting national equality and cultural autonomy was a reflection of his conviction that such a policy was merely the prerequisite for a higher stage. Interspersed throughout his writings are references to the inevitable merging of nations, their ultimate fusion, amalgamation, or assimilation. Consonant with Marx's position on the vanishing of national differences, Lenin viewed the movement toward assimilation as both progressive and inevitable. But if one desires ultimate assimilation, is he not working at cross purposes when he encourages the use of local languages and creates national schools? Does not such an approach strengthen the nationalism of the various ethnic groups? Again, as in the case of self-determination, Lenin thought not, and essentially for the same reason. Since the bitterness and mistrust which the minorities experienced toward the Russians were due to a superior to inferior relationship long practiced by the latter, these attitudes, which constitute the major barrier to assimilation, must be exorcised by a period of national equality, characterized by a pandering to some of the more apparent manifestations of national diversity such as language *degree, since he considered nationalism to be the mental product of past oppression, attempts to eradicate it by force could only have the unintended effect of strengthening it. His emphasis is ever on the voluntary nature of assimilation. Although once in power he was to condone the use of force to nullify political secession, he remained convinced to the end that a frontal attack upon nationalism was improper strategy. 37 Even if his assumptions proved incorrect, Lenin's temporary concessions to national diversity were probably not viewed by him as particularly risky because of the presence of the Communist Party. To Lenin the key element was not the language but the message, a distinction later to be sloganized as national in form, socialist in content. 5 To grant the use of local languages while maintaining control of content was to surrender little. And it would be in the higher echelons of the party that the general content of 38. Educational curricula and of the communications media would be designed. Moreover, broadcasting, writing, or lecturing in the native language would tend to assuage ethnic sensibilities and suspicions, thereby rendering the audience more susceptible to party direction, including direction toward the ultimate goal of assimilation. Pared down, then, to its basic elements, Lenin's strategy for harnessing nationalism is reducible to 3 commandments. Prior to the assumption of power, promise to all national groups the right of self-determination, expressly including the right of secession, while proffering national equality to those who wish to remain within the state. 2. Following the assumption of power, terminate the fact though not necessarily the fiction of a right to secession, and begin the lengthy process of assimilation via the dialectical route of territorial autonomy for all compact national groups. 3. Keep the party centralized and free of all nationalist proclivities. This 3-pronged strategy of Lenin's is of the utmost importance, constituting the crux of his legacy on the national question. At least in their public utterances, all Marxist-Leninists, not just those within the Soviet Union, claim fidelity to that analysis of nationalism bequeathed by Marx and Engels, as further refined by Lenin. It follows that the relative adequacy of the Marxian conception of nationalism can be evaluated through an examination of the successes and failures that each of Lenin's three injunctions encountered as it was implemented in a variety of differing situations and environments. We shall begin with the Leninist precept concerning self-determination. In reviewing the various ways in which Marxist-Leninists have actually utilized the notion of self-determination, particular attention will be paid to the experiences of the Soviet, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Yugoslavian parties. Each of these parties came to power in a state within which there were numerically significant and/or strategically located ethnic minorities. Each can lay claim to having achieved power essentially on its own initiative, without the bayonets of the armed forces of another communist state. In their successful quest for power, each sought the support of minorities by promising them self-determination, including the right of secession. Finally, despite very important variations in timetable, each party, once in power, denied the right of secession to its minorities and ostensibly introduced a policy of regional cultural autonomy. Self-determination as stratagem. Chapter 3. The Soviet Prototype. Hoping out the vision of independence for non-Russian peoples proved very instrumental in the Bolsheviks' acquisition of power. The lengthy and demoralizing war, the overthrow of Tsarism, and the general air of indecision and powerlessness that hung over the provisional government had understandably led many a non-Russian to contemplate a severing of the Russian tie, and Lenin and Stalin did not pass up the opportunity to contrast, in the sharpest possible relief, their own commitment to independence movements with the vacillating and temporizing stance of the provisional government. During the hectic events of 1917, repeated statements of support emanated from the Petrograd Soviet, materially aiding the undermining of Kerensky's government. Thus at the 7th All-Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party Conference of May 12, 1917, both Lenin and Stalin made speeches excoriating the government for not immediately extending the right of secession to the Finns and Ukrainians. And in a resolution drafted by Lenin, the conference unequivocally endorsed the right of all of the nations forming part of Russia freely to secede and form independent states. Similarly, at the First All-Russian Congress of Soviets in June 1917, the Bolshevik faction criticized the Congress's decision to place a series of qualifications upon its demand that the provisional government issue a formal edict recognizing the right of secession. The party's debt to this strategy was later acknowledged in a resolution which characterized it as a decisive factor. Our party took these circumstances into consideration when it made the basis of its policy in the national question the right of nations to self-determination, the right of peoples to lead an independent political existence. Our party in its work never tired of advancing this program of national emancipation in opposition to both the frankly coercive policy of Tsarism and the half-hearted, semi-imperialist policy of the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. Whereas the Tsarist Russification policy created an abyss between Tsarism and the nationalities of old. 46. Russia, and whereas the semi-imperialist policy of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries led the best elements among these nationalities to desert Kerenskyism, the policy of emancipation pursued by our party won for it the sympathy and support of the broad masses of these nationalities in the struggle it waged against Tsarism and the imperialist Russian bourgeoisie. There can be little doubt that this sympathy and support was one of the decisive factors that determined the triumph of our party in the October Revolution. The Bolsheviks' formal support for the right to secede did not end with their assumption of power on November 7. The following day, in its first official pronouncement, the Soviet government reaffirmed its support for self-determination. If any nation whatsoever is forcibly retained within the boundaries of a given state, if, in spite of its expressed desire, no matter whether that desire is expressed in the press, at popular meetings, in party decisions, or in the protests and revolts against national oppression, it is not permitted the right to decide the forms of its state existence by a free vote. Then such incorporation is annexation, i.e., seizure and coercion. A week later, an official document signed by the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, Lenin, and the People's Commissar on Nationality Affairs, Stalin, specifically committed the new Soviet state to supporting the right of the peoples of Russia to free self-determination, even to the point of separation and the formation of an independent state. Registered for a time, it appeared that this commitment would be honored. In the interval between the Soviet takeover and the end of 1918, at least 13 new states came into being within what was formerly the Russian Empire registered, and the new Soviet government did in fact extend recognition to many of these new entities. Several factors helped to account for the Soviet leadership's early willingness to preside over the dissolution of the Russian Empire. It is important to remember that the seizure of governmental power did not guarantee political control of Russia. There remained the need to consolidate power against the armed forces of the counter-revolutionaries and foreign states. In this situation, the Bolsheviks' stance on self-determination had the advantage of permitting the new government to concentrate upon this more serious threat to its survival. Moreover, in that struggle with the Whites, the Soviet 47 leaders, by identifying themselves with the national aspirations of the minorities, could expect to gain the passive support, and perhaps the positive sympathy, of the non-Russian peoples. This support was a matter of the greatest strategic import, for the White forces were almost totally located in the non-Russian regions. Aided in their courtship of the minorities by the Whites' refusal to countenance any secessionist tendencies, the Bolsheviks' continued willingness to promise self-determination unquestionably paid handsome dividends. Indeed, we have Stalin's word that it was the critical factor in the war's outcome. Do not forget that if in the rear of Kolchak, Denikin, Rizhel, and Yudenik we had not had the so-called aliens, if we had not had the former oppressed peoples who undermined the rear of these generals by their silent sympathy with the Russian proletariat, and this, comrades, is a special factor in our growth. This silent sympathy, nobody sees or hears it, but it decides everything. If it had not been for this sympathy, we should not have beaten one of these generals. While we were marching against them, the collapse began in their rear. Why? Because these generals relied on the colonizing element among the Cossacks. They offered to the oppressed peoples a prospect of further oppression, and the oppressed peoples were obliged to come forward and embrace us, seeing that we unfurled the banner of the liberation of these oppressed peoples. At its 12th Congress, April 1923, the party also went on record as recognizing the absolute essentiality of the support provided by the non-Russian peoples during the Red-White struggle. Referring to the confidence of its brothers of other nationalities, the party resolution added that it need hardly be shown that if it had not enjoyed this confidence the Russian proletariat could not have defeated Kolchak and Denikin, Yudenik, and Rizhel. Quite aside from such strategic considerations, the Bolshevik leadership could also defend its endorsement of secession by noting that its action was, in any case, only a recognition of the existing state of things. Since most of the territories populated by the peoples who had defected were either in the hands of the Whites or of foreign occupation forces, recognition of their independence was only recognition of what could not be immediately rectified. Moreover, quite apart from these war-related considerations, there remained Lenin's thesis that Soviet support for self-determination 48 was the best guarantee against secession and for the speedy return of those who did secede. Despite these strategic and presumptive considerations, growing nervousness about actual developments became manifest almost immediately after the revolution, in the form of hedging on what had hitherto been the unqualified acknowledgement of the right of secession. In an article dealing with the Ukraine, which was published less than 5 weeks after the revolution, Stalin reaffirmed the willingness of the Soviet authorities to support secession, but he now added the proviso if the toiling population of the region desires it. The following month he made clear that this qualification was not to be construed as empty rhetoric. All this points to the necessity of interpreting the principle of self-determination, not of the bourgeoisie, but of the toiling masses of the given nation. The principle of self-determination must be subordinated to the principles of socialism. Here indeed was an unheralded shift of major consequence in the meaning that Marxists attached to self-determination. No longer a right adhering to the nation, it had been transformed into self-determination of the proletariat. And since the Communist Party was the sole group qualified to speak for the proletariat, Stalin's alteration would in practice mean that all decisions concerning self-determination would henceforth fall within the exclusive domain of the highest reaches of the party. Marx, Engels, and Lenin, as we have documented, had often maintained that support for specific self-determination movements should be highly selective. But they had never contended that the right was concentrated in a single class of the nation, rather than in the nation as a whole. Nor had Stalin. Indeed, as recently as May 1917, he had indicated that even the most reactionary of secessionist movements would not be resisted. After noting that recognition of the right to secession must not be confused with the expediency of secession in any given circumstances, Stalin had added, by way of illustration, that he personally would be opposed to the secession of Transcaucasia, bearing in mind the general level of development in Transcaucasia and in Russia, the conditions of the struggle of the proletariat, and so forth. His opposition, however, would not take precedence over his commitment to the right of secession, but if, nevertheless, the peoples of Transcaucasia were to demand secession, they would, of course, secede, and would not encounter opposition on our part. The view from inside the palace was remarkably different. How? 49. Ever. Lenin's strategy of championing independence had always been thought suspect by a number of Bolsheviks, and the growing number of secessionist movements reinforced these reservations. Lenin was himself troubled by these developments, as indicated by the following passage which was written in January 1918, "There is not a single Marxist who, without making a total break with the foundations of Marxism and socialism, could deny that the interests of socialism are above the interests of the right of nations to self-determination. Our socialist republic has done and is continuing to do everything possible for implementing the right of self-determination for Finland, Ukraine, etc. But if the concrete position that has arisen is such that the existence of the socialist republic is endangered at a given moment in respect of an infringement of the right to self-determination of a few nations, Poland, Lithuania, Courland, etc., then it stands to reason that the interests of the preservation of the socialist republic must take preference." Registered there is, to be sure, no hint in this passage of a desire to restrict self-determination to the toiling masses. And Lenin did, in fact, resist Stalin's narrower definition as an acceptable postulation for all situations. However, a statement drafted by Lenin, which became official party policy following its adoption in March 1919, gave to the party the right to view self-determination from this narrower perspective when such a limitation appeared appropriate. The All-Russian Communist Party regards the question as to which class expresses the desire of a nation for separation from a historical point of view, taking into consideration the level of historical development of the nation, i.e., whether the nation is passing from medievalism toward bourgeois democracy or from bourgeois democracy toward Soviet or proletarian democracy, etc. For it would be difficult to offer a better illustration of Lenin's ability to keep policy flexible so that the strategic value to the Marxist movement that could be derived from any situation could be maximized. In reserving to the party the power to determine who is entitled to speak for the nation, Lenin designed a formula that would permit the Soviet government to remain the foremost champion of independence for colonies and specified nations, 5 while concurrently denying the propriety of the self-determination doctrine to any case in which it might be detrimental to the Soviet. 50. State. In the latter situation, the party need only proclaim that separation was not in the best interest of the toiling masses, in order to brand any move in that direction as counter-revolutionary. Copyright thus, Stalin, writing in Pravda during 1920 in relation to the rights of the non-Russian peoples to secede, simply averred that the interests of the masses of the people render the demand for the secession of the border regions at the present stage of the revolution a profoundly counter-revolutionary one. It is sometimes implicitly or explicitly suggested that the subsequent fortunes of the non-Russian peoples would have been qualitatively different had Lenin lived long enough to have his national policies firmly entrenched. To holders of this view, Stalin is the villain who broke faith with the non-Russians. The evidence usually advanced for this thesis revolves about the displeasure which Lenin expressed in late 1922 concerning Stalin's harsh treatment of the Georgians following their reannexation by Moscow. Lenin's displeasure was quite consistent with his conviction that minority nationalism, the product of past oppression, must be eradicated by a period of overindulgent behavior on the part of the Soviet authorities. Anything which was apt to provoke the sensibilities of the minorities must be studiously avoided. It is therefore likely that the treatment accorded to non-Russian peoples, once back in the fold, would indeed have been less coercive and high-handed had Lenin lived another decade or two. But it does not follow that Lenin was any less intent than Stalin on reabsorbing, with whatever force was required, the recently seceded peoples. On this there was no disagreement. One biographer maintains that Lenin personally directed the campaigns to reacquire the various territories and their peoples. Moreover, regarding the Georgians whose harsh treatment he would later protest, an earlier directive by Lenin rather cynically expressed his awareness that their militarily achieved reannexation was not justifiable in terms of the popular will. Rather than recommending a defense on the merits, he therefore instructed the propaganda apparatus to pitch its defense solely in sarcastic references to the sins of others. Some caustic journalists should be instructed at once to prepare the draft of a note in reply to the British Labour Party in the politest terms. In this note it should be made thoroughly clear that the proposal to evacuate Georgia and to conduct a referendum there might be a reasonable suggestion coming from sensible people who have not been bribed by the Entente. Pro. 51. Vidying the same measure were applied to all nations of the globe. More particularly, in order to suggest to the leaders of the British Labour Party the great importance of modern imperialist relationships in international politics, we respectfully propose that the British Labour Party favourably consider the following measures: first, to evacuate Ireland and conduct a popular referendum there; second, to take the same steps in India; third, to apply the same measures in Korea; fourth, to take the same action in all countries where armies of any of the great imperialist powers are kept. The note should emphasize in the politest terms possible that those willing to reflect on our proposals on the system of imperialist relations existing in international politics will also be capable of appreciating the implications of the suggestions made to us by the British Labour Party. The purpose of the note, extremely polite in form and popular style, so as to appeal to the intelligence of 10-year-old children, should be to ridicule the idiotic leaders of the British Labour Party. Degree sarcasm aside, Lenin's comments constituted an admission that, faced with the rash of unanticipated secessions, the Soviets had resorted to aping the imperialists. Degree by the combined use of the Red Army and local communist elements, the Soviet government succeeded in returning most of the minority areas to Soviet control by 1922. And, with the end of World War II, it regained control over the remaining peoples of the old Russian Empire, with the exception of the Finns. As described in the constitutions of 1924, 1936, and 1977, the last is still in effect. The state is a federation of union republics. Today totaling 15, each of the republics bears the name of one of the country's major national groups. Of particular interest to a discussion of self-determination is that all three constitutions declare the Union republics to be sovereign and possessed of the right to secede at will from the Soviet Union. Moreover, one of the prerequisites for a people to gain their own Union republic is that their territory touch one of the Soviet Union's external borders, in order that the right of secession be meaningful. And yet, as we have noted, the abbreviated period of meaningful self-determination had certainly ended by 1922. The emptiness of constitutional phraseology on this point is illustrated, inter alia, by the many political prisoners who have been found guilty over the years of separatist, anti-state 52 activities, despite invoking in their defense the constitutional guarantee of a Union republic's right to secede. But since in fact the right to secession is not meaningful, what purpose is served by its constitutional assertion? A number of overlapping possibilities suggest themselves. 1. For internal propaganda purposes. Perpetuating the myth of a right of secession would be quite consonant with Lenin's view of nationalism as the product of past discrimination which is to be exorcised by a period of national inform. One consistent element in this psychological campaign has been the attempt to convince the 14 minorities, whose ethnic name adorns one of the Union republics and who in toto account for approximately 75% of the country's non-Russian population, that they each possess their own sovereign state and that their national aspirations have therefore already been perfectly fulfilled within the Union. The official claim that the republics enjoy sovereignty is supported by several attributes, theoretically enjoyed by the republics, which are customarily associated with independent states. Among them are the right to exchange diplomatic personnel with foreign states, to enter into treaty obligations, and, of course, to secede from the Union. Here again, however, one encounters the Leninist distinction between the right to a right and the right to exercise that right. The attempt to sublimate the contradiction between the constitutionally guaranteed right to secession and the government's unrelenting hostility to the least hint of the exercise of that right can be seen in the following passage by a Soviet scholar: experience shows that there may be different forms of statehood. Under a socialist democracy, the substance of national sovereignty lies not in the mandatory state secession of one nation from another but in the freedom of choosing any desired form of state organization. From their own experience, Soviet nations know that sovereignty is best achieved and guaranteed in a fraternal multinational family, and they bend every effort to develop and strengthen the Union state. Degree 2. For general external propaganda purposes, particularly with regard to the colonial and former colonial areas. We have noted the great emphasis that Lenin placed upon the need to convince the peoples of the Third World that the Soviets were the principal bearers of the banner of national self-determination. In order to maintain that image, it would also be necessary to maintain the illusion of full independence for the nations under Moscow's direct super. 53. Vision. As Stalin noted in 1921, and inasmuch as we are concerned with colonies which are in the clutches of Great Britain, France, America, and Japan, inasmuch as we are concerned with such subject countries as Arabia, Mesopotamia, Turkey, Hindustan. The slogan of the right of peoples to secession is a revolutionary slogan, and to abandon it would be playing into the hands of the Entente. *6 Writing in Pravda during the same year, Stalin colorfully added, "If Europe and America may be called the front, the scene of the main engagements between socialism and imperialism, the non-sovereign nations and the colonies, with their raw materials, fuel, food, and vast store of human material, should be regarded as the rear, the reserve of imperialism. In order to win a war, one must not only triumph at the front but also revolutionize the enemy's rear, his reserves. Hence the victory of the world proletarian revolution may be regarded as assured only if the proletariat is able to combine its own revolutionary struggle with the movement for emancipation of the toiling masses of the non-sovereign nations and the colonies against the power of the imperialists and for a dictatorship of the proletariat." This trifle was overlooked by the moving spirits of the Second and the Two-and-a-Half Internationals when they divorced the national and colonial question from the question of power in the period of growing proletarian revolution in the West. 7. 2 years later, Stalin added, "We must here, in Russia, in our federation, solve the national problem in a correct, a model way, in order to set an example to the East, which represents the heavy reserves of our revolution." Degree the strategic importance which the Soviet leadership ascribes to their role as the foremost champion of political independence has not perceptibly waned with the dying of colonialism. The thesis that the former colonies have acquired only the form but not the content of independence, due to the fact that the imperialists have developed more indirect techniques for perpetuating their exploitation of the Third World, that is, neocolonialism, has struck a broadly popular chord. By thus insisting that political self-determination remains a sham in the presence of neocolonialism, the Soviets have projected the strategic advantage of being identified as the champion of independence into the post-colonial era. One manifestation of this persevering interest in their image as the sentinel of self-determination was offered by Khrushchev in his famous denunciation of Stalin at the 20th Party Congress in 1956. Stalin's maltreatment of various 54. National groups within the Soviet Union was attacked in part because of its negative impact upon the justly considered image of the socialist fatherland as a model of a multinational state. Registered degree. But while the image of the Soviet Union held by outsiders is therefore of keen interest to the authorities, there are two more specific situations in which that image is particularly consequential. 3. In order to increase the appeal of a Union Republic to people of the same ethnic stock immediately across the Soviet Union's borders. From the very outset, the Soviet authorities were aware that their borders would be strengthened and perhaps advanced if neighboring peoples perceived the national situation of their kin within the Soviet Union as vastly superior to their own. Thus Stalin commented in 1930, "We must bear in mind another circumstance which affects a number of nationalities of the USSR. There is a Ukraine in the USSR. But there is another Ukraine in other states. Take, further, the nationalities of the USSR situated along the southern frontier from Azerbaijan to Kazakhstan and Buryat Mongolia. They are all in the same position as the Ukraine. Following World War II, the Soviets extended their territory in a manner which caused their European borders generally to coincide with ethnic distributions, thus eliminating irredentist questions in this area. However, the Asiatic land borders of the Soviet Union still bisect peoples throughout their length, enabling the Soviets to make propagandistic usage of the image of an independent Armenian, Azerbaijan, Turkmen, Uzbek, Tajik, Kyrgyz, or Kazakh state existing just across the Soviet border. In recent years, the Soviets have not pressed this advantage except with regard to but the knowledge of the governments of the neighboring states that the Soviets may at any time elect to take advantage of the possibilities offered by the ethnic map in and by itself furnishes the Soviet Union with a powerful lever in any negotiations with states to the south. 3*. The myth that national groups within the Soviet Union enjoy full sovereign status, including the right of secession, therefore, still exerts an important influence upon neighbors. 4. In order to aid the communist parties of multinational states, by permitting them to point to the motherland of socialism as self-determination in practice. If Lenin's first injunction on the national question, i.e., prior to the assumption of power, promise minorities the right of self-determination, specifically including the right of secession, was 55. To be applied outside of the first Marxist-Leninist state, then it was essential that the Soviet Union maintain an impeccable demeanor with regard to the honoring of that principle at home. If the non-communist leaders of foreign states were enabled to illustrate convincingly that national groups were being forcibly retained within the Soviet Union despite earlier promises of independence, Lenin's first stratagem with regard to the national question would quite assuredly prove ineffective. But in being able to point to a constitutional guarantee of the right of secession, the Soviets could project a faithfulness to principle which would do honor to a Caesar's wife, for no non-Marxist state could boast of a similar constitutional guarantee. Maintaining such an image would be essential if the communist parties in pre-revolutionary states were to adopt successfully Lenin's stratagem of promising independence to all national groups. The fact that the Soviet authorities did in fact continue to place much store in this stratagem as a means of furthering the world revolution is heavily documented by the resolutions and directives that emanated from the Third International, the Comintern, throughout its existence from 1919 to 1943. The Comintern was created to coordinate the activities of all communist parties. Article 16 of the Conditions of Admission mandated that all the decisions of the Congresses of the Communist International, as well as the decisions of its Executive Committee which was located in Moscow, are binding on all parties belonging to the Communist International. Plus a major preoccupation of the organization was the national question, for, steeped in its own internal experience, the Soviet leadership was particularly cognizant of the power of ethno-nationalism as a potential Trojan horse within the enemy camp. The opportunism that came to characterize the Comintern's approach to the national question was captured in a speech by Bukharin, made shortly after the organization's formation. If we propound the solution of the right of self-determination for the colonies, we lose nothing by it. On the contrary, we gain. The most outright nationalist movement is only water for our mill. Armed with this vision of nothing to lose and everything to gain, the Soviet authorities embarked on a program to convince other communist parties of the necessity to conform to Soviet strategy on the matter. The manifesto passed at the first conference of the Comintern, March 1919, outlined the official communist view of the issue. 56. While oppressing and coercing the small and weak peoples, condemning them to hunger and degradation, the Allied imperialists, like the imperialists of the Central Powers a short while ago, do not stop talking about the right of national self-determination, which is today trampled underfoot in Europe as in all other parts of the world. Sent the manifesto was addressed to the world's proletariat and therefore did not lay down the course of action to be followed by communist parties with regard to the national issue. Such a blueprint for concerted action first appeared in Lenin's theses on the national and the colonial questions, which were adopted by the Comintern at its Second Party Congress in July 1920. Lenin insisted that all parties render direct aid to the revolutionary movements among the dependent and underprivileged nations, for example, Ireland, the American Negroes, etc., and in the colonies. Otherwise, he noted, the struggle against the oppression of dependent nations, as well as recognition of their right to secede, are but a false signboard. Consonant with this policy, a particularly explicit and clear attitude on the question of the colonies and the oppressed peoples was made a prerequisite of membership in TR. Every party which wishes to join the Communist International is obliged to expose the tricks and dodges of its imperialists in the colonies, to support every colonial liberation movement not merely in words but in deeds, to demand the expulsion of their own imperialists from these colonies, to inculcate among the workers of their country a genuinely fraternal attitude to the working people of the colonies and the oppressed nations, and to carry on systematic agitation among the troops of their country against any oppression of the colonial peoples. Registered over the next few years, the communist parties of other countries were bombarded with reminders of the need to honor this pledge. One of the more broadly aimed statements on the matter can be found in the resolutions of the Fifth Comintern Congress of 1924. On the nationality question, the executive had ample cause to remind many sections, for which this question is of the utmost importance, of their inadequate execution of the decisions of the Second Congress. One of the basic principles of Leninism, requiring the resolute and constant advocacy by communists of the right of 57. National self-determination, secession and the formation of an independent state, has not yet been applied by all sections of the Comintern as it should be. 59. In a document dealing with tactics, the same Congress further pressed this theme. 5. Correct policy on the national question in a number of countries. As a result of the redivision of the world after the First Imperialist War, there is greater national oppression and dismemberment. In a number of European countries, and still more in colonial and semi-colonial countries, a mass of inflammable material has been heaped up which may blow bourgeois rule sky high. Correct communist policy on the national question, which was thoroughly analyzed in the theses of the Second World Congress, forms one of the most important constituents in the policy of winning the masses and preparing a victorious revolution. Nihilism and opportunist deviations in the national question, which still prevail in a number of communist parties, are the weakest side of these parties, which will never be able to accomplish their historical mission if they do not overcome these weaknesses. Degree the following year, the Comintern had occasion to berate the parties for not heeding such directives, noting that communists have again and again made the mistake of underestimating the national question, a mistake which deprives them of the opportunity of winning over substantial, at times decisive strata of the population. 4. In adopting this posture on the national question, the Comintern was in effect requiring that party members agitate against the territorial integrity of their respective states and/or overseas empires. This policy could remain constant only so long as it harmonized with the foreign policy objectives of the Soviet Union. 4. As laid down in Lenin's theses on the national and the colonial questions, a policy must be pursued that will achieve the closest alliance, with Soviet Russia, of all the national and colonial liberation movements. In time, therefore, the directives of the Comintern concerning the national question necessarily came to mirror each major vicissitude in Soviet foreign policy. Between the October Revolution and the end of World War H, that foreign policy underwent three major shifts, each accompanied by a corresponding change in the policies that the Communist 58 parties were ordered to take on the national question. In the immediate aftermath of the revolution, when the authorities tended to perceive the Soviet Union as alone in a sea of equally hostile capitalist states, a policy which indiscriminately aimed at the weakening of all multinational states and empires blended well with Soviet objectives. But as the threat of fascism became increasingly ominous, the Soviets correspondingly came to appreciate that non-fascist states might be essential allies against this more immediate danger. Strategy therefore dictated a change of course, and communists were instructed to enter into united fronts with, and lend support to, all anti-fascist forces. Propaganda aimed at dismemberment of non-fascist states and their empires was shelved. This period of the United Front against fascism began in 1935 and ended in August 1939 with the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact. During the period of the pact, Moscow insisted that any course of action which might provoke Hitler was to be avoided. United fronts with anti-fascist forces were therefore out, and mobilization efforts on the part of non-fascist states were not to be supported. The final phase, which commenced with the Nazi attack on the Soviet Union in June 1941, was one in which no action was to be taken which would impede the prosecution of the anti-fascist war by the Allied countries. As one means of assuring its allies that it intended no threat to their political and territorial integrity, Moscow ordered the Comintern dissolved in 1948. These shifts in Soviet perceptions concerning the utilitarian value of one or another group of states were accompanied by intriguing alterations in Soviet propaganda concerning the proper focus for the political loyalty of the working classes. Prior to 1935, the Comintern's position was that unlike 1848, when Marx and Engels had drawn up the Communist Manifesto, the working men of the world now had a country. Loyalty of working men everywhere was owed not to their state but to the workers' fatherland, that is, the Soviet Union. As ringingly proclaimed on the 14th anniversary of the revolution, working people of the world, defend with your lives the Soviet Union, the only fatherland of the workers of all countries. Use every means at your command to protect the victorious construction of socialism. However, with the need for allies who would resist fascist expansionism, the working classes were told in 1935 that if their state's independence were threatened by fascist invaders, resistance to 59. Such a threat would assume the character of a war of liberation in which the proletariat must be in the front ranks of the fighters for their country's independence and fight the war of liberation to a finish, without allowing their bourgeoisie to strike a bargain with the attacking powers to the prejudice of the interests of their country. By 1938, with an attack upon the Soviet Union by Germany an imminent possibility, the working class, nation, and defense of state were identified as a single trinity in a rousing call to the colors. The nation is the many millions of workers, peasants, and working peoples, generally the people that is devoted to its country, cherishes its liberty, and defends its independence. In all countries menaced by fascist invasion from without, only the working class can rally, rouse, and lead the people to a victorious struggle for national liberation. The working class is the backbone of the nation, the bulwark of its liberty, dignity, and independence. In sharpest contrast was the exhortation to the same workers, only 1 year later, in the period of the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact. In a stunning about-face, workers were now told not to rally to defense of country. Workers, don't believe those who wave the flag of national unity. What can there be in common between you and those who profit by war? What unity can there be between exploited and exploiters? Don't believe those who are calling upon you to support the war under the false pretext of the defense of democracy. Yet less than 2 years later, in still another complete turnabout, the French Communist Party could report, "For us there is no division into communists, socialists, radicals, Catholics, or de Gaulle followers. For us there are only Frenchmen fighting Hitler and his agents. 4 other parties behaved in corresponding fashion, for in the interim the Nazis had attacked the Soviet Union, and the Comintern had given instructions to give total support to the anti-fascist effort. For most parties this meant unswerving loyalty to their own state apparatus. As set forth in the document of intention to dissolve itself, the Comintern's parting message to the workers was to continue this support. The concluding paragraph read as follows. 60. The Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International calls on all supporters of the Communist International to concentrate their energies on wholehearted support of and active participation in the war of liberation of the peoples and states of the anti-Hitlerite coalition for the speediest defeat of the deadly enemy of the working class and toilers, German fascism and its associates and vassals. Though the Soviets therefore often stressed state unity at the expense of a right of separation during the decade from 1935 to 1945, they never formally repudiated their commitment to the right of self-determination, including secession. Similarly, with regard to their domestic scene, we have noted that the myth of a right of secession, unlike its reality, was never terminated. In the post-war years, with the fascist threat eradicated, this forbearance would permit the Soviets to regain the pose of the consistent champion of national self-determination. But as a survey of Soviet practice reveals, the ostensible commitment with regard to both the internal and external application of self-determination rested on opportunism and pretense. Candid acknowledgement was offered by the president of the Comintern, Zinoviev, while furnishing advice in 1923 to communist parties outside of the Soviet Union. What we ask is that those of our parties in countries where the national question is important should learn how to make use of the nationalist element against the bourgeoisie regime. Our parties must try to set in movement against the government those elements which are naturally discontented, just as the Bolsheviks exploited Ukrainian discontent against Kerensky for the good of the proletarian revolution. He added that the Ukrainians had been told that they would be independent, not that Karl Marx had said that the proletariat had no fatherland registered. Soviet experience has vindicated Lenin's assessment of the serviceability of national self-determination as a key lever for gaining power in a multinational environment. But it has also exposed the fallacy of presuming that peoples, upon being offered independence, would not take it. Nations had chosen separation, and force and artifice had been necessary to bring about their return. Official Soviet history would later attempt to mask Lenin's miscalculation, maintaining that all the member peoples of the Soviet Union had acceded voluntarily degree. Thus Article 70 of the 1977 Constitution proclaims, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is an integral. Note 61. Federal, multinational state formed on the principle of socialist federalism as a result of the free self-determination of nations and the voluntary association of equal Soviet socialist republics. This official myth has permitted the Soviet Union to pose as the champion of self-determination abroad. But it is doubtful that it has exerted much influence upon popular perceptions within those nations who, consonant with Lenin's promises, elected to secede at the time of the revolution. Thus in 1979, more than 1/2 century after Lenin's death, 45 notables living within Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania set forth in an open letter to the United Nations their case for independence from Moscow. The letter noted that in 1920, the Soviet authorities had solemnly ceded independence to the 3 republics for all time and had relinquished all sovereign rights over them registered. Lenin's stratagem for taking power thus continues to have consequences far beyond what he had anticipated. Chapter 4. Minorities and the creation of the. Somewhat ironically, in the case of China, Lenin's adjuration that those who would seek political power through revolution should ostensibly identify themselves with the principle of self-determination for their country's minorities had its first disciples not among the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, but among the Nationalist Party, KMT. In order to neutralize the risk of encirclement by hostile powers, the newly entrenched Soviet government in Moscow was anxious to forge friendly links with a faction that had good prospects of winning power within China. The Soviets therefore elected to place primary reliance upon the nationalist movement of Sun Yat-sen, rather than upon the embryonic CCP, although they did insist, over some resistance within both parties, that cooperation be maintained between the two groups and that communists be permitted to join the KMT as individuals. The KMT's new relations with the Soviet Union were soon reflected in the phrasing of its resolutions. Among the obviously Soviet expressions to enter the KMT's lexicon following the new agreement was that of self-determination, despite the fact that Sun had been an erstwhile, undisguised proponent of assimilation. As late as 1921, he had stressed that the non-Han peoples of China were destined to be melted in the same furnace, to be assimilated within the Han nationality. Yet in 1923, the same year that agreement was reached between the KMT and the Soviet Union, a KMT manifesto made mention of self-determination, and the following year the declaration of the First National Congress of the KMT furnished even more explicit recognition of the principle. The Kuomintang hereby formally declare, we recognize the right of all racial groups of China to self-determination, and as soon as militarism and imperialism have been expelled from the land, we will do our best to organize, upon the voluntary agreement of all racial groups, a free and united Republic of China. 68. By its failure to equate self-determination with the right of secession, the 1924 declaration strongly suggests that Sun had not really undergone a fundamental change of mind with regard to the political future of China's minorities. Indeed, one of the concessions that Sun had extracted for his friendship was a guarantee that it was not the intention or the objective of the present Russian government to work for Outer Mongolia's independence from China. Registered, it seems evident, therefore, that Sun was not prepared to go so far as to endorse publicly the notion of a right of secession. And Chiang Kai-shek, who succeeded to the KMIS leadership following Sun's death in 1925, found objectionable even the lip service paid to this otherwise undefined and nebulous self-determination. His position was reflected in the KMT Constitution of 1931, which made no mention of self-determination and which, by asserting that the Republic of China shall be a unified republic forever, placed the stamp of finality upon resistance to secession. Registered consonant with this constitutional assertion, the KMT subsequently frowned not only upon secession but meaningful autonomy as well, and this attitude was maintained even when its control over the area and people in question was at best theoretical. Under the guidance of Chiang, who, all evidence to the contrary, maintained that there simply could be no national question within China because all of its peoples were of one stock, KMT policy was in fact one of Hanification, that is to say, assimilation of all peoples into a single nation of Han. Just as the white forces had done within the Soviet Union, the KMT, by its intransigence on the national question and by its general insensitivity to minority aspirations, ensured fertile soil for the introduction of the Leninist strategy of promising self-determination. But the fledgling CCP did not immediately adopt this line of strategy. The party's earliest documents make no reference to self-determination. Indeed, a document drawn up in 1922 that itemized the 9 most immediate aims of the party did not even make a passing reference to minorities. Registered later in the same year, a party manifesto prophesied the establishment of a Chinese Federated Republic by the unification of China proper, Mongolia, Tibet, and Xinjiang into a free federation, but again made no mention of either self-determination or secession. Copyright. The term self-determination appeared for the first time in a 1923 declaration, but it was used in reference to China's struggle against foreign imperialism rather than to a right adhering to a nation. At the 6th National Congress of the CCP, September 1928, the third of 10 great demands of the Chinese Revolution read unify China and recognize the principle of national self-determination. However, no further explanation was offered, and the coupling of unification with self-determination causes the latter to appear more in the vein of Sun Yat-sen's grudging and ambiguous concession than of Lenin's insistence upon promising independence. Indeed, the fact that the CCP Congress was held in Moscow makes it likely that the passing reference to self-determination was a token concession to Soviet pressures. The total absence of any additional discussion of self-determination or of minority matters in this lengthy and otherwise detailed document would seem to be a more accurate reflection of the CCP's level of interest in the general topic. This lack of concern was further illustrated the following year when the party leadership, convening once more back in China, failed to mention either self-determination or minorities in the course of laying out its 15 most pressing political tasks, 5 more than in 1928. This slighting of the minorities is partially explainable as a consequence of the party's early preoccupation with the urban proletariat of eastern China. As evidenced by the ethnic map of China, see Map 1, the minorities are by and large located in China's inland frontier zones, far distant from the east coast cities. This remoteness of the minorities, coupled with their economic backwardness, prevented them from becoming a matter of vital concern to those in charge of party strategy. But very different indeed was the view from the rural hinterland to which Mao and his colleagues repaired after the 1927 break with Chiang Kai-shek. From that vantage point, the minority areas took on a new strategic importance, for to deny them to the KMT was to lessen materially the risk of encirclement. Registered secondly, once in the hinterland and cut off from the coast, the communist forces could hope to receive assistance from the Soviet Union, or from any other power, only through minority territory. Finally, the military strategy and tactics that were adopted by Mao and his cohorts necessarily endowed the local populace with vital significance and, given Mao's locational situation, the local populace was very apt to be non-Han. Although scholarship dealing with the CCP's rise to power has tended to emphasize military tactics, there is little originality either in Mao's writings on warfare or in the campaigns conducted by Chinese Communist forces. Copyright moreover, on the scene of battle, military tactics are likely to be far more impromptu than writings on the topic indicate. And even wise tactics may fail to produce victory in a battle, much less determine the outcome of a war. Apt to be more significant in a revolutionary war is the relationship of the revolutionary forces to the local people. We earlier noted, with regard to the post-revolutionary struggle within the Soviet Union between the communist and white forces, that the attitude of the local people can be consequential even in an essentially conventional war. However, as boldly advertised in the rubric, People's War, or in such metaphorical axioms as the people are the water and our army the fish, the essentiality of the support of the local populace is many times magnified in the case of a revolutionary struggle that has assumed the guerrilla form. The necessity of local support was articulated in 1936 by a leading figure of the CCP, Piang Taihui. While in command of the First Front Red Army, then locked in combat with KMT forces, General Peng forcefully remarked during an interview granted to Edgar Snow, finally, it is absolutely necessary for the partisans to win the support and participation of the peasant masses. If there is no movement of the armed peasantry, in fact, there is no partisan base, and the army cannot exist. Only by implanting itself deeply in the hearts of the people, only by fulfilling the demands of the masses, only by consolidating a base in the peasant soviets, and only by sheltering in the shadow of the masses, can partisan warfare bring revolutionary victory. But nothing, absolutely nothing, is more important than this: that the Red Army is a people's army, and has grown because the people helped us. Tactics are important, but we could not exist if the majority of the people did not support us. Point 1. The support to which General Piang alluded need not manifest itself in positive actions. However, whether one contemplates the creation of a base area or the actual conduct of revolutionary warfare, the passivity of the local people is the irreducible requirement. If the people do not love you more, they must at least despise you less than they do your enemy. This minimum attitude guarantees, 1. That the local people will not violently resist your presence, 2. That they will not furnish information on your movements or otherwise cooperate with your enemy, and 3. That food and other essential needs can be acquired locally without excessive coercion. Apathy on the part of the indigenous people, then, is the minimal attitude compatible with successful revolutionary warfare. But b. 72. Between this minimum and the maximum of ideological conversion and total commitment lie great opportunities for various levels of positive cooperation with the revolutionary forces. Common manifestations of such positive cooperation are the furnishing of food and shelter, the provision of intelligence about the enemy, registered and underscore the offer of porters to carry ammunition and other necessary supplies, porters being almost essential for conducting successful revolutionary warfare in the relatively roadless tracts of Inner Asia. In order to achieve this progression from apathy to positive cooperation, and, perhaps, to ideological conversion, programs, such as land reform, which possessed great appeal for the mass of the local people, were inaugurated by the CCP in occupied areas, and the revolutionary forces were instructed to treat the local people with the utmost circumspection. Selective terror also played a key role. This system of rewards, courtesies, coercion, and the threat of coercion were to be extended without regard to nationality. But the minorities posed a special problem. The CCP had good reason to anticipate that the minorities would not cooperate with any movement identified as Chinese, particularly with that of the nationalists. The non-Han peoples harbored a traditional dislike of the Chinese, in large part a reflection of the latter's penchant for treating non-Han as inferiors. The KMT's program of political consolidation of all the territory and of all the peoples of Imperial China was, therefore, hardly one to elicit minority cooperation. The CCP leaders could therefore expect that the minorities would remain at least coldly neutral, and they indicated their awareness of this strategic asset on a number of occasions when their forces, badly harassed by the KMT, purposefully fell back on non-Han areas. But if distrust of the CCP's own image as overwhelmingly Han were to be overcome, something more was needed. And Lenin's legacy had, of course, made provision for just such an exigency in the guise of self-determination. But before turning to the party's endorsement of self-determination during the 1930s, there remains to be considered the question of why the party failed to endorse the principle prior to this time. Even when due allowance is made for the party's early disinterest in the national question due to a combination of geographic factors and preoccupation with urban centers, there is still something enigmatic involved in the fact that the party should for 10 years have slighted the long list of precedents, dating back to Marx's action of 1865, of including, almost as a matter of form, promises of self-determination in socialist programs. Their immediate Con 73 centration upon the cities of eastern China could not have blinded the CCP's leadership to the fact that the minorities' homelands accounted for more than half of China's territory, including the strategic border zones, particularly at a time when Japan, Britain, and the Soviet Union were all actively appealing to the national aspirations of one or more of China's major groups. Moreover, as earlier documented, the leaders of the Soviet Union, through the agency of the Comintern, were pressuring all other communist parties during the 1920s to endorse publicly self-determination for their respective minorities. Point 2. The otherwise unexplained slighting of self-determination by the CCP during its first 10 years suggests the prevalence of grave skepticism concerning the advisability of such a step, a skepticism which could draw nourishment from the record of secessionist movements that had afflicted the Soviet Union during its revolutionary and immediate post-revolutionary periods. Moreover, the pattern of steps by which the CCP introduced the promise of self-determination into its program further indicates that there was resistance which first had to be overcome. The opening salvo of the campaign did not occur until early 1930, a period when the leaders of the hinterland Soviets were first becoming recognized as an important independent force within the party. A group of otherwise unidentified delegates from various Soviets held a meeting in Shanghai, the principal result of which was a proposal to establish a Chinese Soviet government in the hinterland. However, the delegates also outlined 10 great political programs, number 5 of which was the recognition of the right of minorities to secede. This theme was echoed by an article that appeared in the party's journal, Bolshevik, Pu during 1931.74. There was the clearest sense of urgency in the article's insistence that the CCP must advocate that the non-Han nationalities, be given the right of self-determination and even the right of secession. It is in the revolutionary interest of the Chinese Soviet government to ensure actual independence and freedom of non-Han nationality states. Consonant with this sense of urgency, a constitutional conference, meeting before the year had elapsed, adopted a constitution whose 14th article reads as follows: "The Soviet government of China recognizes the right of self-determination of the national minorities in China, their right to complete separation from China, and to the formation of an 74. Independent state for each national minority. All Mongolians, Tibetans, Miao, Yao, Koreans, and others living on the territory of China shall enjoy the full right to self-determination, i.e. they may either join the Union of Chinese Soviets or secede from it and form their own state as they may prefer. The Soviet regime of China will do its utmost to assist the national minorities in liberating themselves from the yoke of imperialists, the KMT militarists, TUSU, the princes, lamas, and others, and in achieving complete freedom and autonomy. The Soviet regime must encourage the development of the national cultures and of the respective languages of these peoples." By 1931, then, the CCP had ostensibly pledged itself to support the right of national self-determination, explicitly including the right of secession, for all members of every minority. But while Article 14 set forth the public stance of the CCP with regard to self-determination, a resolution passed by the Constitutional Conference before it adopted the Constitution provides a much better insight into actual CCP intentions. Entitled Resolution of the First All-China Congress of Soviets on the Question of National Minorities in China, it is a document that addresses itself to the toiling masses of the national minorities, rather than to minorities as such. Degree indeed, in the course of its relatively slender text, the phrase "the toiling masses" is repeated 10 times. The toiling masses, it will be remembered, was the precise phrase suddenly adopted by Stalin following the October Revolution as a formula for calling a halt to separatist movements and for justifying the forcible re-establishment of the state's pre-revolutionary borders. There appears to be little question but that the repetitive use of the same phrase by the CCP, far from being coincidental, was intended to assure members of the party that, though promising the right of secession, the party would not permit any group to exercise that option. Apparently so that there would be no mistaking this point, the resolution contained two vitally different definitions of self-determination. The first version was that which was truly accepted by the party, the second version was the ONE.TOB publicized through the medium of the Constitution. The first states, "The Chinese workers, peasants, soldiers, and all the toiling masses shall fight determinately against the oppression of national minorities, and strive for their complete emancipation." In view of this, the First All-China Congress of Soviets of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers Deputies declares that the Chinese Soviet 75 Republic categorically and unconditionally recognizes the right of national minorities to self-determination. This means that in districts like Mongolia, Tibet, Xinjiang, Yunnan, Quechua, and others, where the majority of the population belongs to non-Chinese nationalities, the toiling masses of these nationalities shall have the right to determine for themselves whether they wish to leave the Chinese Soviet Republic and create their own independent state, or whether they wish to join the Union of Soviet Republics, or form an autonomous area inside the Chinese Soviet Republic. Then, having further stressed the party's commitment solely to the toiling masses, having urged the toiling masses of the minorities to join with those of the Han against the common exploiters, having driven wedges between the toiling masses of the minorities and their respective oppressing classes, princes, living Buddhas, lamas, the gentry, the TUSU, and the like. Having noted that the Congress openly declares before the toiling masses of all nationalities in China that it is the purpose of the Chinese Soviet Republic to create a single state for them, without national barriers, and having noted that the Soviet Union is the only country where the national question has indeed been solved, the Congress, in a seeming non sequitur, therefore resolved. In the fundamental law, Constitution, of the Chinese Soviet Republic it shall be clearly stated that all national minorities within the confines of China shall have the right to national self-determination, including secession from China and the formation of independent states, and that the Chinese Soviet Republic fully and unconditionally recognizes the independence of the Outer Mongolian People's Republic? 8. As noted, the Congress did in fact carry out this directive with regard to the Constitution, thereby committing the party to two distinct views as to the group in whom a so-called right of self-determination was vested. 1. That of the resolution, this means the toiling masses shall have the right, and, 2. That of the Constitution, all Mongolians and others living on the territory of China shall enjoy the full right. The message that emanated from the conference, therefore, was that self-determination for the toiling masses presently required a purely formal commitment to national self-determination. Or, phrased differently, since, in the Marxist lexicon, self-determination for the toiling masses would be indistinguishable from the victory of communism, the resolutions. 76. Message was that victory for the GCP required the public endorsement of self-determination for all minorities as a purely temporary expedient that was not to be honored. By the simultaneous endorsement of these two variant versions of the right of self-determination, the Chinese removed any question of ambiguity due to a lapse of time. Whereas, Stalin, following the revolution, had contended that the toiling masses had always been implicitly present in the Marxist view of self-determination, and whereas Lenin, following the revolution, had contended that he had truly intended to permit secession by nations without regard to class considerations but that changed circumstances had necessitated a change of position, the resolution of 1931 would seemingly deny either contention to the CCP. The CCP's ambivalence toward supporting independence for minorities was also evident in its propaganda. Sensing at a very early date that Japanese pressure upon China might prove to be the KMT's Achilles heel, Mao had by 1931 adopted appeals to Han nationalism, particularly the need for all Chinese to wage a war of national liberation against imperialism, as the leitmotif of party propaganda. Registered as part of that campaign, Mao harshly condemned the KMT for failing to preserve the integrity of China's imperial territory. Such a criticism was hardly consonant with the CCP's own constitutional promise to grant independence to non-Han peoples who populated huge segments of China. Yet, following the adoption of the 1931 Constitution, Mao periodically pledged that the CCP stands ready at all times to shed the last drop of blood in order to maintain the independence, unity, and territorial integrity of China. He specifically charged the KMT with having conceded Inner Mongolia to Japan, Tibet, Xinjiang, and Xikang to the British, and Yunnan to the French. Mao's expressions of dismay are difficult to reconcile with the fact that all of these territories were populated by minorities and their separation from China had therefore already been condoned by Article 14 of the 1931 Constitution of the Chinese Soviet Republic. Mao was obviously intent upon having it both ways. So far as the Han Chinese were concerned, he was convinced that appeals to the unity and territorial integrity of the motherland would, in his own words, win the sympathy and active support of the laboring masses of the whole country and all other Chinese people with even a slight amount of patriotic blood running in their veins. In order to gain the support of both the Han and the minorities, the CCP therefore simultaneously projected the image of preserver of the territorial borders of Im. 77. Imperial China when addressing the Han and of promoter of secession when addressing the minorities. Regardless of its underlying sincerity, the new minority policy, as set forth publicly in the 1931 Constitution, served the CCP well through some of its most trying times. Within 3 years of the original pronouncement on the matter, Mao's forces began their long march, during which they were to travel thousands of miles through southern, southwestern, and, ultimately, northwestern China. During the overwhelming portion of this 2-year journey, the communists were traversing the territory of various minorities, and they successively communicated the party's public position on self-determination to the minorities whom they encountered. A participant in the march described the impact that the doctrine had upon one people as follows: near the river of golden sand is the mountainous country of independent Lolo land. The Red Army sent friendly letters to treat with the Lolos and told them of our definite policy to give self-determination to the tribes of China and to preserve them. Ultimately, our negotiations were successful. In the future the Lolos will all support our party and policy, but for a while it seemed touch and go before we could establish good relations with them. *8 The promise of national self-determination was not, of course, a magical wand which upon a single wave was capable of immediately transforming enmity into camaraderie. Given the traditional distrust that the minorities harbored toward outsiders in general and Han in particular, it would be unrealistic not to expect the CCP to have encountered resistance. And, indeed, the accounts of the participants in the Long March record a number of unpleasant experiences. On balance, however, they all make clear that the party's nationality policy was an essential factor in its survival. In view of the poorly equipped, ill-fed, tiny fraction who did complete the march, it appears reasonable to conclude that determined indigenous resistance to the CCP's passage, or limited cooperation with the KMT by local peoples, would have proven disastrous. Nor did the importance of minorities terminate with the establishment of the historic base in Yenin. Continued good relations with the nearby Mongols and Hui, Muslims, were necessary in order to secure the rear and right flanks, respectively. Thus the realization of the minimum requirement with regard to the attitudes of the local populace, their passivity, obtained in large part by Sporad. 78. Eichelly declared promises of ethnic self-determination, was an essential element in Mao's survival from 1927 until the evacuation of the Yenin base 20 years later. What the CCP leaders tried to achieve from the manipulation of ethnic aspirations was not restricted to apathy, however. Having achieved, by their promise of political independence for minorities, a modicum of goodwill, or at least a better image than that enjoyed by the KMT, the CCP employed this entering wedge to gain further advantage. Here the leadership had a number of choices with regard to both intermediate goals and techniques. For example, the CCP could deal with a minority as a strategic unit and urge it to declare a war of national liberation against the common KMT enemy. Or it could try to entice members of the minority to join its forces, either as individuals or as tactical units. Second, the CCP could cooperate with the backward, feudal, leadership, or work with the more progressive, bourgeois, elite, or limit itself to operating through communists. Third, it could defer the ideological conversion of the minorities until the revolution was successful, or it could begin indoctrination immediately. In actuality, the CCP's decisions were marked by great flexibility reflecting pragmatic opportunism, for it employed all of these approaches at one time or another. Exact numbers are unobtainable, but members of minorities did volunteer to act as porters during the Long March, and others joined the Red Army either as individuals or as units registered. There were also numerous attempts to have entire minorities declare their independence, thereby declaring civil war with the KMT. In some cases, the attempt to create a secessionist state was taken under the leadership of members of the CCP. 6 But the CCP was not averse to working through the most conservative elements, if such an avenue promised success. In the case of the Muslim Hui, for example, the CCP took advantage of a schismatic struggle by allying itself with the most conservative religious leaders against a modernizing movement that had the support of the KMT-allied ruling house. The question of the communization of the minority masses was also approached pragmatically. As noted, the basic appeal made by the CCP to the minorities was the potential discarding of an alien political yoke. But the minorities were concurrently urged to overthrow native landlords and other national reactionaries. Thus ethnic nationalism and communism were linked, but there was a clear recognition on the part of the CCP that the greater attraction the wedge was nationalism. Political independence was depicted as near at hand, the timetable for broad acceptance of 79. Marxism was left less definite. Wherever possible, the psychological groundwork for conversion was laid, but the pragmatic goal of the revolution's success was to take paramountcy over ideology. Since the Long March occurred primarily in minority territory, both the long-range necessity and inevitability of the ideological conversion of the minorities, and the lack of immediate urgency for such a conversion are clearly conveyed by Mao's statement of late 1935, "The Long March is also an agitation corps." It declares to the approximately 200 million people of 11 provinces that only the road of the Red Army leads to their liberation. Without the Long March, how could the broad masses have known so quickly that there are such great ideas in the world as are upheld by the Red Army? The Long March is also a seeding machine. It has sown many seeds in 11 provinces, which will sprout, grow leaves, blossom into flowers, bear fruit, and yield a crop in the future. 29 While thus engaged in parlaying its intermittent offers of national independence into necessary support for its cause, the party never fell prey to its own rhetoric but continued to differentiate between its propaganda and its more privately held commitment to maintaining the territorial integrity of the Chinese state. It is instructive, for example, to contrast Mao's public statement and the official pledge of the CCP to the people of Inner Mongolia, both of which were made in December 1935, with Mao's more private statements concerning the people of Inner and Outer Mongolia that were made just 7 months later. The officially declared policy of the CCP was that we recognize the right of the people of Inner Mongolia to decide all questions pertaining to themselves, for no one has the right to forcefully interfere with the way of life, religious observances, etc., of the Inner Mongolian people. At the same time, the people of Inner Mongolia are free to build a system of their own choosing, they are at liberty to develop their own government, unite in a federation with other peoples, or to make themselves entirely separate. 4 Degrees of personal greeting by Mao at the same time noted that we are persuaded that it is only by fighting together with us that the people of Inner Mongolia can preserve the glory of the epoch of Genghis Khan, prevent the extermination of their nation, embark on the path of national revival, and obtain the freedom and independence enjoyed by peoples such as those of Turkey, Poland, the Ukraine, and the Caucasus. #. Yet, in a private interview during July 1936, Mao made no mention of a possible 80 separate state for the people of Inner Mongolia, but spoke only of an autonomous state. Later he added, "When the People's Revolution has been victorious in China, the Outer Mongolian Republic will automatically become a part of the Chinese Federation, at their own will. The Mohammedan and Tibetan peoples likewise will form autonomous republics attached to the China Federation." By the expressions autonomous states and autonomous republics, Mao did not mean independence. Even as then employed within the Soviet Union to describe that state's subsidiary political organs, these terms had a precise connotation: cultural autonomy but political subservience. Both Lenin and Stalin, we will recall, had, on numerous occasions, differentiated between self-determination, which to them and therefore to all true Marxist-Leninists included the right of secession, and autonomy, which did not. Mao was unquestionably clearly aware of this distinction. Remember that the CCP's 1931 resolution on minorities, which was quoted earlier, made clear this same distinction between an independent state and an autonomous area inside the Chinese Soviet Republic. Moreover, the inclusion of Outer Mongolia among the regions to be attached to China is particularly noteworthy. As mentioned earlier, the 1931 resolution called for the constitution to stipulate that the Chinese Soviet Republic fully and unconditionally recognizes the independence of the Outer Mongolian People's Republic. In point of fact, however, the constitution failed to make any reference whatsoever to Outer Mongolia, and Mao's 1936 comments suggest that he had had a hand in this omission. Apparently he perceived greater danger in granting formal approval to an already consummated act of secession, which the party hoped one day to reverse, than he did in holding out the phantasma of secession in an indefinite future. A more perplexing glimpse of the two faces the CCP was presenting with regard to the national question during this phase of its history is offered by the case of Changkuo Tao. One of the natural points of the CCP's history coincided with the 1935 meeting in western Sichuan province of Mao's forces coming from the south with those of Changkuo Tao, another communist leader who had been active in central China. The forces of both men were badly depleted, and it was decided that Chiang would work totally among the minorities of Western China, Tibet, Xinjiang, and Sichuan, while Mao would move northeastward to Yan'an and work primarily among the Han Chinese, whose support he would gain by espousing a united front of all patriotic forces to resist the 81 Japanese. Chiang was to fail and be purged, and his entire plan would later be described as warlordism, purportedly carried out only over Mao's strongest objections. There are a number of reasons, however, to suspect that Chiang's and Mao's respective courses of action constituted a two-pronged strategy, and that Mao's objections were ex post facto and were a result of the plan's failure rather than of its concept. But, in any event, to stigmatize pejoratively an attempt to carry out the party's official program on national independence as warlordism is to substantiate simultaneously a lack of sincerity with regard to the many proclamations made in support of national self-determination. How else can the charge of warlordism be reconciled with promises of independence made to minorities by Mao even after the Sichuan meeting? We have noted that Mao personally promised independence to the Mongolians in December of 1935. In the same month he signed a resolution that asserted, by its own example and sincere slogans, the Soviet People's Republic tells the oppressed Mongolians and Muslims, organize your own state, for in May of the following year, he pledged independence to the very people whom Chiang was currently courting. Addressing the Turkish Muslims of Xinjiang, elsewhere in the address referred to as the minorities of the Lhe Northwest, Mao wrote, 1. According to the principle of national self-determination, we advocate that the affairs of the Muslims must be completely handled by the Muslims themselves, that, in all Muslim areas, the Muslims must establish their independent and autonomous political power and handle all the political, economic, religious, custom, ethical, educational, and other matters. In short, the party's official commitment to national self-determination, and therefore to warlordism, survived Chiang's ill-fated venture and even his expulsion from the party. Regardless of its merits, Mao's well-known attack upon Chiang for warlordism probably helps to account for the fact that some authorities have erroneously concluded that the party actually terminated its official support for a right of secession about this time. Charges brought against Liu Shaochi by the Red Guards in 1967 would, if well-founded, offer retroactive substantiation for such a conclusion. The Guards urged that Liu be purged for advocating national separatism for minorities in 1937, the implication being that such a position could not have been compatible with official policy at that time. Registered degree yet, a party document published the same 82 year, 1937, noted the need to mobilize Mongolians, Muslims, and other minority groups for a common struggle against Japan on the basis of the principles of self-determination and self-government. While the document did not explicitly mention a right of secession, it most certainly did so by inference, since the CCP remained publicly committed to its 1931 constitutional definition of self-determination, which explicitly gave to minorities the right to secede, and form their own state. Moreover, as we have recorded, this explicit definition of self-determination was reaffirmed in several subsequent party declarations, as well as in personal pronouncements by Mao. Indeed, in his 1937 article, Liu Shaochi, who was at the time a member of the Politburo and a confidant of Mao, referred 6 times to independence as an elemental ingredient of self-determination. Registered comments attributed to Mao in a speech before the Central Committee of the CCP in October 1938 have also been cited as a public rejection of secession. Degree. First, the Meng, Hui, Sung, Miao, Yao, Ai, and Fan minorities must be allowed to have equal rights with the Han people. Under the principle of common struggle against Japan, they have the right to control their own affairs, and, at the same time, unite with the Han people to establish a unified country. For the passage, however, is not without ambiguity. The right of national minorities to control their own affairs could well be interpreted, particularly by the minorities themselves, as incorporating the right of secession. Indeed, given the fact that during the preceding year, 1937, the CCP had, for the second time, entered into a united front with the KMT. The wording of Mao's promise to the minorities was lavish. The party congress that Mao was addressing took place at a time when the CCP leadership was determined to avoid any potential sources of conflict between itself and the KMT, and, given the KMT's integrationist position with regard to all minorities, it is surprising that Mao was prepared to promise the latter the right to control their own affairs. Registered in any case, by 1945, with an American victory over Japan imminent and with the CCP now in a much more powerful position relative to the KMT, Mao once more employed the specific phrase, self-determination degree. He now demanded that the KMT grant better treatment for the racial minorities in China, according them the right of self-determination and of forming a union with the Han people on a voluntary basis. 5. Moreover, in the course of his 1945 speech, Mao favorably cited a 83 portion of the manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang, 1924, in which it was noted that the Kuomintang solemnly declares that it recognizes the right to self-determination of all nationalities in China. 5. Whatever the meaning that Sun Yat-sen might have intended by the phrase self-determination, the CCP, as we noted, had never repudiated its explicit 1931 constitutional assertion that self-determination for the national minorities meant their right to complete separation from China, and to the formation of an independent state for each national minority. 5. By citing Sun's reference to self-determination and adding that the CCP fully agrees, Mao, as late as 1945, was holding out the vision of a separate political state for any of the non-Han peoples who desired one. Furthermore, the 1945 constitution of the CCP spoke of the need to organize and unify the national minorities on its side and pledged to struggle for the establishment of a strong new democratic federated republic based on the alliance of all revolutionary classes and free union of all races. 6. The promise of national self-determination therefore remained an integral part of the CCP's program long after 1938. As Chiang Chi-I, a Chinese communist official with special expertise on the national question, would candidly acknowledge in 1956, why does the Chinese Communist Party, with respect to the tasks concerning the national question in the transition period, give prominence to safeguarding the unity of the motherland and nationalities' solidarity rather than the principle constantly emphasized by Lenin, that of national self-determination? In the first place, as we know, the Chinese Communist Party, on the basis of the Marxist-Leninist formulation of the national question, consistently advocated self-determination and federalism from the day the party was founded until the period of the anti-Japanese War. It was only with the period of China's Third Revolutionary War, i.e., 1946 to 1949, ed., that these slogans ceased to be emphasized. Registered. The party's ostensible commitment to self-determination therefore survived at least until 1946. And given the late 1948 statement by Liu Shaochi to the effect that the CCP advocates the complete equality of all nations, large or small, strong or weak, both at home and in the family of nations, and it also advocates the voluntary association and voluntary separation of all nations, it would seem that the party continued until the eve of total victory to hold out the grail of political separation before China's minorities. 84. Chiang Chi-i's confirmation that self-determination for minorities continued to be emphasized by the party until at least 1946 is intriguing, in that this emphasis is not reflected in known party declarations made after the mid-1930s. We have seen that Mao had very early exhibited an appreciation of the fact that the Han Chinese would likely regard any loss of imperial China's territory and populace as anathema, causing him to mask the party's support for separation when addressing a Han Chinese audience. And this at a time when the minorities held a very important place in party strategy. The degree of importance that the CCP assigned to the non-Han during the period is mirrored in the prophecy contained in the declaration that was issued at the culmination of the 1935 Sichuan meeting between Mao and Chiang Kai-shek. It forecast that the bringing of the minorities under the leadership of the CCP will be of decisive significance on the road ahead to the victory of the Chinese People's Revolution. Copyright The attitudes of the minorities might indeed prove decisive in permitting Mao's movement to survive one of its most desperate periods. But ultimately the Han, constituting more than 90% of the populace and inhabiting most of China's key centers, had to be won over if the GCP was to prove victorious. Developments already well underway, most particularly growing Japanese aggression against China, offered new opportunities for the CCP to win sympathizers among the Han, opportunities that would correspondingly lessen the significance of the minorities. We will recall that the plan agreed upon during the Sichuan Conference called for one group to work among the minorities, while Mao proceeded to Yan'an where he would initiate a proselytizing movement among the Han by stressing resistance to the Japanese invaders. Both courses of action were therefore predicated upon a profound appreciation of the political power of ethnic distinctions. In Mao's case, the Japanese were viewed as an ethnic asset, the vital them, for Mao correctly gauged that a crusade against the alien would prove more seductive to the Han Chinese than would Chiang Kai-shek's anti-communist campaign against fellow Chinese registered. Moreover, he also counted upon ethnic nationalism to bring ultimate victory over the powerful Japanese. Responding to a skeptical inquiry concerning the possibility of backward China defeating highly industrialized Japan, Mao commented in 1936, "It must be remembered that the war will be fought in China. This means that the Japanese will be entirely surrounded by a 85 hostile Chinese people. The Japanese will be forced to move in all their provisions and guard them, maintaining troops along all lines of communications, and heavily garrisoning their bases. The great reservoirs of human material in the revolutionary Chinese people will still be pouring men ready to fight for their freedom into our front lines long after the tidal flood of Japanese imperialism has wrecked itself on the hidden reefs of Chinese resistance." Euro to Mao. There was an obvious parallel between a Japanese army operating in eastern, Han, China, and a KMT army operating in a minority region of China. The intervention of the Japanese in China made it feasible to apply those concepts of successful revolutionary warfare, which were predicated upon ethnic diversity, through the medium of the majority, Han Chinese people, as Mao succinctly phrased it. Linking the civil war of China with the national war is a fundamental principle of the party's guidance of the Revolutionary War. 67 Mao's prospects were materially enhanced when the CCP entered, for the second time, into a united front with the KMT. Freed from the pressures of survival strategy, the CCP seized the opportunity to achieve broad-scale acceptability by wrapping itself in the attire of Han ethno-nationalism. Party propaganda became unabashedly nationalistic. Thus the CCP's public statement on KMT-CCP cooperation, September 22, 1937, read in part, "Beloved compatriots, the Central Committee of the CCP respectfully and most sincerely issues the following manifesto to all fathers, brothers, aunts, and sisters throughout the country. We know that in order to transform this glorious future into a new China, independent, free, and happy, all our fellow countrymen, every single zealous descendant of Huang Ti, the legendary first emperor of China, must determinately and relentlessly participate in the concerted struggle. The enemy has penetrated our country. The moment is critical. Compatriots, arise and unite. Our great Chinese nation, with its long history, is unconquerable. Rise and struggle for the consolidation of national unity and the overthrow of Japanese imperialist oppression. Victory will belong to the Chinese nation. Long live the victory of the anti-Japanese war. Long live the independent, free, and happy new China." Registered * subsequent documents noted that our race and nation now stand at a critical hour of survival and spoke of the Holy National War. 86. Of self-defense to drive the Japanese bandits out of China and to preserve our territorial and sovereign integrity. 6 degrees national unity replaced the cleavage of class, and repetitive utilization of the rather clumsy and redundant phrase "the Chinese nation" and "the Chinese people" replaced references to the toiling masses. Degree indeed the party, Marx's vanguard of the working class, now explicitly became the vanguard of the Chinese nation and the Chinese people. Han ethno-nationalism was indeed an idea whose time had come, and its timely embrace by the CCP rapidly increased support for the party among the Han people. As noted, since the Han comprised the bulk of China's population, their attitudes were necessarily of prime importance, if the CCP aspired to control of the entire country. Therefore, as the new ethno-national propaganda began to reap dividends, the significance of the minorities quite naturally sharply receded. A now realistic preoccupation with the Han people, unlike the party's earlier preoccupation predicated upon an unduly optimistic self-appraisal of its proselytical capabilities during the 1920s, could, in and by itself, account for the relative absence of references to minority matters after 1936. But it is also likely that the paucity of publicity accorded minority policies was due to a desire not to risk alienating members of the Han nation by becoming associated with policies sanctioning the severance of territory and subjects from Mother China. The fear of such a response even on the part of Han who were party members is evident in a 1937 party document authored by Liu Shaochi. The independence and autonomy of the minority nationalities is nothing to be afraid of, for after they are given independence and autonomy, they can still join China in the common struggle against the Japanese. What is to be feared is their opposition to China and the Hans, initiated at the deception of and for utilization by the Japanese. When Liu felt compelled to write this passage, the minorities were still an important element in the party's deliberations. But with the rather radical change in the party's fortunes brought about by growing support among the Han, it is reasonable to assume that the leadership found it progressively unwise to endanger the Han support by drawing attention to the party's promises concerning national self-determination for minorities. Tempering such a risk by decreasing the number of public references to a right of secession need not have cost the CCP a corresponding loss of support among the minorities, since prior to assuming power they never 87. Repudiated their support of such a right. Given even the very sporadic references to self-determination which, as we have noted, continued almost to the eve of total victory over the KMT, it is probable that the CCP persisted in its promises of secession while engaged in less publicized dealings with the minorities and their leaders. Considering that independent states proliferated among the Hui, Mongols, Tibetans, and peoples of Xinjiang, Eastern Turkestan, during the period, that their reunification by the CCP was achieved only by the use of force, and that several counter-revolutionary struggles occurred in minority areas after reunification, that is, in the early 1950s, it is evident that to the minorities the promises of independence retained their credibility into the late 1940s. In any case, immediately after assuming power in 1949, the CCP abruptly set to rest any Han or Intra party consternation concerning separatism. The document which proclaimed the establishment of the People's Republic of China, CPR, and which was to serve as a provisional constitution for the new state, was ominously silent regarding self-determination. Registered Article 2 spoke of the need to liberate all of the territory of China, and to achieve the unification of China. Article 7 promised to suppress all counter-revolutionary elements who commit treason against the motherland. Article 10 instructed the army to defend the territorial integrity of China. Those articles, 50 to 53, dealing explicitly with minorities offered equality and regional autonomy but, unlike the Soviet constitutions of 1924 and 1936, made no mention of secession. As if to underline the change of policy, it was stipulated flatly, Article 50, that nationalism and chauvinism shall be opposed. If further clarification of this phrase was necessary, it was furnished in unmistakable form the following year, when the People's Liberation Army was ordered into Tibet. General Lin Po explained the impending reannexation as follows: the People's Army will soon liberate Tibet. When the country has been liberated, Tibetans will be given regional autonomy and religious freedom. The parallel between this action and that taken by the Soviet authorities with regard to their nationalities at a corresponding point in their party's history is striking. In each instance, peoples who, during the revolution, were promised the right of political independence were subsequently reincorporated by force and offered the diminished prospect of regional autonomy. In yet another striking similarity, Stalin's ominous statement made 2 years after the Soviet Revolution to the effect that a demand 88 for secession would henceforth be a profoundly counter-revolutionary one, registered found a Chinese echo precisely 2 years following the defeat of the KMT. An editorial in People's Daily of October 2, 1951 stated that any national movement which seeks separation from the for independence will be reactionary. In a similar, if less bellicose vein, a Chinese official responsible for nationality policy within the CPR, described the first 2 years of the country's experience with minorities as follows. During the past 2 years, the different nationalities within the big family have steadily tightened the bonds between them. They now form an indivisible group, a fact over which all of us must rejoice. By this time, all of the minorities, including the Tibetans, had been returned to the fold, and the stress upon indivisibility, a theme subsequently to be repeated with undeviating regularity in the party's major documents, appears to have been designed to impress the minorities that the days of verbal toying with secessionism were definitely over. Thus, Article 2 of the General Program of the CPR for the implementation of regional autonomy for nationalities, which became official policy on August 9, 1952, averred that each national autonomous area is an inseparable part of the territory of the PRG. Registered degree. The same note of irreversible union was voiced in Article 3 of the 1954 Constitution, which stated, inter alia, that the PRC is a single, multinational state, that acts which undermine the unity of the nationalities are prohibited, and that the national autonomous areas are inalienable parts of the PRC. Registered more than a quarter century after the state's founding, the same theme was still echoing. Article 4 of the 1975 Constitution announced that the PRC is a undiri multinational state. The areas where regional autonomy is practiced are all inalienable parts of the PRC. Registered. The same two terms, unitary and inalienable, appeared yet again in Article 4 of the 1978 Constitution. While faithfully repeating the phrase that the autonomous areas are inalienable parts of the PRC, the 1982 Constitution was even more explicit than its predecessors concerning any claim to a right of secession. Any acts that undermine the unity of nationalities or instigate their secession are prohibited. Registered. Plus, unlike the Soviets, then, the CCP dropped the doctrine of self-determination immediately upon assuming power, and has subsequently denied any right of secession not just in content, as have the Soviets, but in form as well. And what of the many earlier promises of national self-determination? Chiang Kai, the Chinese communist official whom we earlier quoted, would, in 1956, quite correctly defend the broken 89 promises as orthodox Marxism. Marxists have never regarded the demand for the right to national self-determination as an invariable thing. Generally it has been regarded as a factor in the struggle for democracy and socialism. After citing Lenin and Stalin to this same effect, he concluded, in sum, the principal aim of Marxist-Leninists in insisting on the necessity of recognizing the right of national self-determination is that of opposing imperialism by seeking to make allies of the oppressed nationalities in the socialist revolution of the international proletariat. It is clearly not their aim to advocate indiscriminately the separation of each nation nor to urge the establishment of a great number of small nation-states. On the contrary, while supporting the right to national self-determination, Marxist-Leninists have constantly stressed the question of whether or not a particular nationality, depending on the actual circumstances of time and place and the interests of the revolution, ought to be separate. Only then can the question of its independence be decided. Registered in an earlier passage, this same official had made clear that no right to separate could be countenanced if the time were post-revolutionary and if the place were the territory of a multinational state. With each nationality in the country having achieved liberation, with the system of nationalities oppression basically abolished, and with the nationalities of our country having already entered the era of nationalities equality, can national liberation still be regarded as the task of each national minority? Of course, it cannot, since the system of nationalities oppression no longer exists. the aim of national liberation has already been achieved. This concept must be made absolutely clear, for otherwise individual reactionary elements within certain nationalities might take advantage of it. 5 degree as in the case of the Soviet Union, a request that pre-revolutionary promises be honored became counter-revolutionary and reactionary. Less candid concerning the broken promises of secession was the 1957 account of Zhou Enlai. In a speech of that year, he left the definite impression that the CCP had not followed Lenin's precedent in promising a right of independence to the minorities. The speech merits quotation in length, for it was released with great 90 publicity only in 1980, and reflects the official post-Mao position of the Chinese government with regard to nationality policy, with a view to integrating the struggle of the various nationalities against Tsarist, imperialist oppression with the struggle of the proletariat and the peasantry against the bourgeoisie and the landlords. Lenin at that time proclaimed the slogan of national self-determination and recognized the right of the various nationalities to secede. It was all right if you wished to form an independent republic, it was also all right if you wished to join the Union of Socialist Republics of Russia. At that time, to enable the first socialist state to take root politically, it was imperative to lay emphasis on this slogan of national self-determination and allow the various nationalities to separate. This was the only way to break free of the past imperialist political relations, and to enable the new socialist state under the dictatorship of the proletariat to establish a firm foothold. The specific conditions of the time demanded that the Russian proletariat do this. China finds itself in different historical circumstances. Although in Old China, there was the reactionary rule of first the northern warlords and later the Kuomintang, who oppressed the working people and the fraternal nationalities, the whole country was one that suffered imperialist aggression, one that had become a semi-colony, or, in some regions, a colony. We were liberated under these circumstances. The revolutionary situation developed differently from that in the Soviet Union. We did not win political power by staging uprisings in big cities or in the industrially developed areas first. Instead, we established revolutionary base areas mainly in the countryside and won liberation after 22 years of revolutionary wars. In these war years, the various nationalities in our country had come to establish close ties. For instance, there were revolutionary base areas in Inner Mongolia and anti-Kuomintang revolutionary movements in Xinjiang. Various nationalities had taken part in the activities led by our party. In the guerrilla areas in southwest China, many members of fraternal nationalities in the interior had joined the Liberation Army, and the Red Army had made its revolutionary influence felt in areas in the southwest inhabited by minority peoples when it passed through these places during the long march and had absorbed cadres from among these peoples. In short, the Chinese nation as a whole has long been a nation suffering external imperialist oppression. Among our various NA 91 nationalities, they have shared will and woe and cemented a militant friendship in the revolutionary wars, culminating in the liberation of this big family of nationalities. The relations among ourselves and our relations with the outside world do not require us to adopt the policy as was followed by Russia at the time of the October Revolution, which laid emphasis on national self-determination and at the same time allowed the secession of nationalities. Historical development has provided us with conditions for national cooperation, while the development of our revolutionary movement has also provided us with the basis for such cooperation. So, since liberation, we have adopted the system of national regional autonomy suitable to Chinese conditions and favorable to national cooperation. We don't lay emphasis on the secession of nationalities. If we do now, imperialism will take advantage of this degree. Thus, by combining ambiguity, a series of confusing chronological jumps, and the omission of key facts, most notably the CCP's many pledges to honor a right of secession, history is rewritten and the CCP's perfidy toward the minorities erased. In retrospect, it is clear that Lenin's advice concerning the public advocacy of national self-determination prior to the taking of power served the CCP extraordinarily well. From 1927 until the evacuation of his Yan'an headquarters 20 years later, Mao operated in or near minority areas, and the requirements of guerrilla warfare made the neutrality or the support of the minorities seemingly indispensable to his survival during most of the interval. The policy of appealing to ethnic aspirations for independence therefore blended well with the party's needs. Moreover, unlike the case of the Soviet Union, which lost Finland, the manipulation of ethnic attitudes did not cost China a loss of territory. It is also evident that the CCP did not slavishly follow Lenin's advice or the example of the Soviet Union. The promise of secession was not carried into the post-revolutionary period, and Mao's decision to cloak his party in the ethno-national garb of the country's dominant element appears strangely out of tune with Lenin's cosmopolitan viewpoints. But it was that decision to adopt ethno-nationalism not just as an ally but as a disguise which made possible the single-decade transformation of the CCP from a small and isolated faction at Yenin into the ruling group of the world's most 92 populous state. By 1930, the Chinese communist leaders had come to appreciate the close interrelationship between people's wars and ethnopsychology, and having once adopted the strategy of gaining power by conducting such a war, they continuously ascribed the greatest importance to the exploitation of ethno-national attitudes on the part of both the dominant and minority groups. Chapter 5. Highland Peoples in the National Liberation and Consolidation of Vietnam. In contrast with that of the CCP, the early history of the Vietnamese Communist Party's position on the national question is a bit more complex because the party was operating in a colony. This made the issue at least a four-sided matter, involving the mother country, the Communist Party within the mother country, the Soviet Union, and the Communist Party or parties within the colony. Moreover, the doctrine of self-determination, as applied to Indochina, ran afoul of the inconsistency which had always been present in Lenin's wedding of the national and colonial questions. Promising self-determination to colonies qua colonies is compatible with national self-determination only if the colony contains but one self-conscious ethnic group. Otherwise, colonial self-determination could mean national self-determination only for the ethnic element that comes to dominate the new state. This inconsistency would pertain not just to Indochina as a whole, but to Cambodia, Laos, or Vietnam if considered alone, for each of the three states presently comprising Indochina are ethnically heterogeneous. It is necessary to consider Cambodia and Laos, as well as Vietnam, for the various organizations which Ho Chi Minh headed during his career had a kaleidoscopic dimension, sometimes claiming only to speak for the peoples of Vietnam, while at other times extending their claim to encompass Cambodia and Laos as well. The first noteworthy Marxist-Leninist organization within Indochina was founded by Ho in 1925, and, as implied by its name, Association of Revolutionary Vietnamese Youth, was not intended to incorporate the many peoples of Indochina. A number of localized communist movements sprang up in the ensuing years, leading Ho to call a meeting of the factions in January 1930, at which a united organization, called the Vietnamese Communist Party, was created. However, the Third International felt that an organization with a larger base would be necessary to challenge the French effectively, and Ho and his colleagues were therefore directed to incorporate Laos and Cambodia into the organization. 102. Ho concurred, and in October 1930 the party took the title, Indochinese Communist Party, ICP. That this decision was reached in full awareness of the importance of the fact that three different peoples were involved is evident from the party's official history. Following the Communist International's instructions, the session decided to change the party's name to Indochinese Communist Party because the Vietnamese, Cambodian, and Laotian proletariat have politically and economically to be closely related in spite of their difference in language, customs and race. Yet another organization appeared during World War II, when Ho took advantage of the unpopularity of the Japanese and their French agents to organize the Viet Minh, a united front representing a conglomeration of nationalist and patriotic forces under the effective control of the leadership of the ICP. In order to assuage the fears of many of the Viet Minh's anti-communist members, thereby ensuring the continued unity of the United Front into the post-war period, The formal organization of the ICP was dissolved in November 1945, although it continued in fact to function through study groups. By the time it was formally resurrected in March 1951 as the Workers' Party, Lao Dong, the Communist Party had ostensibly become once more a party geographically limited to Vietnam. It is necessary to emphasize the word, ostensibly, because the domination of the Communist parties of Cambodia and Laos by the leaders of the Lao Dong continued long after 1951.7. Indeed, in its 1951 platform, the party pledged to work toward an independent, free, strong, and prosperous federation of the states of Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia if the three people so desire. But whatever the geographic extent of their claimed jurisdiction, all of the various organizations with which Ho was associated prior to the end of World War II paid great attention to the minorities. His earliest organization, the Association of the Revolutionary Vietnamese Youth, insisted that it was the right of all people, not just Vietnamese, but Cambodians, Man, Laos, etc., to govern themselves. And at its founding in 1930, the ICP set itself 10 concrete tasks, number 7 of which was political independence of Indochina, the right of self-determination of peoples. Moreover, in a program d'action, drawn up sometime between 1930 and 1934, the ICP pledged itself to a fraternal union of all Indochinese peoples. The right of Cambodians, Laotians and other nationalities to self-determination. None of these promises was devoid of ambiguity. A right to govern themselves, 1929, could be taken to mean a right to total independence or merely a right to a measure of regional autonomy. In the absence of further elaboration, a right of self-determination of peoples, 1930, might be interpreted as what we earlier termed colonial self-determination, i.e., the right of Indochina, as a single unit, to sever the French connection. The still later enumeration of Cambodians, Laotians, and other nationalities as peoples to whom the right of self-determination accrued, would, had it stood alone, justify the inference that it was national and not colonial self-determination that was being promised. As noted, however, this promise of self-determination to the Cambodians et al. Was prefaced with the contradictory commitment to a fraternal union of all Indochinese peoples. Moreover, glaring in its absence from all of these documents, each of which was intended for the broadest audience possible, was any reference to a right of secession. As earlier noted, throughout this period the Comintern was consistently demanding that communist parties outside the Soviet Union publicly proclaim the right of self-determination, making explicit that this included the right of secession. Thus in 1928, the year immediately preceding the earliest of Ho's known public stances with regard to minorities, the Comintern postulated among the most important tasks, recognition of the right of all nations, regardless of race, to complete self-determination, i.e., going as far as political secession. Ho was unquestionably aware of the Comintern's stand on this matter. He had been an active member of the organization for many years, attending many of the congresses. He had been sent to China as an agent of the Comintern as early as 1925, he had, as noted, followed a Comintern directive in restructuring his party into an Indochina-wide organization, and finally, he had formally joined his party to the Comintern in the spring of 1931, thus committing it to the Leninist policy on the national question registered that the ICP's ambiguity concerning its minorities policy was deliberate was acknowledged in a party article published in 1934 referring to their most recent program. The article noted that certain comrades found the slogan, Motd Ordre, a fraternal union of all Indochinese peoples. The right of Cambodians, Laotians and other nationalities to self-determination, to be incomplete, and they would add the right of separation. Such comrades were accused of an inability to grasp the flexibility of the slogan of self-determination and of overlooking the reality of the situation, which sometimes obliges us to emphasize one part of the national question more than another. The article continues, the right of PEO. 104. Pleas to self-determination is political independence, it is the right of these nations to organize themselves as will appear wise, to decide for themselves whether they unite or not with the country which had oppressed them prior to the revolution. The authors then address the question, but why do we not emphasize here in the program that part of the slogan including separation? A two-part answer is proffered. The first explanation is associated with the charge that French imperialism was currently employing the ancient device of divide and rule by stirring up the animosity of the French proletariat toward the exploited masses in France's colonies as well as the animosities among the various peoples of Indochina. This French strategy must be countered by a trans-ethnic united front, for only a close union of the Annamites Vietnamese with the Cambodians, Laotians and other nationalities of Indochina will be able to assure the victory of the revolution over imperialism and feudalism. It is therefore necessary that we explain to all the oppressed peoples of Indochina that we unite for the struggle until the victorious revolution throughout all of Indochina, when we shall organize ourselves after the overthrow of imperialism and feudalism. Given the earlier acknowledgement that self-determination incorporates the right of separation, it might be assumed that this article was holding forth the option of separation following the end of French rule. However, the key sentence, although mentioning separation, is so ambiguous that it suggests a purposeful attempt to mislead. It is natural that with the overthrow of imperialism and feudalism there arises the question of a federation of Soviet republics of all the liberated nationalities on the basis of their right to self-determination and to unite or to separate. No further elucidation is offered, and it is therefore not clear whether separation refers to a right of political existence outside of the Soviet Federation, or to a purely formal right of separation within the Soviet Federation, in the fashion of the right of secession bestowed by the Constitution of the Soviet Union. The second reason that was advanced for the party's failure to spell out a right of secession in its program was that the Cambodians and Laotians, in addition to the Vietnamese, were the only peoples who qualified as nations under Stalin's 1913 definition. The unstated but self-evident implication was that the other groups, not being nations, did not qualify for the right of self-determination. This dichotomizing of ethnic groups is the more interesting, since public pronouncements of the party had hitherto given no hint of Vietnam 105. Such an intention. Remember that the 1929 program had referred to Cambodians, Man, Laotians, etc., that the 1930 program had mentioned only the right of peoples to self-determination, thus implying all peoples, and that the very phrase upon which the article had focused, i.e., the excerpt from the party's most recent program, spoke of the right of Cambodians, Laotians, and other nationalities to self-determination. Thus, with regard to national self-determination for the many non-Cambodian, non-Laotian minorities, a summary of the article might read: what the party hath given, publicly, the party hath taken away, more privately. Ho's party was also destined to backtrack with regard to colonial self-determination. As Moscow's fear of fascism grew in the early and mid-1930s, the Comintern instructed communist parties to enter united fronts with all anti-fascist forces, and to support all anti-fascist governments. Under directions from the International to change tactics, particularly with regard to colonial self-determination, so as not to threaten the united front within France, the ICP temporarily shelved its demand of immediate independence for all the peoples of Indochina, and now emphasized that the right to secede did not mean that it was necessary to secede. This new strategy of the ICP won the sobriquet the United Front of Treason from the Vietnamese Trotskyists. This hiatus in the party's otherwise steadfast commitment to colonial self-determination proved of short duration, for from the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact in 1939 until the French withdrawal from Indochina in 1954, anti-colonial resistance was fully compatible with the Soviet Union's foreign policy, despite the remarkable vicissitudes that country's list of enemies and allies underwent during the period. Despite its short duration, however, the hiatus is significant as an illustration that colonial and national self-determination were both held subservient to the broader interests of the global Marxist movement. But while the ICP did demonstrate a significant level of hedging on the national question, it continued to proclaim its support for the right of self-determination. Moreover, the Viet Minh, which was under the effective domination of the party, most unequivocally pledged itself in 1943 to national self-determination for Vietnam's non-Vietnamese peoples. A conference held that year adopted a program, point 4 of which read the right of minorities to self-determination. Since the Viet Minh, whose full title, Vietnam Doc Lap Dong Minh, translates into the Vietnam Independence League, claimed to be only a Vietnamese and not an Indo. 106. Chinese organization, the promise clearly pertained to those non-Vietnamese peoples who populated the highlands of Vietnam. The Viet Minh's concern with gaining the support of the highland peoples is quite understandable. In the first of a remarkable series of parallels to the experience of the Chinese Communist Party, the early attempts of the ICP to develop a following among the numerically dominant people, who also, as in the case of the dominant element within China, were stretched along the eastern seaboard, had met with a series of failures. As in the case of the CCP, strategic necessity caused the ICP then to fall back upon regions populated by inland minorities. Indeed, the meeting that established the Viet Minh took place well within the northeastern highlands in close proximity to the Chinese border, so it was natural that gaining support of the minorities should be accorded the highest priority. 1 degree. Although the ICP operated almost exclusively within minority areas during the entire World War II period, its operations were not restricted to French Indochina. In Southeast Asia, as elsewhere throughout the Job, there is an almost total absence of coincidence between ethnic and political land borders. The Sino-Indo-Chinese border segmented ethnic homelands, and the local peoples viewed the border as non-existent. Taking advantage of the border's porousness and the realities of the ethnic map, the ICP treated the region located between that populated by the Han Chinese in the north and that by the ethnically Vietnamese in the south as a single region of operations, establishing base areas on either side of the border and, when pressure demanded, retreating deeply into China's territory. In ICP perceptions of the time, the minority areas of southern China would serve both as sanctuary from the control and repression of the French and Japanese, and as a convenient springboard from which we could easily cross back into Vietnam to operate and build up our infrastructure among the people, sent. Although the ICP could not be aware of it at the time, the experience they gained in dealing with minorities during the World War II period would be of great value in their post-war struggles. Their World War II experience confirmed the wisdom of adopting the local dress, language, and other overt, cultural idiosyncrasies, of elevating ICP members belonging to the minorities to the higher echelons and utilizing them as often as possible when dealing directly with the local people, and, finally, of appealing to the ethnopolitical aspirations of the minorities. A key ingredient in the AP appeals was, of course, the aforementioned plank of the Viet Minh's platform dealing with self-determination. Registered, and the promise of self-determination had paid rich dividends. The first important base area of the Viet Minh, established by Jap during World War II, was in the territory of the minorities living on either side of the Chinese-Vietnamese border. It was this haven which afforded the ICP the time and safety to create its first effective organization. The Viet Minh's official commitment to national self-determination throughout World War I caused the abrupt about-face performed by Ho and his associates in the immediate post-war period to be all the more striking. Confident that he was on the threshold of power, Ho proclaimed the creation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam on September 2, 1945, the same day on which Japan formally surrendered to the United States. The Constitution of the new Republic, adopted on November 9, 1946, made no mention of either self-determination or a right of secession, the territory of Vietnam being declared one and indivisible. Throughout the document, the term nation was consistently equated with the entire population. Nor did the term nationalities appear anywhere throughout the Constitution. The only suggestion of ethnic heterogeneity found in either the preamble or in the section entitled General Provisions was oblique, being transmitted through the ritual phrase, which was employed twice, without distinction of race, class, creed, wealth, or sex, emphasis added. Elsewhere throughout the document, Articles 4 through 70, with but one exception, the non-Vietnamese were referred to as ethnic minorities. Asterisk. Did this hitherto unused terminology indicate that there were no groups within Vietnam who could qualify for national self-determination? Some insight into the thinking that went into this constitutional treatment of minorities can be gleaned from an important party tract written in the same year that the Constitution was ratified. Entitled The August Revolution, it was written sometime in 1946 by Truong Chin, an important party leader who was later to become its general secretary. Asterisk. In consecutive paragraphs, Truong Chin asserted that the principle of the right of nations to self-determination gave Vietnam the NGHT to total freedom from France, and that attempts to fractionalize Vietnam by creating a Nam Ky state, Moi state, Thai state, Nung state, etc. had to be rejected because Vietnam must be worthy of the name nation, that is to say, it is one and indivisible. By thus employing the term nation to refer to Vietnam, national self-determination was paradoxically employed to justify the right of a multi-ethnic territory to secede while simultaneously denying this same right to the non-Vietnamese ethno-national groupings which inhabited that territory. It is highly unlikely that this unusual departure from the Marxist-Leninist legacy of carefully distinguishing between nation and state was unintentional. As quite probably the party's most sophisticated theorist, Truong Chin could be expected to be familiar with the nuances of Marxist terminology. Perhaps even more to the point was the fact that this interutilization of key terms was also at variance with all previous practices of the ICP itself. Considering, then, that several years were to elapse before the expression self-determination, at least to the knowledge of this writer, was to reappear in a party document, the article may well have been intended to act as a beguiling swan song, designed to paper over the discrepancy between the earlier promises of national self-determination to minorities and the reality which the party actually planned for them. As Marx or Engels might have put it, the non-Vietnamese had become a people without a history. But this only leads to a larger question. Why did the Communists decide to drop support for the right of self-determination some 9 years before the actual assumption of power in northern Vietnam and nearly 2 decades before victory in the south? As we have seen, the minorities were the key to the party's survival prior to 1945. But the withdrawal of the Japanese and the anticipation that the French would not attempt the reconquest of Indochina now caused the minorities to shrink in significance. The ethnic focus of the party concentrated once more upon the Vietnamese, for the only remaining obstacle to uncontested power appeared to be the leaders of the medley of Vietnamese national parties and movements. Just as had the CCP in 1937, Ho now appealed to the ethnically Vietnamese people in the most nationalistic manner, as witness the following statement made by Ho in 1946, compatriots in the south and the southern part of central Vietnam. The north, center, and south are part and parcel of Vietnam. We have the same ancestors, we are of the same family, we are all brothers and sisters. No one can divide the children of the same family. Likewise, no one can divide Vietnam. Asterisk. The passage is in curious contradiction to the 1946 Constitution, the more curious because the Constitution was submitted by Ho to the Vietnamese National Assembly for ratification within a week. 110. Of this speech. In basing his case for a single state upon a single people with a common ancestry, Ho was clearly excluding the ethnic minorities. The Constitution, we will recall, though making no mention of nations or nationalities, had at least acknowledged distinction of race and the presence of ethnic minorities within Vietnam. Yet within a week the ethnically pure state of his speech had been transformed into the one and indivisible multi-ethnic state of the Constitution. A Vietnamese people defined in terms of common ancestry had been transformed into a Vietnamese people defined in terms of geographic accident. And all these metamorphoses had been facilitated by the misapplication of the concept of the nation to the entire population of an envisaged, ethnically heterogeneous state. Minimally, Ho's appeal to common blood was clearly one which could be expected to produce negative psychological responses among the ethnic minorities, and therefore illustrates Ho's preoccupation with the ethnically Vietnamese segment of the population. As the Chinese Communist Party had realized when launching its own successful campaign to capture the imagination of its state's dominant people, such a goal required that the Communists not be identified too closely with promises to violate the fatherland's territorial integrity. Indeed, the only noteworthy difference between the actions of the CCP and Ho's organization at these comparable points in their development is that while the Chinese only played down the publicity surrounding their support of self-determination, the 1946 Vietnamese Constitution, by pledging territorial indivisibility, publicly denied a right of secession. But Mao had been anticipating a protracted struggle with the Japanese, followed by a still more protracted one with the state's recognized government. Ho, by contrast, was the declared president of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, which he expected momentarily to become the recognized state of all Vietnam *registered. Moreover, the CCP, by claiming an uninterrupted history dating from 1921, had to consider the impact that too drastic a volte-face might exert upon its reputation for sincerity among the minorities. By contrast, Ho's decision to dissolve the formal structure of the ICP, so it would not in any way impede his courtship of the ethnically Vietnamese people, had the advantage of freeing him from the onus of earlier promises made in that party's name. Although fraught with risk, Ho's precipitate actions of 1946 were to have no discernible effect upon future relations with the minorities. Upon the outbreak of hostilities with the French, the Viet Minh fell back once more upon its transborder base area within the territory populated by non-Vietnamese. Moreover, it was in this area and in the minority regions to the west that the major battles of the French Indochina War, 1946 to 1954, including the decisive Battle of Dien Bien Phu, were waged. The selection of these sites by the Viet Minh for the conduct of its struggle is revealing, for the leaders were committed to a guerrilla struggle, and they were at least as aware as the leaders of the CCP that the relationship of the local inhabitants to the armed forces was of vital significance. In 1947, near the beginning of the war, Truong Chin wrote, "Guerrilla warfare must be the tactic of the people as a whole, not of the army alone. To achieve good results in guerrilla and mobile warfare, we must mobilize the people to support our armed forces enthusiastically and to fight the army together with them. The people are the eyes and ears of the army, they feed or keep our soldiers. It is they who help the army in sabotage and in battle. The people are the water and our army the fish. The people constitute an inexhaustible source of strength to the army. To increase their numbers, the troops must recruit new fighters from among the people. That is why the entire people must be armed, guerrilla movements must be initiated, the actions of the regular army and guerrilla forces must be coordinated. We must act in such a way that wherever the enemy goes, he meets the resistance forces of the entire Vietnamese people, who arms in hand, fight against him, ready to die rather than return to slavery." Here, just as in the statements of Mao and Piang, the local people are assigned the key roles of providing food, shelter, recruits, and intelligence, while performing the equally important tasks of denying each of these to the enemy. As has been indicated, it was members of a minority who in most instances constituted the local people in the French Indochina War. And, in fact, throughout the war the minorities did play all of the strategic roles assigned to them in communist guerrilla strategy. They harbored Viet Minh forces and supplied them with food and shelter, they worked as porters. Consider the importance of this contribution in massing artillery around the French position at Dien Bien Phu, they furnished information on French movements, they fought in Viet Minh ranks, both as individuals and as units. 28 The role of the minorities was unquestionably vital to the Viet Minh victory, even 112. More important than minorities had been to the rise of the Soviet and Chinese parties. Registered indeed, in ethnic terms it would be more accurate to describe the war as a victory of the non-Vietnamese indigenes, rather than of the Vietnamese. Nor did the importance of non-Vietnamese people cease with the defeat of the French and the extension of communist control over the northern half of Vietnam. In its subsequent campaign to bring about the dissolution of the Saigon political organization and to consolidate the country, Hanoi's representatives remained extremely active among the many minorities who populate the mountain chain that forms all of Laos except for the Mekong Valley in the west, most of South Vietnam north of Saigon except for a thin coastal strip, and the northeastern corner of Cambodia. It would be difficult to exaggerate the strategic role performed by this area in Hanoi's victorious campaign. First, it contained the major routes by which Hanoi supplied the guerrilla forces operating within what prior to 1975 was popularly termed the State of South Vietnam registered degree. Both the Ho Chi Minh and Sihanouk trails were totally within minority regions. Second, the huge highlands within South Vietnam, which comprise more than two-thirds of that former state's territory, contained or commanded most of the strategically important targets north of Saigon. Thirdly, the area contained the minority, I.e., non-Laotian, non-Khmer, regions of southeastern Laos and northeastern Cambodia which were used throughout the war as sanctuaries by anti-Saigon forces, greatly magnifying the problems associated with counterinsurgency efforts. On balance, the communist forces were incontestably more successful than their opponents in eliciting support from the Montagnards, that collective term most commonly used to describe the diverse peoples who populate this highland region. In the case of Laos, the communist movement, the Pathet Lao, was, with the exception of a handful of top leaders such as Prince Suphonafong, nearly totally composed of non-Lao. United States Special Forces made important allies among some of the hill tribes, particularly the Mio, but the vast minority areas of Laos remained definitely more available throughout the war to Hanoi than they were to the non-communist government in Vientiane. In the case of Cambodia, prior to the overthrow of the very popular Khmer Prince, Norodom Sihanouk in 1970, broad-scale resistance to Phnom Penh was lacking in areas populated by the dominant Khmer element. However, during this period the communist forces, Khmer, Vietnam 113. Rouge, were able to establish and maintain base areas in the minority area of the northeast, as well as in minority-dominated pockets in the southwest and Thai pockets in the northwest *. Finally, within the hill country of what was then South Vietnam, the inability of the substantial and well-equipped forces of the United States and Saigon to stamp out the guerrilla activities of the Viet Cong and detachments of the People's Army of Vietnam, PAVN, confirms that the guerrillas enjoyed at least that minimal essential of apathy on the part of the local populace. The overall record of Viet Cong and PAVN operations in the highlands attests that the minorities were not actively impeding the communist forces, nor were they reporting on their caches, semi-fixed positions, and movements to the U.S. and Saigon authorities. United States Special Forces were for a time remarkably successful in organizing significant numbers of the Hill people under their personal command, but the Saigon authorities, increasingly wary of aliens, Americans, interceding between themselves and their subjects and fearing, with good cause as witness the Montagnard revolts of 1965, that the program was arming potential dissidents, had completely curtailed such operations by 1970. Moreover, following U.S. withdrawal from Vietnam, Montagnard hostility to the South Vietnamese forces increased. The closing months of the war witnessed several uprisings. Indeed, the last extended offensive, which drove Saigon forces out of the hill country, was ignited by Loka forces and appears originally to have caught the Viet Cong and PAVN units by surprise. Assessing the contribution of the Montagnard efforts in bringing about the fall of the Saigon political structure, Le Monde commented on April 2, 1975 that the local population played an essential part in expelling the government troops from the Central Highlands. Emphasis added, what were the lures selected by the communists to elicit this support in the period from 1946 to 1975? The documents fall well short of providing a definite answer, registered perhaps as a consequence of the premature Constitution of 1946 with its embarrassing commitment to a state that was to be one and indivisible. The pieces of documentary evidence during the French phase of the struggle, 1946 to 1954, are either non-committal or suspiciously vague concerning the destiny of the Montagnards. Thus, in the case of the official platform of the newly created Liaodong Party, March 1951, one is struck by the absence of any of the words customarily used by communist movements to convey where their current minority policy falls on the integration-secession continuum, i.e., words such 114 as inalienable, indivisible, autonomy, self-determination, secession, and the like. The platform did note that the party resolutely opposes narrow-minded nationalism and is determined to smash the plots of the imperialists and traitors to sow hatred among the people and divide them. *4 But it would be difficult to read even a veiled denial of self-determination into this passage, since Lenin had prescribed the promise of independence as the necessary antidote for precisely the sort of intergroup relationship which this passage deplores. Otherwise, the platform's only reference to secession is most oblique. It could be argued that in proposing a federation of the states of Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia, the party was ruling out any other states within Indochina. Registered that a definite nationality policy was being pursued at this time is beyond dispute. In 1950 Ho credited the cooperation of the non-Vietnamese nationalities to the cadres of the Viet Bac interzone who have correctly implemented the policies of the party. Degree 6 In 1951 he condemned erroneous tendencies, in the implementation of the policies on national minorities, and in 1952 he advised military officers that the government has issued policies concerning the national minorities, and the troops must implement them correctly. Degree * In none of these cases, however, did Ho give any intimation of the content of these policies with regard to the promises made to the minorities in order to gain their cooperation. Two scholarly authorities report that the Viet Minh regularly outpromised the French with regard to the degree of self-government they, the Viet Minh, would countenance *. If so, the Viet Minh must have been promising independence, for the French were promising what they termed autonomous states within the French Union. Degree The Geneva Accords of 1954, which formally signaled the end of French rule and the partition of Vietnam into two independent states, gave rise to a dilemma on the national question not faced by any other Marxist-Leninist movement. Had the Liaodong assumed immediate control of the entire country, there is no reason to suspect that it would not have introduced the unitary structure outlined in the 1946 Constitution *. But the Liaodong, committed by the terms of its program to the unification of the entire country and cognizant of the continuing importance of the minorities of Laos, Cambodia, and South Vietnam to this effort, could presume that the treatment accorded to the minorities under its sway would affect the amount of influence it could exert upon these other inhabitants of Indochina's highlands. Ostensible consistency had Vietnam 115. Necessarily to be maintained between what the Liaodong was practicing at home and promising abroad, for, as we have noted in the case of the China border, North Vietnam's borders regularly bisected ethnic units and were therefore very porous from a communications viewpoint. But what options were available to the Liaodong? Secession of more than two-thirds of North Vietnam's territory was clearly unacceptable, but rigorous integration could imperil the support among minorities outside the state that was deemed essential if unification were to be achieved. Moreover, the strategic considerations of the Liaodong following the withdrawal of French forces were not totally dissimilar to those faced by the Chinese Communists following the withdrawal of the Japanese troops. The main adversary was now a government dominated by members of the principal ethnic group, and undermining the power base of that government would require convincing its, ethnically, Vietnamese subjects that the revolutionary movement was the true champion of the Vietnamese nation *. And, as the CCP leadership had appreciated, such a task would be far more difficult to accomplish if the revolutionary movement was popularly perceived as willing to cede huge segments of territory. It was therefore necessary to make promissory concessions to the national aspirations of the minorities, while simultaneously having due caution for the sensibilities of the dominant element. A middle course was essential, and the leadership of the Liaodong settled on regional autonomy. Within 3 months of his movement's occupation of Hanoi, Ho made clear that such autonomy was to be the cornerstone of nationality policy, but he also took pains to make clear that autonomy was to be exercised within the bloc of solidarity with Vietnam. Asterisk. In compliance with this directive, the first autonomous zone was established in May 1955. Again, Ho felt constrained to use the occasion to remind the inhabitants of the region that their subordination both to the party and to the state was not to be seen as a temporary condition, but as one in perpetuity. The Timeo Autonomous Region is an integral part of the Great Family of Vietnam, making with other brother nationalities a monolithic bloc of unity. It will always enjoy the education and leadership of the party and government and the assistance of other brother nationalities. From a purely legalistic viewpoint, autonomous zones within North Vietnam occupied an anomalous position between 1955 and 1960, in that the 1946 Constitution, which was technically still in effect, 116, had made no allowance for the principle of autonomy. Registered constitutional legitimacy was granted ex post facto by the Constitution of 1960. This later constitution, unlike that of 1946, also recognized distinctions of nationality, as well as of race, class, sex, etc. Indeed, the state was now defined as a multinational state. And in a return to Marxist practice, the distinction between the state and the nation was now meticulously maintained throughout the Constitution's body proper. On the other hand, the preamble undid much of this vocabular precision, particularly the acknowledgement of the state's multinational character, by referring to all inhabitants of Vietnam by such collective rubrics as the Vietnamese people, the entire Vietnamese people, and even the entire nation. In any event, the concept of indivisibility was proclaimed in as unyielding a fashion as it had been in 1946. The territory of Vietnam is a single, indivisible whole from north to south, Article 1. The Democratic Republic of Vietnam is a single multinational state. Autonomous zones are inalienable parts of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, Article 3. Thus, unlike the Chinese and Soviets who were able to delay substituting autonomy and inalienability for promises of secession until after coming into control of the ruling apparatus for the entire state, the Vietnamese movement was forced to adopt such a stance somewhat prematurely, at a time when only half the country was under its jurisdiction. As noted, regional autonomy was a compromise between the needs of internal and external objectives. Judging by their earlier actions, the Lao Dong would have preferred to do less with regard to minorities at home while remaining free to promise more to minorities throughout the remainder of Vietnam. But, at least at the documentary level, regional autonomy became the leitmotif of the propaganda addressed to the Montagnards outside of North Vietnam. The 1961 program of the National Liberation Front, NLF, for example, promised to set up within the Great Family of the Vietnamese people autonomous regions or areas inhabited by minority peoples and to abolish forced assimilation. The 1967 program reiterated the promise of autonomy, adding the rather hazy conditions that autonomous zones would be restricted to the areas where the minorities live concentrated and gather their required conditions for *. It is difficult to assess the impact such documents exerted upon the remote and largely illiterate Montagnards. Much more pertinent to know would be the precise manner in which this program was translated by communist cadre when in actual conversation with the Hill people *. Registered. It may well be that the cadre continued to promise independence registered degree, but, even if not, it is unlikely that an isolated and politically unsophisticated people would sense any meaningful distinction between a promise of autonomy and a promise of independence. Remote peoples are hardly apt to perceive independence in such imagery as sending ambassadors abroad, a seat at the United Nations, or an abstraction termed sovereignty. Rather, independence is apt to be viewed as freedom from domination by some other ethnic element, i.e., a ridding of the ethnic territory of the alien and his influences. In such a milieu, the promise to a people of freedom to use their own language, have their own schools, preserve all their own customs, etc., must to the ear of the villager be indistinguishable from the promise of political independence. Dennis Warner reports that the Viet Cong went further than this, actually promising political autonomy in an autonomous state for the tribes. 5. But again, it is doubtful that it would in any case have been necessary to go that far in order to convey the vision of a society free of the despised Vietnamese. Thus, a member of the crew reports that during a period of more than 2 years in which his village was under Viet Cong control, the communist cadre, when describing the future that awaited the crew after the Viet Cong victory, studiously avoided references to such notions as independence, autonomy, state, political structure, and the like. Rather, the cadre promised an end to Vietnamese domination and the oppressive policies of Saigon, conjuring, by contrast, the image of a reconstituted golden age in which crew could again roam unrestrictedly throughout their ancient hunting grounds, presumably without encountering a sign of Vietnamese intruders. But perhaps the best evidence that remote peoples are not apt to differentiate between a promise of autonomy and one of independence is offered by an unanticipated development within the Chinese People's Republic. There, some 4 years after the CCP came into power and instituted a regime that consistently and publicly berated any hint of what it termed national splitism, the authorities, in an unusually forthright assessment of the problems associated with their nationalities program, acknowledged that the right of autonomy and the right of secession were still being confused by members of ethnic minorities. In some areas, for instance, some people among a national minority considered that the enforcement of autonomy meant a separation from the Han Chinese, and that the Han Chinese would no longer be wanted in their region. 5+ expressions such as autonomy, self-rule, independence, freedom to choose one's culture, etc., are therefore apt to trigger different images in different minds and in different milieus. This phenomenon clearly came to the aid of the Lao Dong after 1954. When its de jure, as well as de facto, control of northern Vietnam's minorities precluded it from carrying out the letter of Lenin's injunction concerning the promise of secession, the party's decision to observe the spirit of Lenin's injunction to the greatest degree possible under the circumstances, by using ambiguous terminology, proved more than adequate to the task of gaining the support from the Montagnards that was essential to its victory in the south. Soon after the victory of the liberation forces in South Vietnam, Hanoi began a campaign to prepare the people of the region for union with the North. As reported by Reuters, the campaign took for its motto a quotation from the recently deceased Ho Chi Minh. Vietnam is one country, the Vietnamese are one people. Rivers can be dried up, mountains can be worn out, but this truth can never be changed. 5. This slogan is most revealing when one examines the general content of the 1947 letter from which it was, with alterations, extracted. It will be remembered that in 1946, Ho, who was at the time visualizing his immediate coming to power over the entire country, had, in one of his speeches, evoked the myth of a single ancestry common to Vietnamese and Montagnard alike. The same myth formed the key element in his letter from which the motto of the 1975 reunification campaign would later be extracted: compatriots of the Kin majority ethnically Vietnamese people or of the Tho, Muong or Man, Juri or Ada, Sidan or Bana, and other minorities are all of Vietnam's children, all are blood brothers and sisters. Alive or dead, in happiness or misfortune, we stand close to one another. Rivers can dry up, mountains can wear away, but our solidarity will never decrease. 5 Cent with political actuality now having overtaken the optimistic visions of 1946, the unification campaign of 1975 clearly heralded a return to the minorities policy of the immediate post-World War period. Under this policy, Montagnards, once more a people without a history, could not aspire to ever achieving the status of a nation. They were at best a subdivision of one. The ethnic Vietnamese and the Montagnards formed a single people, a single nation, and a single state, monoliths which would outlive the rivers and mountains, consonant with this baseless myth of ethnic kinship, though not with the promises made to the minorities over a 50-year period. Hanoi, now unchallenged ruler of all of Vietnam, quickly made manifest that even regional autonomy, much less secession, was not to be honored. Ignoring the provisions of the 1960 Constitution, the government announced on December 29, 1975 its decision to dissolve the national autonomous regions, thus creating a unitary state in form as well as in content, although surprisingly close upon the heels of the communists' assumption of total power. This action was clearly heralded by the Constitution, documents, and speeches of 1946, the year in which the Vietnamese communists first believed they were about to acquire full authority over Vietnam. Their decision to abolish the autonomous regions was therefore quite predictable degree. But the haste with which Hanoi acted demonstrates the showcase role that the autonomous regions had been designed to play for the Montagnards outside of northern Vietnam, and the absence of sincerity underlying the promises of independence and/or autonomy made to the minorities of both northern and southern Vietnam since the very beginning of the Vietnamese Marxist-Leninist movement. Registered degree the history of the minorities policy of the Vietnamese communists over the half-century preceding victory was therefore one of innumerable twists and turns, pockmarked by glaring inconsistencies in the use of key terms. Were such convolutions the symptom of disinterest? The lack of guiding strategy? Unfamiliarity with or incomprehension of Lenin's writings on the national question? That all such explanations are badly wanting is evident from the following extracts of an article written by Ho, near the end of his career, to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution. Both in its exposition of the manner in which nationalism must be skillfully employed to promote the cause of Marxism and in its punctilious regard for accuracy in terminology, this article has few equals outside of the collected works of Lenin himself. The October Revolution has brought to the people of all nations the right to decide their own fate and the practical means to implement this right. It is well known that Lenin attached particular importance to the recognition of the right of all nations to secession and to build up independent states. The Soviet Union of the October Revolution recognized the independence of Mongolia and Finland, which seceded to build up independent states. Of course, for the formerly oppressed nations, the right to secession does not signify the obligation to secede from a state. 120. Where the people have overthrown the oppressors. On the contrary, it creates conditions for a voluntary alliance between free nations on the basis of complete equality of interests. Therefore, the national question can no longer be viewed from an abstract and isolated point of view. Marxism-Leninism has shown that national movements effectively directed against imperialism unfailingly contribute to the general revolutionary struggle, and that national claims and national movements must not be estimated according to their strictly local political and social character in a narrow-minded way, but according to the part they play against the imperialist forces in the world. Registered. Surveying their half-century of struggle, Ho and his colleagues could legitimately lay claim to having measured up fully to the cited criterion that national movements effectively directed against imperialism unfailingly contribute to the general revolutionary struggle. Chapter 6. The joining of the Yugoslav nations. As applied to the area of Europe populated by the southern Slavonic peoples, the Leninist strategy concerning self-determination of nations was soon enmeshed in the general confusion and debate surrounding the question of which sets of people did or did not constitute separate national entities. The end of World War I found national consciousness among the region's masses still at a quite inchoate stage, thus providing a forum in which contradictory assertions concerning the national identity of groups were regularly made without risk of effective rebuttal. The group identity of the Macedonians was perhaps the most clouded, being subjected to at least 3 mutually exclusive allegations. Although an independence movement, the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Movement, IMRO, had been active since 1896, there were, and still are, many, particularly in Sofia, who maintained that the Macedonians were Bulgars, while still others insisted that they were Serbians. Controversy extended even to the identity of the Serbs and Montenegrins, though each had had its own state since at least 1878. Thus, there were those among the literati who insisted that the Montenegrins were merely a fragment of the Serbian nation. However, these cases notwithstanding, the most consequential assertion concerning national identity, popular at the time of the Paris Peace Conference, was the contention that all Southern Slavs, Yugoslavs, comprised but a single nation. This assertion held that Croats, Serbs, Slovenes, etc., were at best only tribes, in the sense of subdivisions or suburbs of a larger ethno-national whole. This notion had developed principally among the Slavonic peoples throughout the southern regions of the Habsburg Empire and ultimately became the justification for creating, in the name of Wilsonian self-determination, the state today known as Yugoslavia. Curiously, the vision of a single state for southern Slavs did not at first appeal to the Serbian leaders, who were instead intent on erecting a Greater Serbia, a state that would incorporate Bosnia and Herzegovina into the existing Serbian political structure but which would nonetheless be much smaller than the state envisaged by the Yugoslav movement. However, with the overthrow of its chief ally, Tsarist Russia, and under pressure from the Western powers, the Serbian monarchy finally consented to the creation of a single state called the Kingdom of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. The name of the proposed state would appear to be an official recognition of the country's multinational composition, as would sections of the Pact of Corfu, the agreement of July 20, 1917, which gave rise to the new state. The pact, for example, promised equal status to the individual flags and coats of arms of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, and it designated the three group names of Serb, Croat, and Slovene as equal before the law throughout the territory of the kingdom. However, by a number of references to our nation or the nation, the pact made clear that the new 130 government was committed to the notion that these three elements were only tribal components of a single Yugoslav nation. Despite historically different viewpoints on the national question, the two major organizations which were later to comprise the Yugoslav Communist Party, YCP, also came to embrace the position that the Southern Slavs constituted a single nation. As part of the socialist movement within Austria-Hungary, a movement that was constantly embroiled in the issue of rights for national minorities, the Social Democratic Party of Croatia and Slovenia had agitated for political autonomy for the region populated by the Croatians. As contrasted with this ethnically narrow focus, the party of the Serbian Social Democrats had been traditionally among the most truly internationalist of all Marxist parties. It had, for example, been the only European socialist party which in 1914 had abided by the Leninist dictum to oppose its government's request for funds to underwrite wartime mobilization, registered a course of action that was all the more impressive in its demonstration of the absence of national proclivities, in that it involved the survival of a state that was the product of a successful war of national liberation. Indeed, for a number of years prior to World War I, the party's leaders had openly advocated the demise of their nation's self-determined state, preferring instead the vision of a Balkan federation. The appeal of the latter was economic, a throwback to Karl Marx's bias for large units over small, regardless of ethnic distributional patterns. But despite the fact that the policies of the Serbian Social Democrats tended to transcend national consciousness, while the Croatian Social Democrats had, by contrast, long been parochially preoccupied with the Croatian cause, both groups, even prior to their union, had switched to a common perspective concerning a Yugoslav nation. Thus a declaration of the Croatian Social Democrats of May 1, 1918 asserted that Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs are one and the same people, and that as a consequence they have all the attributes of one people, and especially in this respect, that they constitute an independent free state. In a similar vein, the Serbian Social Democrats proclaimed in November of the same year, the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes are one nation, for they have one language and identical remaining ethnic characteristics. They feel like one people and desire union. It follows that their union in one national state is a great political, economic, and cultural need which is beyond any discussion. In the light of subsequent events, these early statements that Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes constituted one nation became acute embarrassments to the YCP. Looking back from the vantage point of 1948, Tito would ridicule the early policies of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes in the following terms. One of the main elements in this process was the unsolved national question which the ruling clique ignored completely, persistently preaching about a tribe-named people, that is, preaching that Serbs, Croats and Slovenes are one people, paying no attention whatsoever to the Montenegrins and Macedonians registered. No mention was made that the precursors to the YCP had shared in this preaching. Nor did Tito note that this policy was not repudiated in the early years of the YCP itself. The early history of the YCP's position on the national question is not easy to unravel for at least two sets of reasons. The first is that factions were operating within the party who were in sharp disagreement on the matter. As they alternated in gaining the upper hand, the party's public position developed an inconsistent pattern. The second factor impeding an unraveling is that several outside agencies also became involved in the decision-making process with regard to the YCP's national policy. The most influential of these agents was the Comintern. Though the national question was not raised at the YCP's first Congress, April 1919, the Congress did take the momentous step of voting to petition for membership in the one-month-old Third International. While we have seen that the influence of this organization was certainly a significant factor in the evolution of the policies of the Chinese and Vietnamese parties, there were several reasons why the Comintern became more intimately involved in the affairs of the YCP, not the least of which was greater Soviet concern with her European borders than with her Asiatic ones. Still other agents that influenced YCP policy were the communist parties of the other Balkan states, most notably those of Bulgaria and Greece. Interaction among the parties with regard to the national question was a result of both shared peoples, for example, the Macedonians who were divided into Bulgar, Greek, and Yugoslav components, and a continuing, though sporadic, flirtation by the parties with the idea of a Balkan federation. We have noted the Serbian Social Democratic Party's earlier interest in such a regional approach. Along with the Social Democratic parties of Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania, they had formed a so-called Balkan Social Democratic Federation in 1910, in January 132. 1920, at a meeting attended by delegates from the Bulgarian, Greek, and Yugoslav communist parties, it was decided to rename the organization the Balkan Communist Federation, BCF, and to apply for membership in the Comintern. For some years thereafter, the Comintern gave the appearance of favoring the BCF over the individual parties comprising it, probably because, as we shall directly note, the Comintern leaders at this time supported the absorption of the states of southeastern Europe into a larger whole. BCF programs therefore tended to reflect Moscow's outlook, but the degree to which they reflected the dominant sentiments of the YCP is more questionable. By and large, the BCF remained more under the sway of the Bulgarian party, and often took that party's particular position on issues dividing the Bulgarian and Yugoslav parties. The Comintern's first pronouncement affecting the YCP came in the form of a manifesto to the communist parties of Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, and Turkey, April 1920. The manifesto made it abundantly evident that the Comintern planned to exploit the national divisions within the Balkans in order to weaken, and, if possible, to destroy the states that had emerged from the Treaty of Versailles. The new national divisions which followed the dismemberment of Austria-Hungary and the defeat of Bulgaria and Turkey have made the nationality problem in the Balkan Peninsula even more complex than it was before the war. Many more elements of foreign nationality have come under the rule of the victors. And the policy of national oppression, the policy of insatiable militarism awakens a still greater desire for emancipation, and this struggle for emancipation is taking on an ever wider scope. Against the rule of the Serbian bureaucratic and landowning oligarchy, there are rising up the Macedonian Bulgarians, the Albanians, the Montenegrins, the Croats, and the Bosnians. A new period of embittered nationalist agitation, national hate, and national bourgeois wars threatens the Balkan and Danube peoples. Only the proletariat can avert a new catastrophe by its victory and free the working and peasant masses from economic and national oppression. Only the victory of the proletarian dictatorship can unite all the masses of the peoples in a federation of socialist Balkan, or Balkan and Danubian, Soviet republics, and save them from colonial enslavement and national disputes. The Communist Party is called by existing circumstances to play an even bigger role in the Balkan Peninsula than in 133 capitalist countries where there are no nationality problems. All the efforts of the Balkan communist parties should be directed to fulfilling this great historical mission on communism in the Balkans. The outlined strategy was therefore dialectical, and might be characterized as instigating fission to create a larger fusion. The local communist parties were being instructed to foment dissatisfaction on the part of national groups within their respective state, in order to promote the goal of a federation of socialist republics. But somewhat paradoxically, the YCP elected to endorse the goal while ignoring the prescribed means. In the program approved at the party's Second Congress, June 1920, Yugoslavia was treated as a given, which, as a Soviet republic, would join with all neighboring peoples for the establishment of a Soviet Federation of Balkan Danubian countries, which will be an integral part of the International Federation of Soviet Republics. In choosing to ignore the Comintern's reference to the Macedonian Bulgarians, the Albanians, the Montenegrins, the Croats, and the Bosnians, and by advocating the territorial integrity of Yugoslavia, the YCP was in effect reasserting its 1918 claim that the Serbs, Croats, and other southern Slavs constituted a single nation. Years later, Tito would describe this stance as the most serious error to appear in the program. It can already be seen from this that the program of the CPY accepted at the Vukovar Congress had enormous shortcomings. First of all, there is no mention in the program of the national question. In the resolution of the same Congress, however, on the political situation and tasks of the CPY, it is maintained that the CPY will continue to stand on the bulwark of national unity, a thought forming the basis of a complete non-comprehension of the national question. The YCP's deviation from the Comintern's directive did not occasion any detectable retribution. Comintern forbearance may be explained by the fact that the organization had not yet issued a formal position paper on the national question, claiming universal validity. Such a document appeared only 1 month after the Second Congress of the YCP, in the form of Lenin's Theses on the National and Colonial Question, July 28, 1920. That document, we will remember, made explicit that communist parties must give direct support to the revolutionary movements among the 134 dependent nations and those without equal rights. It will also be recalled that the reason for this injunction was to bring into being a close alliance of all national and colonial liberation movements within Soviet Russia. When combined with the Comintern's enumeration of specific national groups within Yugoslavia made 3 months earlier, the Theses on the National and Colonial Question had the effect of declaring the YCP's national policy doctrinally unacceptable. But the issue was not immediately joined. In July 1922, the first conference of the YCP held in Vienna produced an ambiguous resolution which, while paying lip service to the notion of self-determination, invoked that principle for the solution of the national and tribal differences. Since tribal differences implied a single nation of southern Slavs, the resolution evidently did not contemplate a right of secession, at least so far as Slavic peoples were concerned. As if to underline this point, a separate resolution warned the proletariat, particularly the Croatian proletariat, against the dangerous infection of nationalism. Registered even this most recent illustration of the YCP's intention to dawdle on the national question did not trigger an overt manifestation of Comintern irritation. Registered meeting later in 1922, the Fourth Congress of the Comintern, while noting that the national question was the question which is quite of the most serious importance for the Yugoslav Party, refrained from direct criticism of the party's inaction on the issue. But such forbearance was now quickly coming to an end. Tito reports that the first official Comintern indictment of the YCP stand was made by its delegate at the BCF conference, held in December 1922. Registered, but even this belated reprimand failed to bring about an immediate change in the YCP's position. The platform of a newly created, legal front, the Independent Workers' Party of Yugoslavia, IWPY, registered, which was adopted in January 1923, included the following passage: "It is the viewpoint of the IWPY that one of the fundamental reasons for the tribal disputes in Yugoslavia is the still unresolved economic struggle between various regional tribal centers. In the wish for national unity, the party will fight against each powerful and hegemonistic centralization and for the self-determination of the working people with full internal freedoms. For the minorities, the IWPY demands full political and cultural freedoms. Degree The reference to tribal disputes inferentially reasserted the proposition that the Yugoslavs constituted a single nation and a self. 135. Determination linked to national unity, with no reference to secession, could not constitute the fulfillment of self-determination in the Leninist sense for either the tribes or the national minorities. It is not surprising, therefore, that in May 1923 the Comintern felt compelled to castigate the YCP for its deviation on the national question. A letter addressed to the YCP insisted that the party endorse absolute self-determination of nationalities even to the point of actual separation from the Yugoslav state. Taken at face value, and given the fact that the dominant ethnic element accounted for less than half of the total population, in sharp contrast to the cases of Vietnam and China, the Comintern's position, in effect, was a demand that the YCP support the eradication of its state as a recognized entity. This was more than the leadership of the YCP was then willing to grant. At the third plenum of the Executive Committee of the Comintern held in June 1923, the Yugoslav delegate replied to criticism of the YCP's position on the national question as follows: "The Yugoslav party is energetically fighting both against the Serbian hegemony and against the chauvinism of the Slovenian and Croatian bourgeoisie. Our slogans in the nationality question must be against the Serbian bourgeoisie, for revision of the constitution and for the rights to self-determination of all nations and tribes." 7. There were evidently those in the YCP who still hoped that the paying of lip service to a purely abstract concept of self-determination, devoid of any hint of a right of secession, would constitute a sufficient facade of Marxist-Leninist conformity behind which the party could persevere in its policy of preserving Yugoslavia as the single unit over which it aspired ultimately to assume power. But the May directive of the Comintern, with its explicit command to endorse publicly the right of separatism, made it highly doubtful whether Soviet displeasure could henceforth be so easily sidestepped. It is therefore not surprising that many of the YCP's leaders now thought it wise to embrace the Comintern's position. With the directive from the Comintern, the national question had become a major issue in the internal power struggles of the YCP. A leftist and a rightist faction had been maneuvering for supremacy since at least April 1921, but the national question had not been a matter of contention between them. Registered now, however, the left faction embraced the Comintern's position, and the national question became an ideological battlefield. 2*. Meanwhile, the rightists, though maintaining solid ranks against the leftist position, 136. Actually supported two somewhat different perceptions of the issue. One faction, whose chief spokesman was Zivita Milojević, remained loyal to the party's early stand, which held that the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes were one people. Moreover, even with regard to non-Slavic peoples, Milojević was an adherent of a give-no-quarter philosophy, holding that nationalism was to be fought wherever and whenever met. The more popular position among rightists, however, was that enunciated by Sima Marković. Although as late as 1922 he too had accepted Milojevic's position that Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes were merely three branches of a single people, a book, which was published by him in September 1923, now acknowledged them to constitute three different distinct nations*. But the matter, in any case, was not important in Markovic's view of things. As far as our position is concerned, it is altogether the same whether the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes are three tribes of one nation or three nations. 6. There was really no mass support for the dismemberment of the state, according to Markovic. Nor was federation necessary. What little ethnic discord there was was traceable to the hegemonistic policies of the Serbian bourgeoisie and could be assuaged by provincial autonomy coupled with political and economic reform. National antagonisms could, of course, only be finally obliterated under socialism, and within a union of Balkan peoples. But autonomy and reform could at the present stage lessen national tensions and avoid separatist tendencies, thereby making it possible for the proletariat to settle their struggle with the bourgeoisie within the overriding context of a Yugoslav state. Moreover, the various petit bourgeois national movements would prove unreliable allies, who would impede, not aid, the proletarian revolution. In Rosa Luxemburg fashion, Markovic held that nationalism and proletarian internationalism simply could not and did not mix. In sum, flirting with nationalist movements should be viewed as unnecessary, unproductive, and dangerous. Such a stand was hardly consonant with the Comintern's directive to exploit all national divisions by endorsing the right of secession. The difference in the two positions was highlighted at the third conference of the YCP held in December 1923. The leftists took advantage of a temporary period of domination to push through a resolution recognizing the right of national self-determination, including the right of secession. Registered they affixed the usual addendum that recognition of the right of secession does not assert that secession is always necessary. However, after referring to Markovic's contention that autonomy would alleviate national dissension as 137 constituting constitutional revision, the resolution insisted that such constitutional revision cannot be equated with self-determination, but is, in fact, a renunciation of that right. Describing this 1923 resolution, Tito would later note that at this conference a stand of principle, basically a correct one, was taken on the national question with the point of view adopted that peoples have a right to self-determination up to the point of secession. However, he would also hasten to add that this stand was adopted only by the left and not by the right in the leadership of the CPY. The debate found its way to the Fifth Congress of the Communist International, which was held between June 17 and July 8, 1924. This was the Congress at which parties in general were sharply criticized for failing to carry out the resolute and constant advocacy by communists of the right of national self-determination, secession and the formation of an independent state. The YCP was singled out for particular censure. Representatives of the party heard themselves reprimanded in a lengthy speech by DZ Manuelski on June 24, 1924, the many mistakes made by the various sections of the Comintern in connection with this question are due to the fact that many of our comrades are not yet rid of social democratic ideology. These mistakes can be said to be of four fundamental types, all of which are survivals of the attitude of some Yugoslav comrades, especially of comrades Markovic and Miljokovic, who are now in prison. Comrade Miljokovic asserts that in Yugoslavia there are no nations, but only linguistic differentiations. In his pamphlet National Question in the Light of Marxism, and in a number of articles published in the organ of the Yugoslav Communist Party, Radnik, Comrade Markovic brings forward, as a practical slogan for the Communist Party, the fight for the revision of the Constitution, that is to say, he placed the whole question of national self-determination on a constitutional basis. At the same time there is in Macedonia a strong national movement for the re-establishment of an independent state. What is Comrade Markovic's attitude to this national movement? In his articles he expressed the opinion that the Macedonian question is not by any means a Balkan but a European problem, which cannot therefore be finally solved before a victory of the European proletariat over the bourgeoisie has been achieved. If the question is put in this way, what will be the result? Only a passive 138. Attitude of the Communist Party to one of the most burning questions which is agitating the various Balkan nationalities at present. A careful study of the situation will show you that the origin of this kind of view is to be sought in the Second International. Markovic holds the view that the proletariat must accept the bourgeois state such as it has been created by a series of wars and violations. In an apparent allusion to Markovic's contention that there was little support within Yugoslavia for national movements, Manuelski went on to note that it was not enough to take national movements as one found them. The purpose of Leninist national policy was to fan national proclivities to a revolutionary heat. I know that in the Commission on the National Question that will be formed at this 5th Congress we shall be able to find those practical solutions that will stimulate the national movements in different countries and impart to them a revolutionary character. The time for declarations of a general character has passed. We now have a period for creative revolutionary work in the colonies and among national minorities. If we fulfill these tasks we will have created half the chances for the success of the international revolution to which we are devoted and which is guarded for the workers of the world by the Communist International. The 5th Congress elected not to let the matter drop with just this oral reprimand. A formal, sharply worded resolution dealt exclusively with Yugoslavia. It noted that the Yugoslav Communist Party must conduct a resolute and consistent struggle for the right of the oppressed nationalities to self-determination, up to political secession, in the form of separating Croatia, Slovenia, and Macedonia from Yugoslavia and creating independent republics of them. The party can and must support the nationalities' demands for cultural and political autonomy, but it must unfailingly emphasize that these are half measures and try to extend each separate demand. The basic slogan must be the demand for the formation of a Balkan Federation of Workers' and Peasants' Republics. Milošević was singled out for particular censure, it being noted that the opinion of Milošević, that the Communist Party must fight equally hard against any nationalism whatever, is not only opportunist, but objectively plays into the hands of great Serb bourgeois nationalist policy. As a further means of assuring calm. 139. Pliance with the Comintern's policy on the national question, the 5th Congress, in a separate resolution dealing with Macedonia and Thrace, downgraded the role of the individual communist parties, most particularly those of Greece and Yugoslavia, relative to the BCF. The Balkan Communist Federation is entrusted with the unification of leadership of the activities of the communist parties of the separate Balkan countries in regard to national questions, and particularly the Macedonian and Thracian questions. The attack against the positions of Milošević and Marković was to be unrelenting. Hardly had the 5th Congress dissolved, when a salvo was fired by the newly strengthened Balkan Communist Federation at a meeting apparently hurriedly convened for just this purpose. Here is an official account by a participant as reported in a communist publication, International Press Correspondence, of August 7, 1924, the conference declared that the position in the Balkans is not only revolutionary, but that the revolutionary crisis is reaching its acutest stage. That the struggle in Croatia, Slavonia, Bosnia, and Macedonia, and especially the fight of the Croatian peasant masses against the hegemony of the Serbian bourgeoisie and against Serbian militarism is developing in the direction of an armed uprising, that the national movement of the Macedonian people is again reviving and assuming the form of an armed struggle. The Communist Balkan Conference has also discussed very thoroughly the inner situation and the activity of the individual communist parties of the Balkan countries. It condemned in a most decided manner the right and liquidatory deviation of many leaders and groups in these parties, and especially the opportunist standpoint of Comrade Sima Marković and J. Milanović Milošević, in the Yugoslav Communist Party regarding the national question, which they regard merely as an ordinary constitutional question registered. Despite this multi-pronged attack, Marković refused to submit, leading to a crisis now perceived by Stalin to be of sufficient gravity to merit his personal intervention. Stalin's speech, delivered before a commission of the Comintern which had been especially created to end the factionalism within the YCP, wasted no time with the usual preliminary courtesies. It opened, "Comrades, I think Comrade Semish Marković has not fully understood the essence of the Bolshevik presentation of the national question." Several SPE. 140. Civic errors were then noted. 1. The attempt to reduce the national question to a constitutional, read, non-revolutionary, question. 2. The refusal to link the national question to the peasant question, and 3. Perceiving the issue in a purely Yugoslavian context and not relating it to the world revolution and the foreign policy of the Soviet Union. Stalin concluded this section of his speech by noting that the question of the right of nations to self-determination should be regarded as an immediate and burning question. Turning to what must be done to correct the errors, Stalin insisted that it is imperative to include in the national YCP program a special point on the right of nations to self-determination, including the right of secession. But he took particular pains to emphasize that the right of territorial autonomy should also be included for those peoples who do not secede. Those who think that such a contingency must be excluded are wrong. That is a mistake. Under certain circumstances, as a result of the victory of the Soviet Revolution in Yugoslavia, it may well be that on the analogy of what occurred in Russia certain nationalities will not desire to secede. Particularly when one remembers that the Soviet government had just forcibly returned to the fold most of those nations who had earlier seceded from the Russian Soviet state, it is evident that Stalin was telling the YCP that the promises that he demanded of the party need not be honored. To further ensure that this message was not overlooked, he returned to the same theme later in his speech. To avoid all misunderstanding, I must say that the right to secession must not be understood as an obligation, as a duty to secede. Some comrades turn this right of secession into an obligation, and demand from the Croats, for instance, that they secede at all costs. This position is wrong, and must be rejected. We must not confuse a right with an obligation. Registered Markovic's response to Stalin could only be construed as concessive. His demurrer to the effect that his statements had been misunderstood and taken out of context interpret better as a face-saving measure than as a counterargument. Stalin, however, appears to have been determined to undermine Markovic's credence forever, taking the trouble to again attack Markovic on the national question 2 months later, even though his second attack added little to the first. 4 degree. Moreover, in the interim, the Comintern, in the 141 most unambiguous manner, had ordered the YCP not just to condone but to generate national hostilities. The entire party must spread its propaganda and agitation to the utmost to convince the toiling masses of the oppressed nations of Yugoslavia that the destruction of the pan-Serb bourgeoisie is the only way towards the solution of the national question. Fear of inflaming national passions ought not to keep the party from appealing with all its might to the masses on this most important question. In the face of this attack, Markovic and the right wing were forced to conform, joining the left wing of the party to support a resolution on the national question at the Third Congress, held in Vienna in June 1926. Thus, the CPY as a whole finally took a correct stand of principle in connection with the national question. Tito would reminisce in 1948.42. In 1948, however, Tito was also in favor of a federation with Bulgaria. It is therefore quite likely that his unconditional praise of the 1926 resolution was the source of some embarrassment in the post-1948 period when the federation scheme was scrapped, for in addition to declaring Yugoslavia a multinational state and insisting that the Communist Party must energetically fight for the right of self-determination of all nations until to and including secession, the 1926 resolution had also declared its support for a federal workers'-peasants' republic. In the Balkans, since only the voluntary unity of the organized nations into workers'-peasants states can bring about the true solution of the national question. Achieving this ostensible consensus did not bring about an end to the intra-party, factional bickering. Though the national question ceased to be the battlefield, the contestants in the infighting continued to coincide with ethnic delineations, leading to a charge by the Comintern that the YCP had virtually divided into its national components in 1928. Therefore, the Comintern determined that radical surgery was required. Upon its initiative, the YCP was denationalized by a purge of the leadership, both left and right, who were replaced, in the words of Paul Shoup, by a new breed, trained from an early age in Moscow for revolutionary responsibilities, with very few ties in Yugoslavia, and little or no national perspectives to start with. Under its new leadership, the policies of the party, including its national policy, mirrored Soviet wishes of the moment. In the period from 1928 through 1934, Soviet policy toward the political 142. Regimes of the area remained ardently anti-status quo. While those regimes had long been perceived by Moscow as the artifices of the schemers of Versailles, the campaign to bring about their downfall was now made a matter of urgency. So far as the national policy of the YCP was concerned, this urgency manifested itself in support for the immediate secession of all non-Serbian peoples. At the party's Fourth Congress in November 1928, the newly entrenched leadership endorsed the right of armed revolt against national oppression. It promised to fight unconditionally and unreservedly for the independence of Croatia and to give full aid to all the mass actions leading to the creation of an independent Montenegro. It invited the working class to fight with all its might for a united and independent Macedonia and for an independent and united Albania. It further recognized the right of the Hungarian national minority in Vojvodina to secede, for had the policy succeeded, Yugoslavia would have soon been dismembered. It did not succeed, however. Armed revolt proved a dismal fiasco and was formally discarded in 1932. But in accordance with Comintern directions, the party continued until 1935 to call for the breakup of Yugoslavia into its numerous ethnic components. At the party's fourth conference, held on December 24 to 25, 1934, a resolution was passed which reiterated the party's dedication to the right of self-determination up to secession for all the oppressed nationalities: the Croats, Slovenes, Macedonians, Montenegrins, etc. And in an effort to inflame opinion by raising the specter of alien masters in the ethnic homeland, it called for the expulsion of Serb occupiers, Serb troops, officials, and policemen, as well as Serb setniks, from Croatia, Slovenia, Dalmatia, Vojvodina, Bosnia, Montenegro, Macedonia, and Kosovo. 47. A historical sketch of the YCP policy with regard to secessionism might therefore be broken down into four distinct periods. 1. From 1919 to 1923, a refusal to endorse secession. 2. From 1923 to 1926, periodic endorsement by the left wing, but continued rejection by the right wing. 3. From 1926 to 1928, endorsement by the entire party, but little or no attempt to convert it into a catalyst for action, in Soviet terminology. This might be described as propaganda without agitation, and 4. From 1928 through 1935, the high tide period, during which secession now became the party's rallying cry for all non-Serbian peoples. The high tide of YCP support for secession was destined not to recede but to undergo instantaneous evaporation. As late as April 20, 1935, the Comintern would goad the YCP to increase its AGI. 143. Taschen for secession, complaining that the work of the party within the national liberation movements must be far, far better. 49. But in August of the same year, and with no advance warning, the Executive Committee of the YCP would inform its membership that the Congress of the Communist International has given a new tactical orientation, a most disarmingly innocent-sounding signal for a radical volte-face in basic strategy. The 7th Comintern Congress, July 25–August 20, 1935, had just called for a united front of all anti-fascist forces. Recast in the new scenario as potentially useful ramparts against a fascist Drang nach Osten, the states of Eastern Europe were henceforth to be nurtured rather than dismembered. Secession was to be shunned. This strategic flip-flop was accompanied by some verbal gymnastics as well, remaining by its principled standpoint of self-determination of people with the right to secession. Communists take into consideration the present international situation and with the stipulation of the destruction of national inequality of rights, of the minimum guarantees of freedom of the Croatian and other peoples and of the consent of these peoples, do not declare for secession of that people from today's state. Organization Yugoslavia *. Freed of circumlocution, this resolution declared the national question solvable within the present bourgeois state, precisely the position for which Markovic had been berated by Stalin a decade earlier. A resolution of the following year, summer 1936, more openly acknowledged a turning away from what the party itself described as its principled standpoint of self-determination of the people with the right to secession, by noting that prior to the period of the United Front, the CPY understood and propagated the slogan of self-determination, including secession, in a completely sectarian manner. Nothing was said about political territorial autonomy, for people who do not wish secession. Registered. The thinly disguised suggestion was that the party had miscalculated national intentions. There was no popular desire for secession among the masses, again, a position held earlier by Markovic for which he had been heavily criticized. But if there was no pro-secessionist sentiment, then there was no point in stressing it in party publications and pronouncements. In short, the scene had been set for the virtual disappearance of the self-determination slogan. Its abrupt elimination from all official speeches and documents occurred in January 1937, and remained in effect until well after the Nazi-Soviet Pact of August 1939.5, as in the cases of China and Vietnam. 144. During the same period, no formal renunciation of the principle of self-determination occurred, the phrase simply vanished. In a breathtakingly swift demonstration of substituting one diametrically opposed slogan for another, secession and national liberation were replaced by "We shall defend the Yugoslav fatherland." 54. The switch in orientation from disunion to union was somewhat paradoxically accompanied by a decision to decentralize the formal structure of the YCP through the creation of Croatian and Slovenian wings. The possibility of such a development had been broached in 1934 and would seem to have been well suited to aid the YCP in accomplishing its goal at that time, namely, the fragmentation of Yugoslavia. But goals had radically altered, so that when actually initiated in 1937 the change in party structure was now expected to produce the opposite effect of promoting the state's stability. Admittedly, the new party structure had the real advantage of challenging an image of the YCP as a Serb-dominated organization. But the danger that a regional party, whose jurisdiction closely coincided with an ethnic homeland, might provide a focus for particularist, even nationalist aspirations soon manifested itself. Though the leadership of the newly created Croatian and Slovene parties obediently followed the YCP's lead in abstaining from all mention of self-determination, they manifested in other ways their displeasure with the party's unexpected metamorphosis from one demanding separation for, inter alia, Croats and Slovenes into one demanding loyalty to the Yugoslav state. Tension appears to have crystallized particularly about the time of Hitler's Anschluss with Austria, March 1938. The declaration, which was touched off by this event and which was approved by the YCP's new General Secretary, Josip Tito, read in part: "The anti-peoples and hegemonistic regime of Stohodanovic is the greatest danger to the liberty of the peoples of Yugoslavia and to the independence of their country. It sows discord and prevents brotherly agreement among the peoples of Yugoslavia in these fatal hours. In these difficult and fatal hours, we are addressing all democratic and patriotic citizens, irrespective of religion, nationality, and party, not only the adherents of the National Agreement Bloc but all other patriotic forces of the Serbian, Croat, Slovene and other peoples, who are willing to defend the peace and independence of the country." Registered 145. At this time, Croatia was the scene of substantial agitation for greater autonomy from Belgrade, and the leadership of the new Croatian Communist Party criticized the declaration of the parent organization for promoting the cause of Yugoslav unity at the expense of Croatian national aspirations. Tito replied in an open letter, charging the dissenters with Trotskyism and of falling under the influence of national petty bourgeois ideology. Registered. This period of running roughshod over national aspirations was cut short by the announcement of the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact of August 1939. Yesterday's emotional rallying point, the Yugoslav fatherland, was no longer to be defended. Though the party was not instructed to call directly for the state's dissolution, the pacifistic, anti-mobilization, neutralist stance it was instructed to adopt was one designed to leave Yugoslavia defenseless. 5 Despite and in part because of the many shifts that had hitherto characterized its national policy, the YCP was unable to invent a stratagem for comfortably straddling this latest twist in Soviet policy. Vacillation and uncharacteristically guarded language prevailed. The response of the party to the so-called Sporazum of September 1939 is a case in point. Under the terms of the Sporazum, the Yugoslavian government had granted autonomy to Croatia. So as not to be perceived as opposing Croatian aspirations, the party's first response was positive, though not warm. But more indicative of the dilemma confronting a party which favors neither the strengthening nor dismembership of a regime was the proclamation of May 1, 1940, which harshly criticized the Sporazum while offering no hint of an alternative. To have recommended reversion to the pre-Sporazum status quo would have irritated Croatian sensibilities. To have refrained from criticism of the existing situation would have favored the state apparatus. So the party elected to drive wedges between Serb and Croat without offering any hint as to the course of action the party thought the Croatian masses should follow. Similarly, the party used the same proclamation to drive wedges between the Serbs and Croats on the one hand and the remaining peoples of Yugoslavia on the other. Serbian and Croatian chauvinism is being fanned. And they are not paying any attention to the national rights of Montenegro, Macedonia, and Slovenia at all. 5 But the nature of these national rights and the methods by which they were to be secured were not suggested. A greater insight into the strategic thinking of the leadership at this time is offered by Tito's speech before the 5th Conference of the YCP, October 1940. Secession, the speech made clear, had 146. No place whatsoever in Tito's future scheme of things. Indeed, the same separatist movements, which had been so ardently wooed prior to 1935, were now depicted as the catastrophic results of rightist errors by former YCP leaders. Holding the Soviet Union up as the model, Tito insisted that autonomy was the answer. National autonomy would permit the YCP to gain support of the people in order to carry out the social revolution. Cultural autonomy would permit the ideological conversion of the masses from national particularism to, in Tito's words, political uniformity. But our greatest task over the past 3 years has been to forge a solution to the chronic malady of Yugoslavia, the nationalities problem. 4 years the party failed in this, as the bourgeois parliamentary parties had failed, as King Alexander and his dictatorship had failed. The leaders of the party in the 20s, Sima Markovic, Gorkic, and their crowd proved just as narrowly chauvinistic and pan-Serb in their outlook as the blackest reactionaries. So they failed to capture the leadership of the masses. They played into the hands of the nationalist extremes. They created Masic and Pavlik. They created IMRO and the Macedonian separatists. And all the time the answer was there, in their own hands, had they only known it: national autonomy, the condition for social revolution; diversity of national cultures, the condition for political uniformity. It needed the great teacher, Stalin himself, to point the way and vindicate the truth that the teaching of Marx and Lenin meant the liberation of the hitherto oppressed nationalities, no less than the liberation of the working classes. The Soviet Union became the model for the multinational state, the model for what Yugoslavia with its varied races must become. Never forget, comrades, that the party which dares to bring this solution to Yugoslavia must become its master. And never forget that we, and we alone, have this solution. 5 Had the purged Markovic been present, he would have undoubtedly found it a bit droll to hear himself criticized in a speech denigrating separatism and extolling autonomy. As mentioned earlier, he had been attacked by Stalin and the Comintern for the precise stand now defended by Tito. The critical reference to Gorkic is also perplexing, for certainly Tito and his audience were aware that Gorkic's tenure as General Secretary, 1932 to 1937, had been almost equally divided between the period in which the party, under Moscow's direction, pressed for immediate secession by national groups and the period of the United Front when, again under Mos. 147. Cow's directives, it pressed for unity. Objectively then, an attack on Gorkic was an attack upon both a policy of secession and one of state preservation. And it was in either case an attack upon Soviet directives. Yet, Stalin is credited with pointing the way, and the Soviet Union is held out as the model for solving Yugoslavia's national question. The contradictions in Tito's speech of 1940 were therefore numerous, and he would later conveniently forget that he had even given such an address. We have noted, for example, that in 1948 he would reflect that the YCP had come to take a correct stand on the question by 1926.6. Elsewhere in his 1948 report, in the course of reviewing the events of 1921 through 1928, he would conclude that after discussions and struggles against the views of Sima Markovic a correct stand was taken on the national question, with the help of the Comintern and Comrade Stalin. Tito's 1948 speech implied that once the party had succeeded during the late 1920s in taking a correct position upon the national question, it never strayed from it. He thus chose to overlook both the period of the United Front and his own post-United Front speech of 1940 in which he criticized all hitherto national policy. At least at the time of his 1940 speech, Tito had no sympathy for the 1928 to 1935 policy of supporting secession. Nor had he harbored any sympathy for the notion of Yugoslavia per se. As he emphasized in his 1940 speech, we are not interested in the bourgeois ideal of a fatherland to be defended, but of a world revolution to be carried through. Remember this. The greatest revolution for the Yugoslav state, a revolution which I am confident the mass of the people will accept, will be a revolution which brings national equality to Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Macedonians, Montenegrins. And that, comrades, will in turn make possible the greater social revolution which we plan and of which the Soviet Union is our glorious model. Secession simply would not be reintroduced into the party's platform. The promise of autonomy would suffice to gain the necessary support of the masses. The resolution on the national question, which was shepherded through the Fifth Conference by Tito and which, unlike his speech, was designed for public consumption, was substantially less explicit with regard to repudiating secession. The general thrust of the message to the various non-Serbian peoples was an expression of sympathy for the trampling upon their national rights by the Serbs. 148. Coupled with a warning to beware of fascists bearing gifts. But solutions were phrased in a most hazy manner. Thus it was noted that while the party supported self-rule for the Macedonians to protect them against oppression by the Serbian bourgeoisie, it must at the same time accomplish the unmasking of the Italian and Bulgarian imperialists and their agents who also want to put the Macedonian people under their yoke by means of demagogic promises. Self-rule, Samudra was also promised to the Montenegrins who, along with the Albanians, had to be protected both from the Serbian bourgeoisie and from the Italians who were trying to exploit their national discontent by means of various promises. The German, Hungarian, and Romanian minorities should be supported in their just struggle, but must be warned that they cannot solve the national question in these and other regions with the help of an imperialist, conquering war. Autonomy or some analogous form of government should be introduced in Bosnia. Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes were platitudinously promised a real solution of the national question. Asterisk. The resolution was thus designed to hold the national groups together, temporarily alleviating any secessionist impulse by promising to each group a judicious, if purposefully nebulous, solution to their national quisi 3 I add 1f plus th, a solution which could be achieved only after the current imperialist threat had receded in the face of the united resistance of all the national groups. This temporizing stance, which had been forced upon the YCP by the embarrassing Soviet fascist accord, was not one that in the normal course of events would be expected to win many converts to the party. Yet in retrospect, this recourse to ambiguity was to prove an incomparable stroke of good fortune. Within 6 months of the resolution's passage at the Fifth Conference, Yugoslavia was to be invaded, April 1941, and from the ensuing occupation the YCP was to emerge as the ruling force of post-war Yugoslavia. A key element in bringing about this remarkable turn of fortune was the ability of the YCP to avoid identification either with the fragmentation of Yugoslavia or with the notion of the pre-war Yugoslavian state. The policy of the party during 1939 to 1940 had been worded in a sufficiently enigmatic manner that it was able to meet these negative requirements. Had this transitional period not occurred, had the party entered upon World War II directly from either the 1928 to 1935 period during which it had been calling for immediate dismemberment of the state, or if it had proceeded directly into the war from the 1935 to 1939 period during which it had 149 been calling for the downgrading of national aspirations in the name of defense of the fatherland, the party's ability to attract converts during the occupation would have been substantially lessened. In order to probe the manner in which its period of equivocation just prior to Axis occupation aided the YCP's march to power, it is instructive to recall that the party's earlier, less obscure positions had not resulted in any startling groundswell of popularity among the masses. The radical swings which had occurred in that policy over the years were both a partial acknowledgement of that failure and a contributing element to it. 6. Those who might sympathize with the party in one period because of its stand on the national question would perforce be repelled in another. And, at least in the case of the better informed, the party's history of extreme vacillation on the national question offered excellent cause, even for those who shared the YCP's national outlook of the moment, to suspect its sincerity on the issue. A more significant factor for the party's failure to exploit the national question, however, was that regardless of where the YCP had elected to stand, there were alternative, non-communist organizations already there. On the one hand, the communists had been preempted from staking out a monopolistic position with regard to the national aspirations of specific national groups, such as the Croats who could, and did, turn to their own nationalistic peasant party, or the Macedonians who could rally around IMRO. On the other hand, there had been groups who, though in opposition to the government, had shared the government's preference for a single, integrated society. The socialists, for example, had continued to espouse the myth that the Yugoslavs constituted a single nation. Neither the notion of an integrated Yugoslavia nor that of immediate fragmentation proved equal to the demands posed by the Axis invasion. An integrated Yugoslavia had long been viewed by the more articulate members of the non-Serbian peoples as a euphemism for Serbian hegemony. In the interval since 1918, an intuitive sense of a distinctive Croatian, Macedonian, or Slovene national identity had infected a sufficient number of individuals so as to render anachronistic the idea of a single Yugoslav people. The government had acknowledged as much when it accorded autonomous status to the Croats during 1939. Any remaining claim antebellum Yugoslavia had upon the loyalties of the non-Serbian peoples suffered a further severe setback in 1941 as a result of the pathetically feeble resistance offered to the invading Germans. 150. But immediate fragmentation also failed to arouse mass support. Following its easy victory, the Axis powers, 1. Divided the territory into 3 independent states, Croatia, Montenegro, and Serbia, 2. Annexed and divided Slovenia, and 3. Ceded Macedonia to Bulgaria, the Albanian district to Albania, and the Hungarian district to Hungary. The division was not one designed to enchant Serbs and Slovenes, and its attractiveness to Croatians and Montenegrins would be severely compromised by the realization that the new puppet states were tainted by fascist collaborationism. Indeed, the German decision to dissect Yugoslavia proved a boon to the YCP, because only the communists entered this period in possession of a secret, underground structure organized on a country-wide basis. It was therefore uniquely positioned to conduct effectively coordinated guerrilla resistance against the Germans throughout Yugoslavia. Their principal rivals, the Chetniks, led by Mihailovic, were essentially a Serbian group, distrusted by non-Serbs as aspiring to reintroduce Serbian hegemony, and thus restricted in their operations to areas populated by Serbs. The German invasion therefore fulfilled a precondition for the success of the YCP by giving rise to a most unhappy and unacceptable situation that the Communists were best prepared to counter. 5 Local ethno-national antagonisms would be temporarily counter. Local ethno-oneisms would be temporal. Shelved only if faced with a more ominous, more alien, common threat. And the Nazis represented ideal typecasting. They thus filled the fortuitous but indispensable role for the YCP that the Japanese had for the Chinese Communists, and that the Japanese, French, and Americans had for the Vietnamese movement. Nor do the similarities between these communist movements end there. In nurturing its image as the only force which was capable and willing to engage the alien, the YCP was aided by Mihailovic's unwillingness to commit his forces against the Germans, just as the Chinese Communists had been aided by the reluctance of Chiang to move against the Japanese forces prior to 1936. Moreover, in order to maximize their appeal to the masses, the YCP leaders, following the same pattern as their Chinese and Vietnamese counterparts, were careful to play down their relationship to the Marxist movement, stressing instead their leadership of the popular movement against the alien presence. Thus the resistance became the Sacred National Liberation War, and a similar rubric was applied to the guerrilla forces. Partisan detachments are called National Liberation Partisan Detachments because they are not the fighting formations of any 151 political party or group, not even the Communist Party, in this concrete case, though communists are fighting in their front ranks, but they are the fighting detachments of the peoples of Yugoslavia, in which all patriots capable of armed struggle against the invader should participate, regardless of their political convictions. Degree 6. While avoiding too close an association with international Marxism-Leninism, the YCP also took pains to avoid too close an association with the idea of Yugoslavia. Such an aloof stance was essential if the party were not to risk being labeled as Serbian chauvinists. The premeditated tendency to limit or avoid references to Yugoslavia can be seen in the two most heavily promoted slogans of the war: brotherhood and unity, and death to fascism, liberty to the people. Abstractions, such as brotherhood and the people, are at least as apt to conjure forth images of one's own nation as to conjure forth images of the multi-ethnic community that shares one's citizenship. This is even more true of the term national as it appeared in the Sacred National War of Liberation or in National Liberation Partisan Detachments. Indeed, the term was quite appropriate, for national detachments were organized on ethnic, that is, national lines registered. It is doubtful that this stratagem caused much soul-wrenching among the YCP leadership, for their actions during the first stage of the occupation illustrated a stark lack of ardor for the re-establishment of the Yugoslav state. In a memorable display of willingness to accommodate Moscow's policies, the party refrained from calling for resistance against the occupying forces of the state with whom Moscow was still joined in a non-aggression pact registered *. Such a call did not go out until after the Germans attacked the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941. Moreover, the proclamation then released was curiously devoid of conventional patriotic appeals. It was addressed to all who opposed fascism rather than to Yugoslavians. Moreover, far from being pitched to the defense of a Yugoslav fatherland, it seemed to ascribe the highest priority to the defense of the Soviet Union. All you who are groaning under the invader's boot, you who love freedom and independence, who will not stand fascist slavery, know that the hour has come for your liberation from struggle for your liberty, under the leadership of the CPY. The struggle of the Soviet Union is your struggle as well, for it is also fighting against your enemies, under whose yoke you are groaning. If you love your freedom and independence, if you do not want 152 to be foreign slaves, if you want to free yourselves from fascist slavery, help the righteous struggle of the great, peace-loving country of socialism, the Soviet Union, with all your means. Unite all your forces against your oppressors, the fascist invaders, who enslaved and plundered your country. Get ready quickly for the final and decisive fight. Do not allow the precious blood of the heroic Soviet peoples to be shed without our participating in the struggle. Mobilize all your forces against your countries being made a base for supplying the fascist rabble, which, like mad dogs, are attacking the Soviet Union, our dear socialist country, our hope and the beacon that all the toilers of the world are looking at with hope registered. In performing this not easy trick of eliciting common action without arousing adverse ethnic sensibilities, though the triggering of pre-war memories, one theme seized upon by the YCP was that of common slavism. Though the time had long expired in which an appeal in the name of a single, South Slav national identity could be expected to overpower the inkling of a separate Croatian, Macedonian, Serbian, or Slovene nationhood, the sense of shared Slavic roots was not totally without influence. On the one hand, the YCP could fan this sense of commonality by appealing to fear. From the beginning of the armed struggle, a recurring theme of the party's propaganda was that the Germans were embarked on a genocidal crusade against the South Slavs, and the party could buttress this accusation with references to traditional German disdain for Slavs, Hitler's personal comments on the topic, and, most poignantly, the brutal acts of the Nazi occupation forces. In a more positive vein, the theme of Slavic greatness and unity was propagated through the party-controlled press, radio, and popular song. In addition to stressing the bond linking the Slavic peoples of pre-war Yugoslavia, the Slavic motif had, from the YCP standpoint, the added advantage of reinforcing psychological ties to Mother Russia, our dear socialist country. But in the debit column, cloaking the partisan movement with Slavic attire would decrease its attractiveness to the non-Slavic peoples. Albanians and Hungarians, already favorably predisposed toward the German and Italian forces as a result of being joined to the states of Albania and Hungary, respectively, could hardly be expected to be moved by exhortations in the name of Slavdom. Indeed, as events during the war subsequently made tragically clear, appeals to a common Slavic heritage were even unable to assuage perceptibly the deep-seated hatreds among Slavic peoples. 153. With normal peacetime controls eradicated, the awesome depth of ethnic animosities within Yugoslavia was soon revealed. Though the World War II experience would in retrospect be officially described as an anti-fascist struggle in which all of the national groups participated, it was, on balance, much more a civil war that pitted one national element against another. Atrocities were legion. Hardly had Croatia been separated from the rest of Yugoslavia when Croatians began to practice large-scale violence against the Serbian minority within the new state. Not needing much provocation, Serbs retaliated in kind against Croats in Bosnia, Herzegovina, and elsewhere. Meanwhile, the Muslims, Slavs of the Islamic faith, who feel they constitute a separate people, were engaged in genocidal attacks against Serbs and Montenegrins, as were the Albanians. To design a united front so that it could transcend the primal hatreds, the phrase used by Gilas, would tax any elite's ingenuity. In fact, the YCP did not prove very successful in doing so. The number of its active sympathizers remained dangerously thin throughout the decisive period of the war. In each region of the country, Tito's United Front either encountered passivity bred of fear, or found itself competing for the people's loyalty with local revolutionary forces and/or the government. For example, although Tito's movement realized greater success within Serbia than elsewhere, most of the people therein were too awed by German might to engage in physical acts of resistance. Those who were willing were divided in their loyalties to the partisans, the Chetniks, the German-installed government of Serbia, and the government in exile in London. As a result, both the partisans and the Chetniks found that the people didn't flock into their embattled ranks. The principal point, however, is not the absolute number of supporters attracted by Tito's movement, but the fact that the movement was the most successful in developing a viable organization throughout diverse segments of Yugoslavia. By contrast, the government in exile, popularly identified with the Serb-dominated system of the pre-war period, had little support outside of Serbia. So too, the Axis-approved governments of Croatia, Montenegro, and Serbia could exert no influence beyond their particular ethnic homeland. The same held true for movements, such as the Chetniks, who were popularly identified with a single ethnic group. To a significant degree, then, the role of a trans-regional, trans-ethnic organization fell by default to Tito and his colleagues. Moreover, quite paradoxically, the ethnic animosities that divided the peoples of Yugoslavia aided Tito's efforts to create a countrywide move. 154. Meant. As atrocities mounted, beleaguered minorities became a major source of recruits who gravitated to the partisans for protection, since the YCP, at least in theory, stood above ethnic strife, preaching peace among the various national groups in order to pursue the struggle against the common enemy. In the case of Croatia, for example, well over half of the movement's recruits were members of the Serbian minority. Its image and role as the coordinator of the resistance to the fascist invaders were therefore essential to the YCP's success. And the YCP leadership did not lose sight of the fact that its maximum role could only be as the coordinator of the resistance offered by several nations rather than as the vanguard of a united people. Indeed, events throughout the war were such as to preclude any possibility of the party being lulled into neglecting the reality of the national divisions and antagonisms that underlay the fragile relationship. Although the party emphasizes in retrospect its role against the Axis occupiers, the memoirs of a member of its wartime inner circle document that the partisans were more often engaged in fighting Serbs, primarily but not always Chetniks, Albanians, Muslims, or what they termed separatist Croats and Montenegrins. Degree and at least one writer has reported that a larger number of lives were lost in inter-ethnic, civil strife than were lost in struggle against the Axis forces. 7. Some measure of how deep and potentially ferocious and divisive the party viewed these antagonisms is offered by the basic line of the party during the liberation struggle as recorded by Tito: the members of the party and partisans must use propaganda and the spoken word to make the mutual slaughter of the peoples of Yugoslavia on a chauvinistic basis impossible. 7. Registered similarly. A wartime directive to the partisan forces within Bosnia-Herzegovina asserted that it will continue to be the most important task of communists and partisans to block completely the criminal plans of the invaders, to fan national hatred and invite mutual extermination by the Serbian, Muslim, and Croatian populations. 79. The image of the United Front as one divorced from and transcending the special interests of any particular ethnic element was essential if the partisans were to maintain an effective guerrilla capability throughout all sections of the country. And, no less than those other Marxist-Leninist movements whose histories we have sketched, the Yugoslav Communist Party appreciated the essentiality of local support in a guerrilla struggle. Thus the sea and fish metaphor employed by Chinese and Vietnamese leaders was 155. Also articulated by a close associate of Tito: the people are the water. The partisan is a fish. A fish cannot live without water. That goes for us too. Registered degree. Given both the indispensability of local support and the intractability of the intergroup enmity, which appeals to brotherhood and common Slavdom might reduce but certainly not obliterate, the party pitched its propaganda in terms of the identity and aspirations of the individual groups. Propaganda was quite regularly addressed to Croat, Serb, or Slovene rather than to Yugoslavians. Thus, Borba on November 15, 1941 heralded its editorial "Serbia not Yugoslavia shall be free," and it further cited a martyr just before death at the hands of the Germans: "Kill you cursed dogs, but Serbia shall nevertheless be free." Similarly, a member of the Central Committee of the YCP was reported to have faced death in his native Slovenia on May 21, 1942 with the words, "I know that by killing me they will not kill the freedom of the Slovene people. We will win through to liberty, however fierce the enemy's rage may become." Registered. Tito, too, customarily addressed his remarks to national groups rather than to Yugoslavians. Even in a speech made after the outcome of the war was no longer in doubt, Tito would repetitively address himself to our nations or to the nations of Yugoslavia, rather than to Yugoslavians per se. At one point he would note, "It is the duty of every decent Serb, Croat, Slovene, Muslim, Montenegrin, Macedonian, etc. to give all he has in this hard and bloody struggle, the justest fight in the history of our nations." Registered. Perhaps more surprisingly, in earlier remarks made to ostensibly communist fighting forces, he spoke as though his audience were composed of members of national groups motivated by ethnically inspired goals, rather than Marxist-Leninists inspired by proletarian internationalism. "Here in Bosnia, you men of Serbia and Montenegro, are fighting all enemies, and will continue to do so, for this is at the same time a struggle for the freedom of the Serbian and Montenegrin people. And tomorrow, when the time comes, and I assure you, comrades, that time is not far off, you will march again into Serbia, Montenegro, to liberate your people." Registered. A most enlightening example of the perils and difficulties associated with such tightrope walking is offered in a report of August 8, 1943 by Svetosar Vukmanovic, alias Tempo, the YCP's major representative within Macedonia. In his letter to the party's Central Committee, he recounted how the propaganda of the Communist 156 movement there had been appealing to Macedonian sentiment for independent statehood without reference to a Yugoslavia. This was a tremendous political mistake in that in it Macedonia was treated outside the framework of Yugoslavia. Registered * Tempo felt such an orientation might prove disastrous to the long-term interests of the YCP, so he insisted upon a change. But how far could propaganda go toward promoting common Yugoslavism and still attract broad support among the Macedonians? After much wrangling, agreement was reached on the deceptively innocuous-sounding slogan of the liberation and unification of the Macedonian people in brotherly cooperation with all the Yugoslav people. Registered thus, a phrase that at the time would ring like little more than a passing tribute to a wartime alliance could later be vested with great significance. The wartime propaganda therefore furnishes evidence that the YCP leadership understood that only as members of distinct nations, not as fellow Yugoslavians, were non-communists apt to join the war of liberation under the party's leadership, that the only strategically significant bond that linked members of different nationalities, other than the limited one of shared slavism, was that of common enemies, and that mobilizing the energies of the people therefore required an appeal to national identity and national aspirations. Registered sent in order to ensure broad receptivity to this appeal. It is not at all surprising that the party should reintroduce the Leninist concept of self-determination into its program, from which it had been so summarily exorcised in January 1937, during the period of the United Front. As we have noted, many of the propagandistic stories that appeared in the party press throughout the war contained references to a future free Serbia, a free Slovenia, etc. So it could well be argued that, in content if not in form, the party had, upon the inception of the liberation struggle, resorted immediately to its 1926 to 1937 practice of promising national self-determination, including secession. Moreover, the program of the National Liberation Front of Slovenia, a united front organization dominated by members of the Slovenian wing of the YCP, which was announced on June 22, 1941, declared its commitment to the right of self-determination, including the right to secession and uniting with other people, adding whosoever does not expressly recognize this right to the Slovenes and other peoples in its entirety, that individual is only being deceived when he claims that he fights against imperialism regardless of how much he preaches phrases. Registered * about this same time, August 1941, the Comintern signaled the 157 return of self-determination to official favor when, in the course of taking the Yugoslav side in a dispute between the Bulgarian and Yugoslavian communist parties over Macedonia, it insisted that both parties must maintain a clear perspective on the self-determination of the Macedonian people *. Nevertheless, the central apparatus of the YCP does not appear formally to have reinstated use of the term until late 1942. The occasion of the term's reintroduction was an article by Tito, in the light of the People's Liberation War, which first appeared in the December 1942 issue of the party publication, Proletar Degree a eulogistic biography of Tito, published within Yugoslavia well after the war, notes that the article was of great theoretic importance, as well as of practical and political significance in solving the national question in Yugoslavia. 9. A scrutiny of the article hardly substantiates a claim to theoretic importance. Indeed, in keeping with the party's precarious policy of walking the tightrope between unity and national particularism, the article is a study in ambiguities and shadowy promises. Though it refers numerous times to the coming freedom and liberation of the various national groups, it is never quite clear whether Tito is referring to post-war independence or merely to freedom and liberation from German occupation. Even while decrying deception, his words appear to have been selected carefully so that those who were so inclined would see in them the promise of independence, while the words themselves remained amenable to a quite different interpretation at some later date. The expression national liberation struggle would be only a phrase, even a deceit, if it would not have both general Yugoslav meaning and national meaning for each particular people, that is, if it would not mean in addition to the liberation of Yugoslavia, the simultaneous liberation of the Croats, Slovenes, Serbs, Macedonians, Albanians, Muslims, etc., if the national liberation struggle would not have had as its substance to really bring freedom, equality, and brotherhood to all Yugoslav people. This is precisely the essence of the liberation struggle. It would not be permissible to achieve full liberation of each people if each of them would not have engaged in the struggle for the common victory of all Yugoslav peoples over all the enemies of the peoples. Emphasis added. Despite this ambiguity and despite the many vacillations and convolutions that had hitherto characterized the party's stand on 158. The national question, Tito now described the YCP as having been, from its very inception, the unswerving champion of self-determination. His version of the YCP's history made the party appear to be a one-issue organization. It was solely for defense of national rights that party members had been tyrannized. Loyal to its principle that each people has the right of self-determination, the Communist Party fought against such national policy of the great Serbian hegemonists during the whole period of the fight for survival of Yugoslavia. The Communist Party of Yugoslavia resisted in a most resolute way the oppression of the Croats, Slovenes, Macedonians, Montenegrins, Albanians and others. Just for that reason the great Serbian hegemony bourgeoisie was furious with the Communist Party. For that reason for 22 years Yugoslav jails were filled with our best communist militants. Referring later in the article to the same spotless flag carried by the Communist Party since the beginning of Yugoslavia in the uncompromised struggle for national freedom and equality of all our people, Tito continued, the Communist Party has never renounced nor will it ever renounce the principle laid down by our great teachers, Marx, Engels, and Lenin, the principle that each nation has the right to self-determination, including separation. Here was certainly an unequivocal statement, but Tito hastened to add, but at the same time the Communist Party of Yugoslavia will never allow and will fight against abusing that right by the enemies of the people, who want to bring to the people medieval darkness and colonial slavery instead of freedom and independence, which is the case with Pavlish's independent Croatia. The Communist Party of Yugoslavia will continue to fight for a brotherly, free, equal community of all nations of Yugoslavia. It will equally fight against the great Serbian hegemony, which tends to continue to oppress the Yugoslav people, and against all those who try to arouse dissent and to interfere with brotherly accord in the interest of some imperialist power. What significance can one ascribe to an unequivocal endorsement of the principle that each nation has the right to self-determination, including separation, if the party will never allow this right to be exercised by the forces of medieval darkness, the more so 159. When the party reserves to itself the exclusive right to differentiate between the forces of darkness and those of light. The nebulosity with which the future of the individual nations was depicted reached its zenith with the article's concluding paragraph, the question of Macedonia, the question of Kosovo, and Metohija, the question of Montenegro, of Croatia, of Slovenia, of Bosnia and Herzegovina, will all be easily solved to everybody's satisfaction only if it is solved by the people themselves, if the people themselves take gun in hand and join in this present national liberation struggle. The ambiguity was quite purposeful. Only a few months earlier, Tito had pointed out that a program capable of appealing to all nationalists was essential at this juncture. He brushed aside talk of specific post-war developments as incompatible with that need, but today is not the time to talk about the post-war period. We are now in the midst of the people's liberation struggle. For all of us, irrespective of religion, class, or creed, that is the main and most urgent task. It is our duty to rally to our ranks all these who love their people. This, in turn, makes it incumbent on us to adopt a broad and flexible approach registered. In 1942, with the outcome of the war and the future of his movement still very much in doubt, Tito was therefore quite cautious on the national question, refusing to hint at his true post-war plans for the various national groups. But by the end of 1943, Allied troops were engaging the Germans in nearby Italy and the Nazi rollback on the Soviet front had begun. Tito's position on the national question now swiftly emerged from the shadows. As Tito described the situation, the Allies had disembarked in Italy and Italy had capitulated. The heroic Red Army was chasing the German fascist hordes further and further over its boundaries without a stop. Hitler's defeat in the near future was inevitable. In that situation, it was necessary to see to it that the attainments of the national liberation struggle were made secure. It was already time to think of the creation of the first state organ as the highest authority in the country. The second meeting of the Anti-Fascist Council. At this YCP-directed conference, it was declared that the peoples of Yugoslavia had unmistakably proven by their collective resistance during the war that they wished to create an indissoluble union. This declaration was remarkably dissimilar from the resolution that had been adopted at the first meeting of the Anti-Fascist Council of National Liberation only a year before, November-December 1942. The earlier resolution had made no reference to a united Yugoslavia but, with the customary ambiguity that had marked wartime party statements on the national question, gave the appearance of promising that each group's future would be determined in accordance with the group's own wishes. The national liberation movement fully recognizes the national rights of Croatia, Slovenia, Serbia, Macedonia, and all other regions. It is a movement which is as much Croatian, as it is Slovene and Serbian. It guarantees that the national rights of all the peoples of Yugoslavia will be preserved. But in November 1943, with the end of the war a momentary possibility, visions of national independence no longer had any place in the party's propaganda. And yet, in an ingenious bit of sophistry, self-determination, including the right of secession, was invoked as the basis for this fait accompli. On the basis of the right of all nations to self-determination, including the union with or secession from other nations, and in accordance with the true will of all the nations of Yugoslavia, tested during 3 years of common national struggle for liberation which has cemented the indissoluble fraternity of all the people of Yugoslavia, the Anti-Fascist Council of National Liberation of Yugoslavia passes the following decisions. 1. The peoples of Yugoslavia do not recognize and never have recognized the partition of Yugoslavia by fascist imperialists, but have proved in the common armed struggle their firm will to remain united in Yugoslavia. Registered. A more accurate appraisal of the occupation period might well have read that the nations of Yugoslavia have proved by their propensity to engage in inter-ethnic, genocidal conflict with their neighbors, their firm will to achieve independent statehood. Be that as it may, here is a document, unlike Tito's article of 1942, that could lay claim to breaking new ground in the theory of national self-determination. On the one hand, it advanced the Prop. 161. Assertion that the Communist Party had the power to determine when and how self-determination had been exercised. There was simply no need to hold a plebiscite or otherwise try to determine public opinion on the issue. A proper exercise of the right was whatever the party said it was. The 1943 declaration itself was to offer an illustration of the arbitrariness of such a standard. Though the declaration maintained that the right of self-determination had already been exercised, the official position later became that the people exercised that right only in the course of adopting and carrying out the declaration. Here is the official position as set forth in 1967, in adopting and implementing the decisions of the second session of ACPLY, the peoples of Yugoslavia were actually exercising the right of self-determination, including the right of secession, in voluntarily resolving to create again a common Yugoslav state on new, democratic, and federative foundations. However, despite the differences in these claims concerning when and how self-determination had been exercised, their important common element was the party's assertion that the exercise of the right had already taken place. Whether or not the people were aware at the time that they had been exercising that right was immaterial. Registered. This ex post facto approach to a solution of the national question might be termed retroactive self-determination. Yet another illustration of the retroactive device as applied to self-determination appeared in Tito's address to the 1943 meeting of the Anti-Fascist Council. At the very time he was prepared to inform the peoples of Yugoslavia that independent statehood was not to be, he elected also to inform them that they had already achieved political independence. With the setting up of the Provincial Anti-Fascist Council of People's Liberation of Croatia, and before that the Slovene Liberation Front and its executive body, the principles of equality for all the nationalities of Yugoslavia began to be put into practice, and the age-old aspirations of the individual nationalities of Yugoslavia to govern themselves began to be realized. Thus, whether aware of it or not, the peoples had in the past both achieved and voluntarily surrendered political independence. A second proposition of theoretic importance was inherent in the 1943 Declaration's references to an indissoluble fraternity and 162. To a will to remain united. They made clear that self-determination constituted a single, irreversible action. Once exercised, the right had run its full course. This second proposition, holding that the peoples of Yugoslavia had utilized their one opportunity to exercise self-determination, became a cornerstone of post-war policy. As witness Article I of the Constitution of the Federal People's Republic of Yugoslavia, 1946, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia is a federal people-state republican in form, a community of peoples equal in rights who, on the basis of the right to self-determination, including the right of separation, have expressed their will to live together in a federative state. This same note of an irreversible fait accompli is apparent also in the opening words of the 1974 Constitution, the peoples of Yugoslavia, proceeding from the right of every people to self-determination, including the right to secession, have united into a federal republic, and have founded the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. A word of clarification on the reference to separation or secession in each of these constitutions is in order. Following the example of the Soviet Union, the YCP adopted the fiction of a federation of fully sovereign republics. However, unlike the Soviet case, none of the Yugoslavian constitutions have contained any acknowledgement of a right of a republic to secede. Since any right to exercise the right of self-determination, including secession, had already occurred, and with that occurrence had simultaneously expired, there was no basis for such an inclusion. Thus immutability was added to retroactivity to form the YCP's post-1943 version of self-determination. Despite its remarkable lack of consistency, the strategy of the YCP with regard to the national question thus ultimately reaped success. Copyright. At one time or another, the party had stood on all sides of the question: denial that any national problem existed, 1919-1926, advocacy of immediate secession, 1928-1935, United Front support for the state, 1935-1939, indefiniteness and indecisiveness, 1939-1941, balancing separatist aspirations with immediate need for cooperative action, 1941-1943, and a united Yugoslavia under YCP control, 1943 ETSEQ. But continuity of purpose existed throughout all of these vicissitudes. As we earlier noted, Tito in 1948 endorsed the position of the party that was developed between Stalin's criticism of Markovic and 1928, that is, the period culminating in advocacy of immediate secession. Yet, earlier in the same speech, he acknowledged that secession was never truly countenanced by the party. Notes 163. We are not speaking here of whether or not the creation of a new state, that is, unification, should have taken place. Unification of the Southern Slavs ought to have taken and had to take place. That was the idea of the most progressive people in the countries which were called South Slav. The question was on what principles would that unification be effected. 1%. And in a different speech of the same year, Tito referred to the part played by the yoke during the war as follows: the role of the Communist Party lay in the first place in the fact that it led that struggle, which was a guarantee that after the war the national question would be settled decisively in the way communists had conceived long before the war and during the war. Registered this continuity of purpose was what lent a measure of accuracy to Tito's assertion that the Communist Party after 1926 has never renounced nor will it ever renounce the principle laid down by our great teachers, Marx, Engels, and Lenin, the principle that each nation has the right to self-determination, including separation. The meaning of the words may have changed, but the expression, self-determination, lingered on. Chapter 7. Still other variations. The interwar period. The Soviet Union, China, Vietnam, and Yugoslavia complete the list of those states in which the Leninist stratagem concerning self-determination played a key role in the rise to power of the local Communist Party. The same stratagem, with varying success, was applied elsewhere. Wherever applied, the stratagem was not without great peril because of its inherent risk of alienating the dominant group within the state. Surrendering segments of the state's population and territory is seldom popular with such people. We have seen how an appreciation of this ethno-psychological factor led the Chinese and Vietnamese communists to play down their support of the doctrine whenever they were principally interested in wooing the state's dominant ethnic element. Such an expedient could serve in a situation where communications were poor. It is very doubtful, for example, that many Han were aware of what Mao was promising non-Han peoples during his sojourn in the hinterlands. And we have reviewed how difficult it is to ascertain with precision even today what it was that Communist cadre were actually promising the hill peoples of Vietnam between 1942 and 1975. It was this general absence of effective communications that permitted the Chinese and the Vietnamese parties to perform the chameleonic role of posing intermittently as the champion of the state's survival and of the national interests of the dominant element, and as the architect of the country's dismemberment. While the communications network throughout Yugoslavia, even in that state's early days, was significantly superior to that of China and Vietnam, it is unlikely that many Yugoslav citizens of the interwar period were aware of the YCP's stand on the national or other questions. The outlawing of the party within 2 years of its inception posed a severe barrier to the YCP's desire to get its program before the masses. Yet, in retrospect, illegalization was probably a sine qua non of YCP success, preventing the masses from becoming cognizant of the series of zigzags and counter-marches that marked pre-war national policy, thus making it possible for the YCP to pose as the credible protector of the national interest of each national group during the decisive years of the occupation. In each of these cases, then, the danger of alienating one group while appealing to the national aspirations of another was blunted by poor communications. But in a series of other states, the Comintern's insistence upon support for a right of secession, though generating votes among the minorities who were promised independence, quite understandably did not enhance the local Communist Party's image among the state's dominant people. Thus, during the 1920s, the Polish Communist Party, having promised, in accordance with Comintern directives, self-determination, including separation, for the state's Belarusian and Ukrainian minorities, fared much better in elections throughout areas populated by these peoples than it did in ethnically Polish regions. The same phenomenon occurred within Czechoslovakia. From its founding in 1921, the Czechoslovak Communist Party abided by the Comintern's orders to proclaim the right of secession for the Ruthenians. The 1925 elections offer one indication of the impact of this plank of their program upon the population. In each of the 3 provinces in which Czechs or Slovaks predominated, the percentage of the vote received by the party failed to exceed 13%. However, in Ruthenia, it was more than 3 times as great, 42%. The failure of the party to excite a larger percentage of the Slovaks is traceable to its anomalous approach to Slovak nationhood. The official governmental and generally popularly held view at the time was that the Czechoslovaks constituted a single people. But in 1924, again upon Comintern prodding, the party maintained that the Slovaks were a separate nation. Unhappiness within the party at this decision was acknowledged by the Executive Committee of the Comintern on October 15, 1924, in a document which noted that many believed it would lead to the breakup of the state. This strong opposition may account for the fact that despite the party's recognition of a Slovak nation and despite its commitment to national self-determination, the party did not recommend even autonomy, much less secession, for the Slovaks. Such a step did not occur until March 1940, after the Nazis had already created a separate puppet state of Slovakia registered as a result of this delay, plus the fact that Slovak nationalists had a viable, non-communist defender of the nation's interests in the Slovak People's Party, communist self-determination, while irksome to the Czechs, exerted little magnetic pull upon the Slovak masses. The same pattern repeated itself elsewhere. Comintern insistence that the French Communist Party stand for the independence of Alsace-Lorraine and the emancipation of French colonies did little to win converts within La Grande Nation. Registered, the British Communist Party was hindered by its demand for Irish liberation and the dissolution of the empire. Japanese recruitment was hampered by the party's demand for the release of Korea and Formosa, Taiwan. Registered within Greece, the Comintern's demand that the party adopt the unpopular stance of secession for the Macedonians led to a split of the party itself in 1927. The case of the United States offers some unique features. Over the objection of several of the party's leaders, the American black community was singled out quite early as one of the most promising cracks in the wall of capitalist imperialism. Lenin's theses on the national and colonial question, adopted by the Comintern in 1920 as the official guide to action on the national question, had noted that it was essential that all communist parties should render direct aid to the revolutionary movements among the dependent and underprivileged nations, for example, Ireland, the American Negroes, etc. However, despite Lenin's reference to American blacks as a distinct nation, it was not until its 6th Congress, 1928, that the Comintern insisted that this Leninist viewpoint be reflected in the platform and propaganda of the American Communist Party, ACP. Prior to that time, the ACP had treated the black question as part of an overriding class question, bourgeois blacks being grouped with bourgeois whites as enemies of the working class. Moreover, when after 1928 it dropped this dichotomous view of blacks predicated upon socio-economic class, the ACP immediately substituted an equally dichotomous view predicated upon geography. Though according the blacks the status of a nation, the party limited the right of separation to those blacks living in the Black Belt of the southern United States. For the blacks of this region, the ACP was instructed, the party must come out openly and unreservedly for the right of Negroes to national self-determination. This self-determination, it was later emphasized, extended to total independence. It meant complete and unlimited right of the Negro to exercise governmental authority in the entire territory of the Black Belt, as well as to decide upon the relations between their territory and other nations, particularly the United States. It was called incorrect and harmful to interpret the communist standpoint to mean that the communists stand for the right of self-determination of the Negroes only up to a certain 175 point, but not beyond this, for example, to the right of separation. Some measure of the great importance that was ascribed to avoiding anything which might threaten the success of this propaganda campaign was evident in the explicit statement that Stalin's post-revolutionary proviso that self-determination applied only to the toiling masses did not apply in the case of the Black Belt. The party was informed that it cannot make its stand for the slogan of right to self-determination dependent upon any conditions, even the condition that the proletariat has the hegemony in the national revolutionary Negro movement or that the majority of the Negroes in the Black Belt adopts the Soviet form. Similarly, the decision to treat Northern blacks in a completely separate category from Southern blacks appears to have been motivated by a presumption that the Northern blacks' desire for assimilation would harm the chance of igniting an effective separatist movement within the country. Therefore, rather than exploit the cleavages between whites and blacks in the North, the Comintern elected to promote optimism concerning the likelihood of racial assimilation within the Northern melting pot. As set forth by the Comintern, the broad masses of the Negro population in the big industrial centers of the North are, however, making no efforts whatsoever to maintain and cultivate a national aloofness. They are, on the contrary, Working for assimilation. This effort of the Negro masses can do much in the future to facilitate the progressive process of amalgamating the whites and Negroes into one nation, and it is under no circumstances the task of the communists to give support to bourgeois nationalism in its fight with the progressive assimilation tendencies of the Negro working masses, for apparently, the Northern blacks were to be encouraged to become part of an undifferentiated American nation, thus eradicating the major non-separatistically inclined component of the black community. Registered in the case of the United States, then, Leninist national policy was so applied as to divide a nation as well as a state/6. The application of national policy within Germany represented yet a sharper departure from the norm. Here, rather than appealing to the discontent that is intrinsic to minorities, national policy concentrated on the discontent of a state's dominant people. World War I, the peace treaties, and their aftermath, particularly the occupation of the Ruhr by French troops, had left the German people dangerously disconsolate, and the Comintern elected to pitch its propaganda to the frustrated nationalism of this large and 176 strategically important nation. With typical flexibility, the Comintern appreciated that the self-held view of the Germans concerning their status relative to the victorious peoples was not totally dissimilar to the self-held views of minorities relative to their state's dominant ethnic element. Speaking for the Comintern in 1923, Grigory Zinoviev criticized the German Communist Party, the KPD, for its reluctance to declare forthrightly that we German communists, and nobody else, defend the interests of the country, the people, the nation. Strange words indeed for an internationalist movement, and words not accepted without opposition. But led by Karl Radek, a majority of the KPD accepted the proposition that in its present situation, support for German nationalism was a revolutionary act. In the beginning, the principal intent behind this nationalistic approach was apparently to perpetuate and exacerbate the cleavages between Germany and the other capitalist powers. But as Hitler's star began to rise, the need to abort the Nazi movement by attracting potential support to itself became salient. Now the Comintern adopted the difficult task of appearing more nationalistic than the Nazis. Even with regard to the German Ernte, the party was to outpromise Hitler's movement. Registered an article that appeared during 1930 in the journal, Communist International, carried this advice: the German party must concern itself more with the question of the German population in the neighboring countries. We must not leave them a prey to the National Socialists, but must emphasize the fact that they will not enjoy the full right of self-determination, and to join the future German Soviet state, until the chains of the Versailles system are broken asunder by the German Soviet Republic of the future. Registered as late as 1934 with Hitler now firmly in power, from its sanctuary in Switzerland the KPD was still appealing to German nationalism, criticizing the Nazis for policies that were preventing union with the Germans of Austria, Danzig, the Saar, Silesia, etc. These irredentist and other nationalistic clamorings of the KPD could only harm the popular support of those communist parties of Czechoslovakia, France, and Poland whose leaders often voiced dissatisfaction with the KPD's program. The primacy which the Comintern ascribed to winning over the German masses even at the expense of alienating public opinion in adjoining states is implicit in the directives to the communist parties of those states that they support the right of secession for the German minorities of Re. 177. Respectively, Czechoslovakia's Sudetenland, France's Alsace-Lorraine, and Poland's Upper Silesia, Pomerania, and Danzig. Degree however, though KPD leaders had assured the Comintern as late as April 1931 that the party's appeals to the Volk had prevented Nazi inroads among the German masses, this wishful thinking could not long retain credibility in the face of Hitler's growing popularity. At the Comintern's 7th Congress in August 1935, failure was attributed to past underestimation of the fascist threat and of the strength of national sentiment. But given the thrust of the KPD's program throughout the 1920s and early 1930s, it would be more accurate to say that the Communists fully appreciated the power of national sentiment throughout Mittel Europa, but that, no matter how nationalistic the KPD's propaganda, the party was, as part of an international movement, unable to project an image of itself as the protector and promoter of German national interest with the same credibility as could a movement confined in reality as well as in its propaganda to the German nation. As elsewhere, Lenin's stratagem lost out to a viable, nationalist alternative. Still another variation in the application of Leninist self-determination occurred within Romania. There the Romanian Communist Party, RCP, was instructed to work for the transfer from Romania to the Soviet Union of a region populated principally by Romanians *. This paradoxical use of the notion of national self-determination to bring about the division of a nation was made possible by simply asserting that the Romanians who lived in the area of Bessarabia were in fact not Romanians at all. The region called Bessarabia had been annexed by Tsarist Russia in 1812. Though there were sections of Bessarabia in which Romanians were a minority, this ethnic element represented a majority overall. In 1917 local leaders took advantage of the chaotic situation to announce the region's secession in order to form what they called the Democratic Moldavian Republic. The general consensus of scholars is that Moldavia is only the name of a region devoid of ethnic overtones, and that the designation of the new state was therefore not intended to convey any ethno-national message. Any case, the state was short-lived, being absorbed by Romanian during April 1918 in what has been described as a voluntary action prompted in part by fear of Soviet reannexation on the part of the region's inhabitants. Consonant with their policy toward other areas and peoples that had seceded during 1917 to 1918, the Soviet authorities were intent on the region's reabsorption. During 1924 a multi-pronged Cam. 178 campaign was launched. At its fifth Congress held in the spring of that year, the Comintern advanced the slogan that the Communist Party is fighting against the annexation of Bessarabia by Romania and the slogan that this country, i.e., Bessarabia, has a right to self-determination. The Romanian Communist Party then took up the theme at its third Congress held during the same year. A resolution pledged the party to support self-determination, including secession, for the workers and peasants of Bessarabia who lived in liberty in the first period of the Russian Revolution and at present groan under the boot of the Romanian dictatorship and who are striving for national revolution and union with the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. For those who lived in liberty during the Russian Revolution constituted an evident reference to the short-lived Democratic Moldavian Republic, but on what basis could national self-determination be applied to the population of Bessarabia, whose chief component was Romanian? The answer also came in the course of 1924, when in October Moscow announced the creation of a Moldavian Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, MASR, in an area immediately adjacent to Romania. Given the Soviet practice of assigning ethnic designations to such political units, this action in effect constituted official recognition of the existence of a Moldavian nation. The Romanian Communist Party acknowledged its recognition of such a nation at its next Congress, the fourth, in the form of a resolution that attacked the Romanian bourgeoisie for advancing the claim that Moldavians, who constitute a relative majority of the population of Bessarabia, are Romanians, even when the population of Moldavia considers itself in reality an independent nationality, with a culture of its own. The party was therefore obligated to support by all means the struggle of the masses of workers of Bessarabia for unification with the MASR. 5. Given Stalin's perception of the strategic value of having ostensibly independent, ethnically designated political units along the Soviet Union's external borders, 6. MASR was evidently created to act as an emotional magnet for Bessarabians, as well as a base from which to launch propaganda and other forms of activity designed to bring about Bessarabia's return. If so, the ploy did not meet with much success. When the Soviets, assured of German acquiescence by the Nazi-Soviet pact, first retook the area by ultimatum in 1940, they brushed aside the Romanian government's plea that the political allegiance of the people be determined by plebiscite. And when Soviet forces reoccupied the area in 1944, talk of a right of self-determination was not heard. The Soviets 179. were well aware that their attempt to employ the slogan of national self-determination to create an artificial division of the Romanian nation had made few converts and numerous opponents, as witness the exceptional weakness of the communist apparatus throughout Romania, including Bessarabia, during the interwar period. The Soviets had achieved their goal by military conquest rather than through a Moldavian nationalism. Self-determination in the post-war environment. Policy with regard to capitalist states. Soviet policy with regard to promoting self-determination underwent a significant alteration in the post-Stalin era. We have traced the Soviet pre-war penchant for manipulating ethno-national sentiments within capitalist states. This same penchant was observable throughout the war and into the immediate post-war period. Soviet attempts to wrest both Xinjiang, East Turkestan, and Inner Mongolia from nationalist China are cases in point, as are the abortive attempts to have the Azerbaijani and Kurdish peoples of Iran secede from that state. But Stalin's successors did not exhibit the same interest in exploiting the discontent of minorities within the capitalist states. This reluctance held true not just with regard to the older states of Western Europe and North America, but with regard to the new states of Africa and Asia as well. All but a handful of these new states were ethnic mosaics and therefore rich soil in which to agitate for national self-determination. But even when national secessionist movements erupted within these regions without benefit of outside encouragement, Soviet authorities demonstrated little desire to side with them against their respective governments. Marx, Engels, and their Leninist legatees had admittedly reserved to the party the determination of whether or not to support a particular secessionist movement. And Marx and Engels had been particularly niggardly in extending their verbal support to such movements. But given the unprecedented outbreak of ethno-national movements throughout all areas of the globe in the late 1960s and 1970s, the Soviet Union's passive response, particularly when contrasted with its pre-war policies, constituted a disavowal of support for self-determination, even though the government continued to pose as the foremost champion and defender of that ideal. Granted that from 1955 on, the Soviet government lent oral sup. 180. Port to the Pashtunistan movement, which would have divided, then West, Pakistan in two, an eventuality contemplated with relish by two states the Soviet Union was courting, namely Afghanistan and India. Further, it supported the successful Bengali drive for separate statehood in the early 1970s, but appears to have done so primarily to please India and aggravate China. As against these few cases of support for secession, however, the Soviets refrained from fishing the troubled waters of those other, nearly 90% of all capitalist states which possessed at least one important national minority, more than 50% of which experienced manifestations of significant, ethnically inspired discord during the late 1960s and 1970s. 5 Soviet reluctance to support such struggles became an issue in the polemics between the and the Soviet Union, soon after the commencement of their rift. Though the Chinese were themselves far from consistent on the matter, example denying the right of the Bengalis to secede from Pakistan while insisting on the same right for the Kashmiri of India, they took the Soviets to task for being unwilling to support progressive struggles within the Third World. In an open letter of July 1963, the Central Committee of the CCP criticized the Soviet leaders in the following terms: certain persons now go so far as to deny the great international significance of the anti-imperialist revolutionary struggles of the Asian, African, and Latin American peoples and, on the pretext of breaking down the barriers of nationality, color, and geographical location, are trying their best to efface the line of demarcation between oppressed and oppressor nations and between oppressed and oppressor countries and to hold down the revolutionary struggles of the peoples in these areas. In fact, they cater to the needs of imperialism and create a new theory to justify the rule of imperialism in these areas and the promotion of its policies of old and new colonialism. Actually, this theory seeks not to break down the barriers of nationality, color, and geographical location but to maintain the rule of the superior nations over the oppressed nations. It is only natural that this fraudulent theory is rejected by the people in these areas. These certain persons were charged with taking this revisionist road because of fear that such a struggle would lead to thermonuclear war. 181. In recent years, certain persons have been spreading the argument that a single spark from a war of national liberation or from a revolutionary people's war will lead to a world conflagration destroying the whole of mankind. What are the facts? Contrary to what these persons say, the wars of national liberation and the revolutionary people's wars that have occurred since World War II have not led to world war. The reply of the Central Committee of the CPSU, also in the form of an open letter, was multifaceted and somewhat contradictory. On the one hand, the Soviets cited cases to prove that they continued to support national movements. The Soviet Union is rendering broadest support to the national liberation movement. Everybody is familiar with the practical assistance our country rendered the peoples of Vietnam, Egypt, Iraq, Algeria, Yemen, the Cubans, and other peoples. Registered. At best, the list is not very impressive from the viewpoint of support for self-determination. Only Algeria and Yemen involved an issue of political separatism. In all the other cases, Soviet assistance was channeled to the government in power. Trademark *, but, in any event, it is difficult to reconcile this assertion of support for national liberation movements with another segment of the letter which suggested that with the end of colonialism, national liberation had moved from the stage of political emancipation into one of consolidation, and now that the liberated peoples have entered a new stage of their struggle, concentrating their efforts on the consolidation of their political gains and economic independence, do they not see that it would be immeasurably more difficult, if not altogether impossible, to solve these tasks without the assistance of the socialist states? The Marxists-Leninists always stress the epochal significance of the national liberation movement and its great future, but they regard as one of the main requisites for its further victories solid alliance and cooperation with the countries of the world system of socialism as the main force in the struggle against imperialism, the solid alliance with the labor movement in the capitalist countries. The general thrust of the Soviets' 1963 letter therefore suggested a policy of taking third world states as they were, while beguiling or otherwise convincing their governments of the wisdom of close. 182. Friendship with the USSR degree in sum, a policy with little role for Leninist national self-determination. Certain other Marxist-Leninist governments, particularly the Chinese, proved far less hesitant to appeal in the post-war period to ethno-national discontent within non-communist states. We have noted that they took issue with the Soviet Union on this precise point. Peking's rationale for aiding and abetting non-communists involved in national liberation struggles abroad was summed up in an essay by the deputy chairman of the Commission of Nationalities: when their class interests are encroached upon by the imperialists through national oppression, the national bourgeoisie and even certain patriotic kings, princes, and aristocrats of an oppressed nationality may sometimes fight against national oppression together with the broad masses of working people of their own nationality. In this struggle the proletariat should unite with them, while at the same time they must understand that the attitude of these people towards imperialist national oppression is, in the final analysis, based on their own class interests. Degree At about the same time of the publication of this document, Peking embarked on an ambitious program to bring about political change. Kavaraj Altail Almuis Porpal Luie Avu Antes Silak. In a number of countries through manipulation of the ethnic media. Particular stress was placed upon the non-communist states to the south. In addition to supporting communist movements within Burma, India, Malaysia, and Thailand, Peking furnished assistance, including the equipping and training of guerrilla forces, to non-communist ethno-national movements within those same states. Meanwhile, the communist movements within Burma, Malaysia, and Thailand adopted strategies that mirrored those of the Cambodian, Chinese, Laotian, and Vietnamese movements at comparable stages of development. Each adopted the guerrilla form of struggle. Each developed its base in a minority area or areas registered. Each promised autonomy or independence to minorities. The experience of the communist movement within India at times converged and at other times diverged from this common pattern. In its formative years, the Communist Party of India, CPI, under Comintern direction, had been adamantly opposed to Gandhi and the Congress movement. By 1934, however, in a tactical twist reminiscent of its earlier decision to have the fledgling Chinese Communist Party ally itself with the Nationalist Party of Sun Yat-sen, the Comintern had come to appreciate Congress as the most 183 viable, anti-British organization, and had counseled the CPI to ally itself with the movement. Congress acquiesced, but disenchantment followed when the CPI, faithfully reflecting the foreign policy objectives of the Soviet Union, collaborated with the British authorities so as not to divert attention from the threat of fascism. Expulsion of the party from the Congress for disloyalty to the cause of Indian independence followed in 1945. During the early post-independence period, 1947 to 1951, the party turned to guerrilla struggle, particularly of the urban variety. However, again upon the advice of Moscow, such tactics were dropped, and in 1952 the CPI became a constitutional, office-seeking political party. To this point, the party's vacillation in policy on the national question closely paralleled that of the Vietnamese Communist Party at similar stages in its evolution. In its 1930 draft program, the CPI had guaranteed to national minorities their right to self-determination, including that of complete separation, but it had hedged on the issue during its period of alliance with Congress and its subsequent period of cooperation with the British authorities. During the period of guerrilla struggle, separatism had again been stressed. The party's 1952 return to legal status within a bourgeois state did not follow the Vietnamese experience, of course, and this change necessitated the redropping of support for separatism. In 1953 Moscow indicated that the party would not again revert to espousing secession by formally noting that though for India, too, the principle of self-determination means and naturally includes the right of separation, it is inexpedient for Indian nationalities to exercise the right. To paraphrase Stalin's 1920 statement, the demand for secession of India's minorities at the present stage had become a profoundly revolutionary one. The CPI realized quite substantial electoral successes in the ensuing years, but the probability of still greater successes received a severe setback following the appearance of a serious Indo-Sino rift, throughout which the Soviet Union increasingly favored the side of India. The party fractured into two wings in 1964. The one favored by Moscow now forged extremely close ties with the Congress Party of Indira Gandhi, entering into coalition governments and, in some elections, even entering into election agreements under which only one or the other party, that is, the CPI or the Congress Party, would contest certain districts, thus combining their electoral strength against opponents. In order to underline their conviction that such cooperation was beyond the boundaries of doctrinally acceptable behavior, the other, more orthodox wing of 184. The party adopted the name, Communist Party of India/Marxist, CPI/M. Though following generally Maoist policies and though at first leaning toward China in the Sino-Soviet competition, the CPI/M announced in 1968 its autonomy from both power centers and its commitment to building a third world communist movement to bridge the ideological chasm separating Peking and Moscow. This action was followed by a further splintering of the Indian communist movement, with the announcement in 1969 of a third, pro-Maoist wing, the Communist Party of India/Marxist-Leninist, CPI/ML, which was dedicated to revolutionary action of the guerrilla variety. The differing fundamental orientations of these three parties were reflected in their stands on the national question. The CPI was too strongly committed to the notion of an Indian Union, a bias shared with the Congress Party, to countenance the right of secession for India's numerous peoples. By contrast, the more orthodox CPI/M demonstrated the influence of Lenin's legacy on the national question. Perhaps in a purposeful leak designed to serve as a trial balloon, it was reported in the Indian press in late 1971 that the party was preparing to come out formally for the right of self-determination, including secession. Spokesman later denied this intention, saying that the CPI/M was opposed to a disruptive secessionist movement. However, in a remarkable analysis, The Asian news service reported that many people were skeptical regarding this disavowal. Political observers believe, however, that the Marxists have yielded nothing, but have merely resorted to a clever camouflage of words. The Marxists, they point out, are opposed to secession from a people's democracy, a complicated way of saying a government headed by them, but have not specifically bartered their right to secede from a bourgeois democracy registered. This analysis was lent credence when campaign literature of the West Bengal branch of the CPI/M, although carefully avoiding the word secession, stressed that India was a multinational state and recommended that India become a voluntary union of the national groups which comprised it. 44 The CPI/M could not have gone much further without threatening its legal status, but this constraint did not apply to the already illegal, violence-prone CPI/ML. Given this wing's commitment to Maoist policies, it was to be expected that it would support secessionist, national movements. However, an intra-party squabble in late 1971, which led to the purging of 185. The General Secretary, glaringly demonstrated that Maoism, in the tradition of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, was highly selective in its support for such movements. One of the principal reasons for the General Secretary's ouster had been his sympathy for Bengali secession from Pakistan, despite the fact that that movement had been stigmatized as bourgeois by Peking. Registered Maoism's condoning of alliances with some bourgeois nationalist movements was clearly not to be misconstrued as condoning alliances indiscriminately with all bourgeois nationalist movements. Even Peking's selective support for self-determination contrasted vividly, however, with the earlier noted general refusal of the Soviets to take advantage of the numerous ethno-national movements occurring within non-Marxist states throughout the late 1960s and 1970s. The reasoning which underlay Moscow's decision to remain chaste despite the temptation of so many seductive liberal opportunities is a matter for conjecture. Among the reinforcing factors that could help to account for it are the advent of the nuclear age and the aforementioned fear that local situations could escalate into nuclear conflagrations, a basic complacency with things as they were progressing in their natural course, the fear that identification of Moscow as an agent of instability and subversion would drive the Third World states en masse into a united anti-Soviet stance and into closer relations with Moscow's principal non-Marxist enemies, the acrid competition with Peking for influence, particularly throughout the Third World, and a policy of first things first coupled to the realization that the ethno-national divisions would be there to exploit at a later time should the exigencies of the moment so decree. Despite such considerations, it would have been dangerous for governments in Moscow's disfavor to assume that the Soviets were committed to refrain permanently from playing the ethnic card. Consonant with the great flexibility and opportunism that had characterized the party's attitude toward self-determination from the very beginning, the Soviet leadership abruptly reverted to a Stalinist ploy in the early 1980s. Breaking a three-decade moratorium on this type of propaganda, Moscow launched a campaign emphasizing the ostensible desire of Iran's Azerbaijani community to unite with their cousins in the Soviet Union. Moreover, during the late 1970s, a number of revolutionary movements throughout Central America and the Andean states, which enjoyed at least the tacit support of Havana and Moscow, came belatedly to appreciate the 186 strategic value of championing the ethnic aspirations of the various Indian peoples of the region. Registered Meanwhile, Peking also did a flip-flop, but in the opposite direction. During the Demaoization campaign of 1980 to 1981, the authorities indicated that they would curtail support for revolutionary movements within the non-Marxist Leninist states of Southern Asia. In addition to those reasons suggested for the Soviet tendency to accept existing state borders, the Chinese may also have been motivated by a desire to isolate Vietnam, by then a major enemy, as well as by the need to convince the United States, Japan, and other non-Marxist states that it was worthy of major military and economic assistance. In any event, it is evident that whenever Moscow and Peking have shown a disinclination to manipulate the aspirations of ethnic minorities in non-Marxist states, their reluctance was not due to a conviction of the inefficacy of this stratagem as a means of inspiring discord. While hesitant to encourage minority unrest within non-communist states, Moscow illustrated no such compunction in its dealings with other Marxist-Leninist governments. Policy with regard to other Marxist-Leninist states when trying to press their will upon the leaders of another Marxist-Leninist state, the Soviets have often resorted to playing upon the resentments and aspirations of minorities. This approach reminds the recalcitrant government that it is vulnerable from within as well as from without. Soviet efforts of this type were particularly extensive and long-lasting in the cause of ending the Sino-Soviet rift. Long hours of broadcasts in a number of local vernaculars were beamed from long-range transmitting facilities newly erected near the border for just this purpose. Newspapers and pamphlets, also in the local languages, were distributed by whatever means possible. The message was always essentially the same: the Chinese have denied your right to national self-determination. They are bent upon forcibly eradicating your culture and your identity, and assimilating you into the Han nation. Your plight contrasts badly with the situation in the Soviet Union, where the various national groups have their own republics and where their unique cultures are encouraged. But the revolutionary spirit of the Mongol, Tibetan, Uyghur, etc. people cannot be extinguished, and the national liberation struggle will be won. Thus a broadcast in Tibetan described in graphic terms how the Tibetans fought for their survival and 187. Independence in 1959 and prophesied that the struggle for their survival and independence, like that of other nationalities, will never be subdued. 49. Although difficult to substantiate, Soviet activities probably went beyond mere propaganda, at least this was the charge brought on numerous occasions by the Chinese. In certain frontier regions of the minorities' nationalities there has emerged a new special situation. There the modern revisionists are frantically fomenting disunity in the relations among our nationalities. They carry out subversive activities on a large scale, inciting and coercing huge numbers of people of the frontier minority nationalities to flee the country. Registered degree. For their part, the Chinese tried to minimize their vulnerability by such devices as radio jamming and forcing the Turkic peoples of western China to discard the Cyrillic alphabet, which had been adopted in place of the Arabic script only 2 years earlier, in order to render written materials from across the border unintelligible. 5. They were also reported to have created something of a cordon sanitaire by moving minorities back some miles from the border, then repopulating the zone with Han. Peking also went on the counter-offensive with charges that the Soviet Union was a prison of nations, not their nirvana as Moscow had advertised. Thus, using the centennial of Lenin's birth as an opportunity to carry on their battle of invectives with Moscow, the Chinese news agency Xinhua commented on April 21, 1970, Lenin pointed out, "Nowhere in the world is there such an oppression of the majority of the country's population as there is in Russia, and nationalities other than Russians were regarded as inarodsi, aliens." National oppression turned the nationalities without any rights into great reservoirs of fierce hatred for the monarchs. Now the Soviet revisionist new Tsars have restored the old Tsars policy of national oppression, adopted such cruel measures as discrimination, forced migration, splitting and imprisonment to oppress and persecute the minority nationalities and turned the Soviet Union back into the prison of nations. But despite the beaming of such messages into the Soviet Union, China was decidedly at a disadvantage in the game of ethnic diplomacy. Registered 3. There is little question but that the Soviets at least equally appreciated the strategic value to Moscow of the ethnically based 188 rivalries that pockmark Eastern Europe. As contrasted with their own activities involving China's minorities, the Soviets' manipulation of ethno-national attitudes within Eastern Europe was less publicized because therein Moscow more often elected to operate through intermediaries, e.g., through Budapest when the target was Romania and through Sofia, and sometimes Budapest, when the target was Yugoslavia. Take the case of Romania. When in the early 1960s that country's government took advantage of the Sino-Soviet split to strike an increasingly independent stance, Hungary, certainly acting with Moscow's consent and apparently as its agent, began fomenting unrest among Romania's Hungarian, Magyar, element. And when Romanian authorities, undaunted by such threats, openly declared in 1964 that the principles governing the relations among socialist states should include national independence and sovereignty, equal rights, non-interference in internal affairs, and territorial integrity. Organized rioting broke out among the country's Magyars. More indirect allusions to the Hungarian minority, which were made by Budapest officials during this period, further served to remind Romania of its vulnerability and the wisdom of more closely conforming to Moscow's wishes. Still another illustration of Budapest serving as the Soviet Union's willing agent against Bucharest occurred in 1971, following a much heralded trip to China by Romania's President Nicolae Ceausescu, a trip that obviously displeased Moscow. But this time, in response to a Budapest official's thinly veiled threat concerning the Magyars within Romania, a Romanian dignitary fired back, "Anyone who tries to pursue a policy of fostering national hatred is pursuing a policy against socialism and communism and consequently must be treated as an enemy of our socialist nation. We must fight for national advancement. We observe the rights of the nationalities and work to ensure these rights. We wish to advance together toward communism. Therefore, we cannot permit any attempts at nationalism or chauvinism mongering, no matter where they come from. This should be treated as an activity inimical to the cause of socialism and communism. For the manipulation of minorities to bring governments and other leaders into line was unusually visible about the time of the Soviets' 1968 military intervention in Czechoslovakia. Soviet displeasure with increasingly democratic developments within Czechoslovakia had been escalating for some months. Prior to the invasion, the Hungarian government had taken several steps to remind the 189 Czechoslovak authorities of the Magyars in their midst, and both before and after the invasion, Moscow preyed upon Slovak resentments toward the Czechs in order to isolate both peoples and thereby make each more manageable. The issue was not confined to Czechoslovakia, however, for the Soviet Union could anticipate that the intervention would evoke verbal and perhaps other forms of protest from the area's two most ardent proponents of state sovereignty, Romania and Yugoslavia. As part of the broadly orchestrated use of minority issues, therefore, Hungary again raised the minorities question with Romania, while Bulgaria intensified its propaganda campaign to wrest Macedonia from Yugoslavia to an unprecedented post-war pitch. Ethnic diplomacy therefore became a staple in the arsenal of weapons employed by the Soviet Union with regard to Marxist-Leninist states. It bears emphasizing, however, that the purpose behind these appeals to ethno-national aspirations was quite different than the purpose which had undergirded such appeals by Marxist-Leninists before World War II and which continued to undergird such appeals by Peking and Hanoi throughout the post-war period. Whereas pre-war appeals of this nature were intended to bring on revolutionary situations, post-war Soviet resort to such tactics was predicated upon a desire to maintain the status quo. This change of purpose self-evidently required a more cautious approach to utilizing ethnic sentiments. If such utilization were not to prove counterproductive, care must be taken that the anti-governmental feelings of a minority not be raised to a point that would cause the minority to later refuse to readapt to its former political status, even though the government of its state had meanwhile re-entered Soviet favor. This consideration probably dictates that blatant, emotional appeals to the minority be used only in the rarest and most pressing of situations and then only as a last resort, and that the threat to make such an appeal, rather than the making of the appeal, be the standard modus operandi. Otherwise, given the unpredictable passion lurking within ethnopsychology, minorities represent a most dangerous vehicle by which to gain foreign policy objectives if one truly desires a return to the status quo ante. Moreover, as one views the response of Romania and Yugoslavia, as well as of China, to Soviet attempts to take advantage of their multinational character, it appears that, if anything, this tampering with their subjects steeled the resolve of the targeted governments to become less, not more dependent on Moscow's will. But whatever the level of success enjoyed by the Soviet Union, in pressing the 190 innately revolutionary force of ethno-nationalism into the service of systems maintenance, the Soviets again demonstrated an unusual capacity to retain a very flexible perspective on the potentialities inherent in nationalist inclinations. it would be misleading to leave the impression that the other Marxist-Leninist governments of Europe acted only as agents or as targets of the Soviet Union in matters involving minorities, or that they were uniformly content with the ethnic status quo. The key role that came to be played in the post-war period by the ethnographic map in the diplomatic dramas of Eastern Europe was hardly a recent development. On the contrary, one is struck by the continuity of specific national problems extending from before World War I, through the Hitlerian period, down to the present. Marxism-Leninism neither created nor succeeded in erasing these problems. Among those which persisted, and which seriously ruffled the relations among Marxist-Leninist states, were the conflict between Bulgaria and Yugoslavia concerning the Macedonians, between Albania and Yugoslavia regarding the latter's Albanian minority, those between Hungary on the one hand and Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia on the other, all involving the Magyar minorities in the latter three states, and between Romania and the Soviet Union over the aforementioned case of the Bessarabians. 55 These national rivalries continued to have a life of their own under Marxism-Leninism. On numerous occasions, the governments involved conducted ethnically oriented propaganda campaigns without encouragement from Moscow and sometimes despite Moscow's displeasure. What was new in the post-war equation, however, was the absence of a threat of immediate war between neighbors as a means of settling a conflict involving national minorities. It was not the comparative strength of any one East European state that would be apt to decide such an issue. The Soviet Union remained the ultimate arbiter, and since Moscow would frown upon open hostilities between fraternal socialist states, disputes between the governments of the area over ethnic issues assumed such highly subtle forms as indirect allusions, pseudo-historical debates, and the citing of sometimes quite obscure passages from Marx, Engels, or Lenin in support of one's own position. But the absence of a resort to violence by the European Marxist-Leninist states was not due to a lessening of interstate frictions involving the national question. The most significant factor regulating the national question throughout Eastern Europe in the post-war era was, therefore, the 191 dominating role of the Soviet Union. It was in the course of rationalizing that imbalanced relationship that the Soviets were to invent perhaps the most innovative chapter in the lengthy history of Marxism and self-determination, that dealing with the theory of socialist self-determination. The theory first appeared on September 26, 1968 in a Pravda article written by one Sergei Kovalev, whose principal aim was to defend against critics the military invasion and occupation of Czechoslovakia by the armed forces of the Soviet Union and four lesser members of the Warsaw Pact. The article was later endorsed by Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev and became popularly known as the Brezhnev Doctrine. The document set forth a notion of limited sovereignty for Marxist-Leninist states, noting that it is not merely a right but a duty for other Marxist-Leninist states to intervene in the internal affairs of a fellow Marxist-Leninist state to prevent it from backsliding into bourgeois ways. Subsequent analyses of the document's case for this assertion tended to concentrate on the phrase socialist commonwealth as the novel and key element of the doctrine, although this expression had in fact appeared in Soviet documents and press releases with some regularity throughout the 1960s. A second phrase which appeared in the article and which was much more central to the Brezhnev doctrine was socialist self-determination. Tal-aosfuis was Gul. Biasi. Indeed, as the following excerpts testify, the notion of self-determination and the vital distinction between its bourgeois and socialist varieties formed the recurring theme. Referring specifically to the invasion and occupation of Czechoslovakia by the combined armed forces of the Soviet Union and its four allies, the article commented, "We cannot ignore the assertions, held in some places, that the actions of the five socialist countries run counter to the Marxist-Leninist principle of sovereignty and the rights of nations to self-determination. The groundlessness of such reasoning consists primarily in that it is based on an abstract, non-class approach to the question of sovereignty and the rights of nations to self-determination. Each communist party is free to apply the principles of Marxism-Leninism and socialism in its own country, but it cannot deviate from these principles. The anti-socialist elements in Czechoslovakia actually covered up the demand for so-called neutrality and Czechoslovakia's withdrawal from the socialist community with talking about the right of nations to self-determination. However, the implementation of such self-determination, in other words, Czechoslovakia's detachment from 192. The socialist community, would have come into conflict with its own vital interests and would have been detrimental to the other socialist states. Such self-determination, as a result of which NATO troops would have been able to come up to the Soviet border, while the community of European socialist countries would have been split, in effect encroaches upon the vital interests of the peoples of these countries and conflicts, as the very root of it, with the right of these people to socialist self-determination. As a social system, world socialism is the common gain of the working people of all lands, it is indivisible and its defense is the common cause of all communists. Naturally, the communists of the fraternal countries could not allow the socialist states to be inactive in the name of an abstractly understood sovereignty, when they saw that the country stood in peril of anti-socialist degeneration. Formal observance of the freedom of self-determination of a nation in the concrete situation that arose in Czechoslovakia would mean freedom of self-determination not of the popular masses, the working people, but of their enemies. The soldiers of the Allied socialist countries now in Czechoslovakia, do not interfere in the internal affairs of the country, are fighting for the principle of self-determination of the peoples of Czechoslovakia not in words but in deeds, are fighting for their inalienable right to think out profoundly and decide their fate themselves, without intimidation on the part of counter-revolutionaries, without revisionists and national demagoguery. One rather obvious message of the doctrine is that constraints arising from the right of socialist self-determination apply not only to nations but to communist states. A second is that any activities viewed by Moscow as detrimental to socialist self-determination are by definition the handiwork of counter-revolutionaries. And counter-revolutionary activity undertaken in the name of self-determination by communist states will be no more tolerated than were similarly stigmatized activities carried out by national groups in the name of self-determination within the Soviet Union, China, Vietnam, and Yugoslavia following the consolidation of power by the communist parties. But with the Brezhnev doctrine, the justification advanced for denying self-determination is another form of self-determination. This development is particularly ironic in light of the manner in which Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Ho, Tito, and a host of other Marxist-Leninists had extensively manipulated the self-determination principle for more than a century. The Dialectical Road to Fusion. Chapter 8. Lenin's formula for solving the national question in a post-revolutionary environment flowed from his perception of nationalism as the outgrowth of past discrimination and oppression. The resulting milieu of national suspicion and mistrust was to be exorcised by a period of national equality. This period of equality was to be one of cultural pluralism in which the more overt manifestations of each nation's uniqueness, most especially its language, were to be nurtured by the state. In time this policy of promoting pluralism came to be known as the flourishing of the nations. Lenin reasoned that as the policy of equality dissipated the antagonisms and mistrust that had previously estranged nations, those human units would naturally move closer together, a process that became known in the official Marxist lexicon as the rapprochement or coming together of nations. The process of coming together would continue until a complete blending was achieved, and a single identity had emerged. Leninists usually avoid terming this synthesis assimilation, on the twin grounds that, 1. Assimilation is better suited to capitalist societies, wherein the relations among national groups are characterized by inequality and oppression and where coercion is the principal means for bringing about acculturation, and, 2. Assimilation usually refers to absorption by the state's dominant national group and is therefore a euphemism for Russification, Sinification, Vedification, Serbification, and the like. Marxist-Leninists differentiate their approach to the national question by noting, 1. That national relations within a Marxist society are predicated upon absolute national equality and, 2. That the process of blending together is fully voluntary, devoid of any element of coercion, and that, Far from being a device for absorbing people into the state's dominant group, the blending process in a Marxist state leads to the creation of a totally new identity, a new socialist person, who, in the case of the Soviet Union, came to be called Soviet man. The Soviet authorities therefore generally eschew the word assimilation when describing the final phase of the synthesizing process, preferring the Russian term. 202. Slyanie, translatable as emerging, registered similarly. Peking usually avoids references to the Chinese word for assimilation, bunghua, preferring yunghou, which means a melting together or amalgamation and, in the same vein. A Yugoslav theoretician has explained that in referring to Azhuang Yugoslav culture we are not alluding to assimilation of the cultures of less numerous peoples and national minorities, but to an integration of equals. In Lenin's scheme, the period of the flourishing of nations would hasten the process of cent pluribus unum. To Lenin, language and other overt manifestations of national uniqueness were construed, on balance, as conveyors of the messages emanating from the party. In and by themselves they were merely forms. It was the party, acting through the state, which would give them content. Forms did, nevertheless, have an important role to play in enhancing the receptivity accorded to the messages. Lenin and his successors have believed that Sovietization would not be resisted by minorities as an alien program identified with the state's dominant ethnic element, if it came dressed in the local tongue and other appropriate national attire. Employing the individualized national forms would convince the people that Marxism-Leninism was not just a new guise for assimilation by the dominant group registered in 1925. Stalin would confer upon this entire approach to the national question the official, abbreviated title of National in form, Socialist in content. Lenin's plan for achieving homogeneity by encouraging cultural distinctiveness is at least a somewhat enigmatic one. Even Stalin granted that the approach would appear contradictory and paradoxical to those uninitiated in the ways of Marxian dialectics. In 1930 he likened Lenin's national policy to the Marxist view concerning the withering away of the state and to Lenin's strategic insight concerning self-determination. It may seem strange that we, who are in favor of the fusion of national cultures in the future into one common culture, both in form and content, with a single, common language, are at the same time in favor of the blossoming of national cultures at the present time, in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat. It may be said that, presented in this way, the question is self-contradictory. But is there not the same sort of self-contradiction in our treatment of the question of the state? We are in favor of the withering away of the state, yet we are at the same time in favor of strengthening the dictatorship of the proletariat. 203. IAT, which represents the most powerful and mighty of all forms of state power that have hitherto existed. The supreme development of the power of the state, with the object of preparing the way for the withering away of state power, such is the Marxist formula. Is that self-contradictory? Yes, it is self-contradictory. But this contradiction is a living thing, and it is a complete reflection of Marxian dialectics. Or take, for example, the way Lenin presents the question of the right of nations to self-determination, including secession. Lenin sometimes expressed the thesis of national self-determination in the form of a simple formula, disunion for the purpose of union. Just think disunion for the purpose of union. It even smacks of the paradoxical. And yet this self-contradictory formula reflects that living truth of Marxian dialectics which enables the Bolsheviks to capture the most impregnable fortresses in the sphere of the national question. The same must be said of the formula of national culture, the blossoming of national cultures, and languages, in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat in one country, with the object of preparing the way for their dying away and fusion into a single, common, socialist culture, and a single, common language, in the period of victory of socialism all over the world. Whoever has failed to understand this peculiarity and the self-contradictory nature of our transitional times, whoever has failed to understand this dialectical character of historical processes, is lost to Marxism registered. It might well be argued that the actual experience of Marxists with regard to 1. the withering away of the state and, 2. The response of peoples to pre-revolutionary promises of self-determination should have led Stalin to a quite different assessment of the likely outcome of Lenin's prescription for solving the national question. As we are reminded by the high priority that Marxist-Leninist governments still assign to the strengthening of their respective states, and by the way in which the nations of the Soviet Union availed themselves of the right of self-determination during 1917-1918 to secede from the Russian state, paradoxes, which in the realm of theory may be readily explained away in terms of an anticipated dialectical development, may prove in the real world to be predicated upon more intractable, unilateral forces. And so, Stalin's analogies might well have led him to the conclusion that nurturing cultural pluralism would be more likely to result in a 204. Unilateral path of increasing awareness of national uniqueness than in a dialectical route toward transnational fusion. Such a non-dialectical eventuality was not considered a viable threat, because the party, through control of the state apparatus, would command the forces of political socialization. Particularly significant would be the agencies responsible for agitation and propaganda, because they would design the intellectual content of school and university curricula, of all published works, including the particularly important category of historical works, and of the telecommunications media and press, as well as of communication channels of lesser incidence, such as films, plays, operas, and graphic art. How such controls might be exercised is illustrated by a remarkably candid Chinese directive to teachers of non-Han students. Minority education, like other minority work, aims at increasing common qualities and decreasing differences. Therefore, while teaching, teachers have the possibility of strongly pushing the racial viewpoint of Marxism-Leninism, vividly and intelligently infiltrating day by day the thoughts of each race's children, youth, and adults, seeping into the consciousness of each child, youth, and adult of each race. This will cause them to have a common language, understanding, and thought, and of course will bring about common action, synthesizing them into a unified force of all the races, giving all their strength to fulfill completely the grand purpose of building the big socialist home registered. As to books, the same directive, in a section entitled "Give Heed to Doing Well the Translating and Supplying of Teaching Materials and Texts," pointed out that the leading ideas in racial materials should have an eye to national unity, racial amity, and the building of socialism in somewhat more guarded terms. An article, which was officially approved for use in seminars addressed to the national question within the Soviet Union, assigned the same high priority to altering national psychology by controlling the message that the people receive. Though the process is referred to as education, it is evident that all channels of communication, and not just formal education, are intended thereby. Educational work has tremendous significance in the struggle against the designs of class enemies and any vestiges of nationalism in people's consciousness. The CPSU Central Committee Res. 205. Alyoshin, in connection with the 50th anniversary of the formation of the USSR, points out that internationalist education acts as one of the central tasks of all party, Soviet, economic, cultural and public organizations, and of all our cadre in the center and locally in every republic, krai, oblast, and collective. The party draws attention to the fact that in this work, it must be shown more widely that the further development of international relations, the consolidation of the people's friendship, and the processes of the development and rapprochement of the socialist nations exert favorable influence on all spheres of Soviet society's life: economics and politics, ideology and morality, culture and everyday life. The party will continue to educate all working people in the spirit of socialist internationalism and implacability toward manifestations of nationalism and chauvinism and national narrow-mindedness and conceit in whatever form they appear, and in the spirit of profound respect for all nations and nationalities. This anti-nationalist education is to be waged on the widest possible front with regard to both its socialist content and national form. Implicit in the preceding quotation is the command that all sources of information, press, radio, television, school curricula, the speeches of cadre, etc., are to be marshaled so as to promote socialist content and to ensure prior censorship of all national content. Moreover, the national form is not to be restricted to language but is to incorporate whatever aspects of traditional cultural attire are apt to prove effective at making the socialist content appear less exotic, more familiar, and therefore more compatible with a group's predispositions. The manner in which all media are to be marshaled was suggested by a Soviet official in 1982, comrades. An integrated approach to the education process of instilling, 1. Hostility toward survivals of nationalism and, 2. Greater friendship toward other national groups presupposes the active employment of the entire diversity of forms and resources which the ideological front has today at its disposal. 1. Refer to the effective use of all the resources of mass information, the press, television, and radio, the possibilities of the cinema, oral political and visual agitation and cultural educational institutions. Literature and art also play an important role here. And the results of these efforts are already evident. The themes of motherland, the party, revolution, patriotism, military glory and 206. Valor and the international solidarity of peoples have become leading topics for the creative workers of all generations. The Republic's scholars are making a significant contribution to the process of patriotic and international education and to the development of its theoretical and scientific basis. In the last 10 years alone, they have prepared and defended more than 30 doctoral and candidate dissertations dealing with topical problems of national relations and education of workers in the spirit of patriotism and internationalism. A number of collective and individual monographs has been published dealing with problems of establishment of internationalist maturity in the workers of the Republic. Asterisk. Traditional religious rites, as well as forms of folk music, costumes, and dance, may also be used to cloak socialist content, as witness the manner in which the Vietnamese Deputy Minister of Culture, shortly after the victory over South Vietnam, described the techniques for inculcating the Khmer minority of southern Vietnam with what he termed the new culture. The third of 5 ethnic zones within southern Vietnam is inhabited by about 600,000 compatriots of Khmer descent who are mostly Buddhists. They enjoy a rather good economic life, use their own language, and have good singing and dancing skills. Their cultural activities are connected with pagodas. In this zone, nationality songs and dances must be developed and combined with religious activities at pagodas to disseminate the new culture among the working masses. Registered. The keystone of Leninist national policy has been, therefore, a plenary distinction between form and substance. While the former assumes a national coloration during the period of the flourishing of the nations, the latter must unerringly remain thoroughly socialist at all times. Here, for example, is how the first secretary of the Soviet Communist Party described Soviet culture in 1972. In the half-century that the USSR has been in existence, a Soviet socialist culture, uniform in spirit and in its fundamental content, has formed and flourished in our country. Today we have every right to say that our culture is socialist in content and in the main tendency of its development, diverse in its national forms and internationalist in its spirit and character. Plus all Marxist-Leninist states are ostensibly committed to the maxims laid down by Lenin for solving the national question in a post. 207. Revolutionary situation. The degree to which Lenin's legacy on the question has been canonized was reflected in the principal speech commemorating the 50th anniversary of the formation of the Soviet Union. Part 1 was entitled The Formation of the USSR, a Triumph of the Leninist Nationalities Policy, and read in part, thus, the fundamental interests of all the Soviet peoples and the very logic of the struggle for socialism in our country demanded the formation of a single multinational socialist state. But the creation of such a state required the party's organizing role, its correct policy and its purposeful activity. The Communist Party did have the necessary theoretical basis for such a policy, the Marxist-Leninist teaching on the nationalities question. As a result of the canonization of Leninist national policy, the charge that a Marxist-Leninist party is violating that policy is tantamount to a charge of apostasy. Thus a Soviet article entitled Unmasking Mao Zedong's Anti-Leninist Policies states that, as is known, the Mao Zedong group at the present time is resolving the nationality problem from the standpoint of great power chauvinism and is abandoning the principles of proletarian internationalism and of Marxist-Leninist policies on the national question. Registered Chinese writers have responded in kind. Brezhnev and his ilk shamelessly try their utmost to describe what they call national rapprochement as the Leninist policy on nationalities and the continued development along the road chartered by Lenin. This is indeed the biggest insult to Lenin, the teacher of proletarian revolution, and a crude distortion of his teachings. It has nothing in common with the Leninist policy on nationalities, it is an utter betrayal of Leninism. Similarly, Hungarian leaders, when pressing Prague for more autonomy for the Magyar, Hungarian, minority within Czechoslovakia, noted that better relations between the two states were possible only on the basis of socialism and a Leninist nationality policy. With but two exceptions, Leninist national policy, sloganized in the motto that all nations are equal, is emblazoned on the escutcheon of every Marxist state. Minimally, their constitutions reflect Lenin's insistence that all preferential treatment be avoided. The prototype was Article 123 of the Soviet Union's 1936 constitution, which stipulated that equality of rights of citizens of the USSR, irrespective of their nationality or race, in all spheres of 208. Economic, governmental, cultural, political, and other social activity, is an independent law. Registered The Chinese constitution conveys the same sentiment with admirable brevity. Article 4 All nationalities in the PRC are equal. The two exceptions are Cuba and North Korea. The Cuban and Korean governments do not disclaim Lenin's approach, but simply make no reference to it, since they treat their respective populations as ethnically homogeneous. While this presumption is well founded in the case of North Korea, in the case of Cuba it represents a departure from earlier positions taken by the Communists with regard to the ethnic composition of the Cuban population. The most prominent division within Cuba follows racial lines, and the Cuban Communist Party, as its American counterpart, had endorsed a Comintern Directive of 1928, which held that the principle of self-determination required that a separate black republic be carved from Cuban territory. Nevertheless, the Castro government's constitution treated the population as homogeneous. Elsewhere, even the absence of a statistically significant minority has not been a sufficient bar to constitutional affirmations of commitment to national equality. Thus, although the post-World War II alterations in Poland's borders transformed that country into one of the world's most ethnically homogeneous states, its constitution, Article 69, proclaims that all citizens irrespective of nationality, race, or religion, enjoy equal rights in all spheres of public, political, economic, social, and cultural life. Although the passage from the Polish constitution cited above lists 5 spheres where national equality is to be honored, those entitled public and social are superfluous. In practice, the policy of national equality, which is ostensibly supported by all Marxist-Leninist states, has 3 distinguishable dimensions: 1. Cultural, 2. Economic, and 3. Political. Let us examine each in turn. Cultural equality. With regard to the first dimension, the constitutions of most Marxist-Leninist states somehow suggest that the national groups have the right to preserve their particular culture, most specifically, their own language. The Albanian constitution, Article 39, for example, states that national minorities enjoy all the rights, the protection of their cultural development and the free use of their language. The Bulgarian constitution, Article 45, noted that citizens, in addition to the compulsory study of the Bulgarian language, RN. TAS_E1. Ethnolinguistic composition of Marxist-Leninist states. State, estimated 1980 ethnolinguistic groups population by percentage in parentheses, of population. Albania Albanian 97.0, 2,730,000, Geg, 65.0. Tosk, 32.0. Greek 2.5. Others 0.5. Bulgaria Bulgar 85.8, 8,860,000, Turk 9.1. Gypsy 2.6. Macedonian 2.5. Cambodia Khmer 90.0, 8,870,000, Vietnamese 4.0, Chinese 4.0, Cham 1.0, Mon Khmer 1.0. People's Republic Han 93.3 of China Chuang 1,0, 1027,000,000, others 5.7. Cuba White asterisk 73.0, 9,980,000, Mestizo asterisk 15.0. Negroid asterisk 12.0. Czechoslovakia Czech 65.0, 15,320,000, Slovak 29.2, Magyar 4.0, German 0.5, Pole 0.5, Ruthenian 0.3, others 0.5. German Democratic German 99.6. Republic Sorb 0.4, 16,800,000. Hungary Magyar 96.0, 10,710,000, German 2.0. Slovak 1.0. Others 1.0. Table, Kant. State, estimated 1980 ethno-linguistic groups population by percentage in parentheses, of population. Democratic People's Korean 99.0. Republic of Korea others 1.0, 19 million. Laos 67.0, 3,720. 000, Mon Khmer 19.0. Thai, other than Lao, 5.0. Mio 4.0. Chinese 3.0. Others 2.0. Mongolia Khalkha Mongol 76.0, 1,670,000, other Mongo. 13.0 Kazakh 5.0 other Turkic 2.0 Chinese 1.0 Russian 1.0 others 2.0 Poland Pole 98.0, 35,580,000, German 1.0 others 1.0. Romania Romanian 88.0, 22,270,000, Magyar 9.0 German 2.0 others 1.0. USSR Russian 52.4, 266,670,000, Ukrainian 16.2 Uzbek 4.8 Belarusian 3.6 Kazakh 2.5 Tatar 2.4 Azerbaijan 2.1 Armenian 1.6 Georgian 14 Moldavian LL Tadzhik LD Lithuanian LL Turkmen 8. Table, Kant. State, estimated 1980 ethno-linguistic groups population by percentage in parentheses, of population. USSR, Kant. German 7. Kyrgyz 7. Jewish 7. Chavash 7. Latvian 5. Bashkir 5. Mordvinian Re. Pole. Estonian 4. Others 3.8. Vietnam Vietnamese 86.0, 52,300,000, Chinese 2.0 Khmer 2.0 Mountain Cham tribes 2.0 Tho 2.0 Muang 1.0 Thai 1.0 Nung 1.0 Mio 1.0 Yao 1.0 Mon Khmer tribes 1.0. Yugoslavia Serb 36.3, 22,428,000, Croat 19.8. Ethnic Muslim 8.9. Slovene 7.8. Albanian 7.7. Macedonian 6.9. Montenegrin 2.6. Magyar 1.9. Others 8.1 asterisk otherwise undifferentiated. 212. Titled to study also. Their own language, the Chinese Constitution, Article 4, states that all the nationalities have the freedom to use and develop their own spoken and written languages, and to preserve or reform their own customs and ways. The Mongolian Constitution, Article 83, ensures all nationalities that they have the opportunity to develop their national culture and to receive tuition and conduct business in their own native language, and the Vietnamese Constitution, Article 4, promises that all nationalities have the right to preserve or reform their own customs and habits, to use their spoken and written languages, and to develop their own national culture. The right to use or to study one's own language is not, of course, the same as the right to study one's own language, the latter usually implying the privilege of having one's own schools. A number of Marxist states have constitutionally guaranteed this additional right. Again, the Soviet Union served as the prototype. Article 121 of the 1936 Constitution ensured the right to education by instruction in schools in the native language. The Romanian Constitution, Article 22, is even more explicit on this point, stating that the co-inhabiting nationalities are ensured the free utilization of their native language as well as books, papers, magazines, their trace and e-educatio at all levels in their own language einig myler utres ang sigukation at oi Eurovase in their own sankage. ENA at similar approach, the Yugoslavian Constitution pledges, Article 171, that members of the nations and nationalities of Yugoslavia shall, on the territory of each republic and/or autonomous province, have the right to instruction in their own language in conformity with Statute the Hungarian Constitution, Article 49, hedges, by comparison, granting to all nationalities only the possibility of education in their native tongue and the possibility of developing their native culture. THER Marxist-Leninist states have committed themselves to providing education in a minority tongue, but have limited such a right to a specified national group or groups. Thus, in addition to designating Czech and Slovak as the two official languages of the state, the Czechoslovak Constitution of 1960, Article 25, promised citizens of Hungarian, Ukrainian, Ruthenian, and Polish nationality every opportunity and all means of education in their mother tongue and for their cultural development. Although more numerous than the Poles and Ruthenians, the German minority within Czechoslovakia was not extended this right until a constitutional amendment to this effect was passed in 1968. The Sorbs of East Germany 213 offer another example of a people being singled out in a constitution. Although the Sorbs account for less than 0.5% of an otherwise homogeneous population, and although there is general agreement that these people were well along the way to complete assimilation by the 1940s, the newly formed German Democratic Republic, under direction from the Soviet Union, purposefully set about reversing this trend. Under Article 40 of the Constitution, citizens of Sorb nationality have the right to cultivate their mother tongue and culture. The experience of this right is fostered by the state. Lenin's prescription concerning the need for a people to enjoy a period when the more overt characteristics of their national culture would be permitted to flourish had been formulated with an eye to nationally conscious peoples who would resent an attempt to foster the culture of the state's dominant people at the expense of their own, but what of peoples totally or largely at a pre-national level of group consciousness. Particularly in the cases of the Soviet Union and China, newly installed Marxist-Leninist governments were confronted with a number of remote groups, many of whom did not even possess a written language. Given the ultimate Marxist-Leninist goal of cultural fusion, it might be anticipated that the authorities would elect to telescope the process, having such peoples bypass the stage of the flourishing of the nation. It is a testament to the influence of Lenin's thought that authorities generally elected not to do so, preferring to provide the group with an alphabet, to compile dictionaries and instructional materials in the local language, to conduct lessons in the language, and the like. A stage of pre- or semi-national consciousness did offer some potentiality for shaping the emerging national identity, however, and the authorities did not hesitate to experiment. Over the years, Marxist-Leninist theoreticians have been prone to assign great significance to language as a controlling factor in the formation of ethno-national consciousness, and so the selection of one vernacular over another to serve as the officially sanctioned language was often designed to bring about a desired political end. Registered, for example, in their early reign, the Soviet authorities, fearing the possibility of a pan-Turkic or pan-Muslim movement that would unite the state's Asian peoples in a formidable bloc, purposefully promoted several tongues, such as Karakopak, Kyrgyz, Tatar, Turkmen, and Uzbek. In somewhat similar fashion, the Yugoslav authorities elected to promote the concept of a separate Macedonian language and identity. Despite Sophia's 214 insistence that Macedonians are in fact Bulgars and that the so-called Macedonian language fostered by Yugoslavia is only a localized dialect of Bulgar. The selection of an alphabet has also often been a factor in nurturing one sense of national identity rather than another. For example, the various Turkic peoples on the Soviet side of the border traditionally employed the Arabic script. In the late 1920s, Moscow replaced Arabic with the Latin alphabet, at least in part as a means of dissuading sentiment of a trans-state, pan-Turkic, or pan-Muslim nature. Still later, commencing in the late 1930s, the Cyrillic alphabet was introduced. On the other side of the Sino-Soviet border, the Turkic peoples had also traditionally employed the Arabic script. However, in 1956, at a time of good relations between the two countries, and apparently at Soviet prodding, Peking announced plans to introduce the Cyrillic alphabet. Soon thereafter relations chilled, and Peking's desire to make its population immune to the blandishments of Soviet propaganda caused it to substitute the Latin alphabet. Registered despite the fact that the Soviets had earlier compelled their own Turkic peoples to use the Latin script, the Soviets now labeled Peking's decision to do so a manifestation of Great Han chauvinism. The irony of Moscow's indictment was further underlined by Soviet practice with regard to the Moldavian question. Having taken the twin position that the people of Moldavia constituted a separate national group, distinct from the Romanian people, and that the local Moldavian variant of the Romanian tongue was in fact a separate language, the Soviets had purposefully promoted the Cyrillic alphabet rather than the Latin alphabet used in Romania. Cultural form, as well as cultural content, has therefore been manipulated to bring about politically desirable ends. *9. Economic equality. As noted, the policy of national equality is not restricted to its cultural dimension. Indeed, when leaders, whether inside or outside of Marxist-Leninist states, inveigh, without further specifics, against national inequality, it is presumed that they refer to economic inequality. Surprisingly, however, in their pre-revolutionary writings both Stalin and Lenin had ignored economic motivation when enumerating their reasons for endorsing a policy of national equality. In his celebrated 1913 Marxism and the National Question, 215. Stalin had made no mention of economic considerations when he elaborated upon the basis for national discontent. What is it that particularly agitates a national minority? A minority is discontented not because there is no national union but because it does not enjoy the right to use its native language. Permit it to use its native language and the discontent will pass of itself. A minority is discontented not because there is no artificial union but because it does not possess its own schools. Give it its own schools and all grounds for discontent will disappear. A minority is discontented not because there is no national union, but because it does not enjoy liberty of conscience, religious liberty, liberty of locomotion, etc. Give it these liberties and it will cease to be discontented. Thus national equality in all forms, language, school, etc., is an essential element in the solution of the national problem *. Nor had Lenin made any reference to the righting of economic imbalances, when detailing in 1914 his program for the equality of nations and the definition of the rights of national minorities. Registered. Given their assumptions concerning the primacy of socio-economic causation and the fact that they were committed to a social system that held out the promise that each individual would be rewarded according to his work, socialism, and, ultimately, according to his needs, communism, it is safe to conclude that the achievement of economic equality was simply presumed by both men. But a national sense of economic inequality is a different phenomenon than an individual one. And it is rather remarkable that men, who were so aware of the strategic potentialities inherent in the cultural and political grievances of entire nations, should so overlook the opportunity to appeal to another font of group dissatisfaction. In any case, Once in power, the closing of the economic gaps among groups became a highly publicized feature of national policy. The high priority which the Soviet leadership assigns to the broadest possible dissemination of this message was evident in the emphasis accorded it in the important speech of Party General Secretary Leonid Brezhnev on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the formation of the Soviet Union. Several paragraphs were dedicated to drawing a sharp contrast between the situation of the non-Russian peoples in 1922 and their situation in 1972. The secretary said in part 216. In summing up the heroic accomplishments of the last half-century, we have every reason to say that the nationalities question, in the form in which it came down to us from the past, has been resolved completely, resolved definitively and irrevocably. Now, on the 50th anniversary of our union, the resolution of the nationalities question and the overcoming of the backwardness of the formerly oppressed nations is for Soviet people something that they take for granted, something that is second nature to them. But one must recall the scale and complexity of the work that was done in order to appreciate not only the wisdom but also the boldness and consistency of the Bolshevik Party, which set itself this goal and then achieved it. Let us for a minute imagine what the condition of the outlying national areas of our country looked like at the time of the revolution. In terms of their economic development, Central Asia and Kazakhstan were on a level that is characteristic of colonial countries. Poverty, illness, and ignorance were the lot of the overwhelming majority of the population. Many parts of Transcaucasia and even Belorussia, which was close to the center, were marked by economic backwardness. All these areas, with the exception of a few large cities, were still in the Dark Ages, so to speak, in economic terms, in their social makeup, in kultura terms and in the living conditions of their working population. It was in these conditions that the party, at Lenin's initiative, embarked on a course aimed at the accelerated economic, cultural, social, and political development of the outlying national areas. The party saw that the practical implementation of this course was possible only on the basis of extensive and comprehensive assistance to the nations and nationalities who had been oppressed in the past from the more developed parts of the country, above all from the Russian people and its working class. During the years the Union has been in existence, the volume of industrial output has increased 600 times in Kazakhstan, more than 500 times in the Tadzhik Republic, more than 400 times in the Kyrgyz Republic, almost 240 times in the Uzbek Republic, and more than 130 times in the Turkmenian Republic. In short, on the basis of the Leninist nationalities policy and at the price of the intense labor of the entire Soviet people, we have achieved a situation in which the term backward outlying national area, which was so common in the old Russia, has ceased to exist. *4 Similar claims have been made by spokesmen for other Marxist-Leninist states. 54 217. The Soviet Union. As to the political dimension of the policy of national equality, all of the Marxist-Leninist states constitutionally prohibit political discrimination on the basis of nationality and/or race. Much more significant than this commonplace constitutional guarantee against discrimination is the degree to which the Marxist-Leninist states have designed their own internal political structures so as to reflect ethno-national distributions, thus catering to the ambition of national groups for their own political unit. Prior to the revolution, Lenin and Stalin had envisaged the prospect of some form of autonomy for territorially contiguous people, what Stalin termed regional autonomy and what Lenin had called autonomous and self-governing territorial units. Neither man, however, had spelled out the anticipated level of home rule to be enjoyed by these subordinate entities. Indeed, at least in 1913, Stalin did not believe that the distribution of national groups would be a necessary consideration in the delimiting of the regional units. He wrote of autonomy only for such crystallized units as Poland, Lithuania, the Ukraine, the Caucasus, and so forth. 8 Registered as Stalin well knew, the Caucasus was not an ethnic homeland but a region of intricate ethnic diversity. Even with regard to the other likely territorial candidates for autonomous status, he correctly noted that of course, not one of the regions constitutes a compact, homogeneous nation, for each is interspersed with national minorities. By contrast, Lenin granted that nationality should be a consideration in the drawing of political subdivisions, but only one among other things. Degree in any case, the division of powers between the regional governments and the center was to be imbalanced markedly in favor of the latter. Anything smacking of the federal principle was to be avoided studiously, as Lenin had explicitly asserted in a letter of December 1913, "We are in principle against federation. It weakens the economic connection and is inappropriate for a unified state. Do you want to separate? We say. Then go to the devil and cut yourself off altogether. You don't want to separate? Then, please, don't decide for me, don't believe you have the right to federation *. Registered. Despite this unambiguously negative viewpoint, opposition to the federal form dissolved almost simultaneously with the assumption of power. Lenin drafted a resolution for the Third All-Russian 218 Congress of Soviets, held in January 1918, which read in part that the Soviet Russian Republic is established on the basis of a free union of free nations. As a federation of Soviet national republics, three-degree events had made the change of stance advisable. Nations that had seceded now had to be assured that reunion would not result in political subservience. Federation was the best guarantee of equality *degree, but in reversing his pre-evolutionary stance, Lenin made clear that federalism was to be only a temporary concession, or in his words, a transitional form to the complete unity of the working people of different nations. As such, federal relations were to be thought of not as frozen but very much in flux. The early forms would give way in the face of progress toward increasing unity. Again, to quote Lenin, in recognizing that federation is a transitional form to complete unity, it is necessary to strive for ever closer federal unity. The prolongation of the federal form within the Soviet Union down to the present would have probably proven surprising to Lenin. Therefore, one of the reasons for this prolongation is that, despite Lenin's early distrust of federalism, this structural system of government was subsequently perceived as blending well with the presumptions underlying his strategy of national inform. Although the Soviet Union is one of the most centralized states in the world, the constitutions of 1924, 1936, and 1977 all referred to the constituent Soviet Socialist Republics, SSRs, as sovereign, and, as earlier noted, granted them the right freely to secede. *4 During 1944, in an attempt to gain separate membership for each SSR in the United Nations General Assembly, this image of independent statehood on the part of the SSRs was further buttressed when they were extended the right to maintain diplomatic relations, enter into treaties, and otherwise conduct foreign policy directly with other countries. Preserving the form though not the content of a federation of sovereign republics has served a preemptive purpose. Over the years, the Soviet authorities have used this fiction to impress upon the 14 non-Russian nations whose names adorn the Soviet Socialist Republics that the seemingly intrinsic urge of nations to possess their own state has, in their case, already been fulfilled. Registered accordingly, Soviet writers on the national question have placed great emphasis on the fact of independent statehood. Thus one Soviet specialist insists that each Soviet republic has its own statehood and broad representation in the Union organs of power, which ensures the equality and sovereignty of all the peoples. If the 219 nations can be convinced that their national state is already a fact, secession becomes a logical extravagance. As another Soviet writer on the national question has noted, experience shows that there may be different forms of statehood. Under socialist democracy, the substance of national sovereignty is not in the mandatory state secession of one nation from another but in the freedom of choosing any desired form of state organization. From their own experience, Soviet nations know that sovereignty is best achieved and guaranteed in a fraternal multinational family, and they bend every effort to develop and strengthen the Union state. Registered if such a political unit were to satisfy or even blunt the desire of a nationally conscious people for its own state, it would be appropriate for each unit to be named so as to evoke a close association between itself and the national group. The history of the creation of the various SSRs is a complex one marked by periodic consolidations and fragmentations registered, but the fact that 14 of the present SSRs bear the name of a national group illustrates the authorities' keen appreciation that such designations can be very helpful in triggering a positive association. Moreover, the single exception is only a partial one and illustrates the Soviet leadership's awareness that ethno-national designations can exert a negative, as well as a positive psychological impact. The exception is the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic, RSFSR, which is the oldest and manifestly most important of all such units registered degree as translated into English. This appellation would appear no exception at all. But, depending upon its spelling in the Russian language, the word Russian has two quite distinct meanings. Dating well back into the Romanov period, there had been a tradition of distinguishing between something Russian in the sense of ethno-national identity, Ruskoy, and something simply pertaining to all the lands and peoples under Romanov domination, Rossiyskit. Thus the dynasty was not the, ethnically, Russian Empire, Russkaya Imperia, but the Empire of Russia, Rossiyskaya Imperia. 5 Although consistency with the ethno-national designations of all the other republics would therefore require the ethno-national Russkaya form in the title of the RSFSR, the authorities quite purposefully selected and subsequently retained the Rostiskaya spelling as a means of lowering the risk of having the political designation convey any hint of special privilege or status being accorded to the great Russian people. In addition to those 14 peoples who have an SSR named after them, nearly 40 other peoples within the Soviet Union possess some form of governmental structure, whose title reflects their national identity. Stretched out below the SSR level of government in a descending order of officially ascribed importance is a series of 20 autonomous Soviet Socialist Republics, ASSRs, 8 autonomous regions, oblasti, and 10 autonomous areas, okruga. Degree 8 Vital differences among these various levels of ethnically defined units are difficult to discern. At the level of pure form, the difference between SSRs and autonomous units is that only those in the first category are declared to be sovereign and to have the right to secession and to conduct foreign relations. But in a system such as that of the USSR, in which power is intensely focalized and in which the most important channels of power lie outside the governmental structure, i.e., in the party, the latitude of either regional or local governments to exercise independent policy is slight indeed, and differences between layers of government become either infinitesimal or purely theoretic. The most tangible factor differentiating SSRs from most other units is the requirement that an SSR's territory touch upon one of the external borders of the USSR. 5 The next most definite basis for differentiation involves the numerical strength of the national group. Though subject to important exceptions, there is a definite digression in the size of the national component as one moves from the SSR through ASSR and autonomous region down to the level of autonomous area. Registered and evident though unofficial basis for refusing any form of national unit to a people, regardless of size and location, is that the group be part of a larger nation that is dominant within a state outside of the Soviet Union. For example, of the 30 largest groups within the Soviet Union, only Germans, Poles, Koreans, Bulgarians, and Greeks have been denied any governmental unit bearing their name. A Jewish oblast was created near the Guyanese border in 1934, but this event took place 14 years prior to the creation of Israel. While significant differences among the various forms of government are therefore difficult to detect, all four forms share in the political function of serving as constituencies for the election of delegates to the country's major legislature. The Supreme Soviet, described in the Constitution as the supreme body of state power, is composed of two houses, the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of the Nationalities. The former is elected by the citizenry without regard to special categories. But by the terms of Article 110, the 222 Soviet of Nationalities is elected according to the following norms: 32 deputies from each Union Republic, 11 deputies from each autonomous republic, 5 deputies from each autonomous region and deputy from each autonomous area. The Supreme Soviet is generally accepted by non-Soviet scholars as another illustration of form without content. It meets periodically in very abbreviated sessions to ratify, customarily without debate, decisions made elsewhere. Registered asterisk. The system of multiple constituencies for members of the Soviet of nationalities is nevertheless quite interesting for the light it sheds on Soviet federalism. By not confining representation to the SSRs, the system is an acknowledgement that all units are essentially the same. The method of weighted voting expresses a distinction predicated upon size, but not one based on different levels of government. The Soviet system would be comparable to a United States in which towns, cities, and counties, as well as the 50 states, were to send delegates to the United States Senate. Quite aside from the merits and/or demerits of such a change, the alteration would represent a most decided step away from a federal system toward a unitary one. Nevertheless, in developing a style of government in which regional and local units are described in ethno-national terms and in which the apex of the most visible structure contains a house of nationalities, the Soviets have clearly obeyed the dictum of national in form. Yugoslavia. The Yugoslavian CP has been the only party which, immediately upon taking power, followed the Soviet precedent of adopting the federal form. Registered. The plan to organize post-war Yugoslavia on the federative principle had been first announced at the second meeting of the Anti-Fascist Council of the National Liberation of Yugoslavia in November 1943.6. Consonant with this decision, the new state was officially designated the Federal People's Republic, thereby becoming the only Marxist-Leninist state to have a reference to federalism in its title. The federal principle has subsequently been retained in form, but its content has vacillated markedly over the decades. The new Marxist state was divided into 6 republics and 2 autonomous provinces. 5 of the republics, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia, were ostensibly designed so as to fulfill the self-determination yearnings of the country's 5 principal nations to possess their own political unit. The 6th Republic, 223. Bosnia-Herzegovina, contained a number of peoples, none of whom constituted a majority. Although there were more Albanians, variant, Shqiptars, within Yugoslavia than there were Montenegrins, these people were granted only an autonomous province within the Republic of Serbia and not their own republic, apparently on the ground that a people who form part of a larger nation beyond the Yugoslavian borders could aspire only to the official status of a nationality, rather than to the higher status of a nation registered. A second autonomous province, Vojvodina, in which there was an important Magyar, variant, Hungarian, minority but in which Serbs predominated, was also carved out of the Republic of Serbia. Describing the changing formal structure of federalism in post-war Yugoslavia is not a simple task. The YCP experimented with an inordinate number of constitutions during its first decade in power, and each successive constitution called for substantial alterations in political form. Only the first constitution, that of 1946, asserted that sovereignty was vested in the 6 republics registered. All subsequent constitutions carefully stipulated that sovereignty was vested solely in the people. 6 *. The change in constitutional wording is noteworthy, because the notion of popular sovereignty, unlike the notion of a vesting of sovereignty in a state's constituent units, is quite compatible with the most centralized and unitary forms of government. Why, then, was the notion of sovereignty for the constituent republics introduced in 1946? In part, the answer appears to have been to make union more attractive to the political leaders of Albania and Bulgaria, as well as to the leaders of those Macedonians living within Greece, all of whom the YCP originally hoped to entice into federation. The Yugoslav suitors thereby followed the precedent established by Lenin who, when in the course of wooing the Ukrainians, Georgians, etc. into a political union, had, we will recall, adopted the federal form on the assumption that a federal relationship would prove a less ominous prospect to the courted than would union with a unitary state. A second factor was the great influence that Moscow exerted upon Yugoslavian affairs prior to 1948. Not surprisingly, therefore, The Yugoslavian Constitution of 1946 reflected the Soviet Constitution in many particulars, and those similarities extended to the conferring of sovereignty upon the constituent republics. Great as it was, however, Moscow's influence was evidently not sufficient to placate all of the doubts that the Yugoslav leaders harbored concerning the wisdom of the Soviet prescription for 224. Handling the national question. Thus the Yugoslavian Constitution of 1946 did not follow the Soviet example of granting the right of secession to the constituent republics. As earlier noted, in 1943 the YCP had adopted the position that the national groups within Yugoslavia had already fully and irrevocably exercised their right of self-determination. This remained the official stance following the assumption of power. However, the matter was resurrected during the discussions among constitutional specialists, which preceded the drafting of the Constitution of 1953.67 with unusual candor. Constitutional lawyers generally conceded that the promise of sovereignty that had been guaranteed to the republics under the 1946 Constitution had remained nothing but an empty phrase, while certain individual lawyers even questioned whether sovereignty could ever be meaningful in the absence of a right of secession. 1. Extreme school of opinion would have brought form and content into greater harmony by dropping all references to the sovereignty of the republics. At the other pole were those who would have achieved this confluence by actually increasing the authority of the republics relative to the center. In retrospect, it is clear that those wielding ultimate decision-making power sympathized more with the first group. While retaining the word federal in the state's official designation, all references to self-determination, with its Leninist implication of a right of secession, were avoided in the 1953 Constitution, and the attribution of sovereignty to the constituent republics was replaced by its attribution to the people. Self-determination, in its fully consummated and irreversible form, was reintroduced into the constitutions of 1963 and 1974. And both of these constitutions persisted in the description of Yugoslavia as a federal state. However, as earlier noted, both constitutions also followed the 1953 precedent in avoiding any reference to sovereignty being enjoyed by the constituent republics. Some important modifications in the degree and type of decision-making entered into by the republics and autonomous provinces did occur, however, in the interim between the constitutions of 1963 and 1974. The late 1960s and very early 1970s constituted a period of trial and error in which the central authorities experimented, often simultaneously, with several forms of decentralized administration. Although the republics were collectively only one competitor for the decision-making powers relinquished by the center, other competitors included economic enterprises, local governments, workers' associations, and the like. The republics were 225. Clearly the major recipients registered particularly following the economic reforms of 1965, which heralded a shift from a state-command economy to a decentralized market socialism. Major decisions came increasingly to be debated and decided at the republic and provincial levels. Approval of this general trend by the top leadership was visible in the 1966 purge of Alexander Rankovic, generally considered both as Tito's second-in-command and as primary advocate of preserving the highly centralized power apparatus. Tito's support was also necessary for the drafting of a new series of amendments to the Constitution, adopted between 1967 and 1969, that upgraded the administrative power of the Chamber of Nationalities, the only house in the Federal Assembly, whose delegates ostensibly represented the republics and provinces. Yet a stronger suggestion of Tito's approval was offered in 1969, when the 9th Congress of the YCP adopted the principle of equal representation for each republic within the party's highest organs. But despite these portents, the amendments to the 1963 Constitution that were adopted in 1971 represented a most startling departure from the customary Marxist-Leninist stress upon centralized decision-making. Degree with the specified exceptions of defense, foreign affairs, foreign trade, and what was termed the unity of economic and social affairs, primary responsibility for decision-making was transferred to the republics. Many Yugoslavs and outside observers saw in this transfer the granting of true sovereignty to the republics. This might have been the case were Yugoslavia truly a constitutional system of government, within which the constitution was the supreme law of the state. But the ultimate determinant of how political authority was to be shared within Yugoslavia was not to be found in a constitution but in the momentary convictions of Tito and a few close associates. And this coterie, who had decided to stray from the Stalinist model by experimenting with economic and political decentralization, might just as readily reverse itself. If sovereignty is defined as supreme political authority, then sovereignty, as later events were to attest, remained within the same tight circle of leadership where it had been located uninterruptedly since at least 1948, the year of Yugoslavia's expulsion from the Cominform. Moreover, this innermost circle of ultimate authority, through the use of very carefully selected if convoluted language, avoided conferring sovereignty upon the republics even at the level of constitutional form. As an authoritative, official clarification of the 1971 amendments took great pains to stress, the republics are defined as states based on 226. The sovereignty of the people and on the authority of, and self-management by, the working class and all working POP, and as socialist, self-managing democratic communities of working people and citizens, and of equal nations and nationalities. So that there might be no mistake, it was also pointed out that the autonomous provinces and the local communes were additional socio-political communities in which the working people, nations, and nationalities realize their sovereign rights. These, then, were all references to a sovereign people, not a sovereign instrumentality, republic, or otherwise. The sole attribution of sovereignty to a governmental unit pertained to that external form of sovereignty attributed to states in their foreign relations, and this form of sovereignty was specifically relegated exclusively to the federal level. In the months preceding ratification of the 1971 amendments, Tito gave a number of addresses in which he stressed that the forthcoming changes were not designed to abet Yugoslavia's disintegration. And in an address following on the heels of ratification, he unambiguously declared that the republics did not possess sovereignty as customarily understood. We do not look upon the independence and statehood of the republics in the classical sense. Having decided to overcome federal statism, we did not strive, nor do we now strive to create polycentric statism. Any confrontation between the federation and republics is wrong and harmful, because the two are inseparable parts of our self-managing organization. Our sovereignty is one and indivisible, be it republics or the federation that are involved. Croats in particular failed to heed all such warnings. Significant numbers of Croatians both within and without the party apparatus misperceived the new amendments as granting sovereignty to Croatia. In support of the amendments, some 200,000 people gathered in Zagreb to chant "Long live free Croatia," and a new local weekly demanded that Croatia be formally recognized as the national state of the Croatian nation. Registered when convinced by such events that administrative decentralization had taken an unwanted turn, the response of the central leadership was swift and effective. Before the year in which the amendments were introduced had come to a close, the central party apparatus had reasserted its primacy and a major society-wide purge of nationalist elements had begun. Confirmation that Tito had never intended the amendments as a grant of sovereignty was embodied in the 1974 Constitution. Though 227. Yugoslavia was by then ruled by an unquestionably recentralized power structure, the new constitution employed the precise phraseology of the 1971 amendments in describing the republics as states based on the sovereignty of the people and the power and self-management by the working class and all working people. Degree aside from the question of the degree of sovereignty that should be vested in the republics, there has been the at least equally ticklish question of proportional versus equal representation for the republics at the federal level. From the outset, those attempting to design a federal structure, predicated upon the principle of the equality of nations, were hampered by the great variations in the numerical size of the national groups. Especially prone to criticize any suggestion of equal representation have been the spokesmen for the Serbs, who tend to distrust the entire concept of federalism, perceiving it as an attempt to deny them the prominent role which they feel should naturally befall their nation as a result of numerical superiority. The fact that Montenegro, for example, has less than 1/10 the population of Serbia, exclusive of the latter's two autonomous provinces, could, in itself, be expected to cause Serbs to discern discrimination in the principle of one republic, one vote. In addition, the precise way in which borders of the republics were drawn might well cause Serbs to perceive thereby an attempt to lessen further the impact of their numbers through gerrymandering. Thus Serbs account for 31% of the population of Bosnia-Herzegovina and 12% of Croatia. Moreover, a further attempt to weaken the statistical advantage of the Serbs could be read into the fact that Serbia is the only republic that has been further subdivided by the creation of two autonomous provinces. In the case of Kosovo province, a non-Slavic people, the Albanians, dominate, although Serbs account for 13% of the population. But in the other province of Vojvodina, Serbs account for 54% of the population. The Yugoslav system has regularly allocated federal representation to the provinces, as well as to the republics, so, if it be assumed that the Serbs of Vojvodina would vote as a solid bloc, the existence of the province would, in fact, increase the relative weight of the Serbian vote at the federal level. Nevertheless, Vojvodina only adds additional fuel to the Serbian sense of injustice, for the population of that sub-republican unit of government is in fact larger than the population of 3 of the 5 non-Serbian republics. 8° In summary, then, the Serbs have had reason to view any move toward equal representation for the republics as a ploy designed to deny them the authority befitting a 228 people who represent more than 1/3 of the country's total population. At the same time, provincial and republic borders appear to them as artificial constructs that divide important segments of the Serbian nation from one another. On the other hand, non-Serbian groups have tended to perceive any move toward implementing the principle of one man, one vote as an attempt to return to the pre-war condition of Serbian hegemony. The early response of the YCP to these contradictory expectations concerning representation at the federal level was closely patterned after the Soviet model. A bicameral legislature was instituted, within which one house, the Federal Council, reflected the principle of one person, one vote, while the other house, the Council of Nationalities, reflected the notion of one republic, one vote. However, the leadership appears soon to have experienced second thoughts concerning the wisdom of bestowing such great prominence upon a political unit that emphasized national distinctions. In 1953 the Council of Nationalities was demoted to the status of a subordinate organ of one of the two houses registered. Its constitutional standing was further reduced under the Constitution of 1963, when its subordinate status was retained, despite the enlargement of the Federal Assembly from a 2 to a 5-chamber organization. Thus, in less than 2 decades, the political organ that had been designed to reflect national equality had been reduced from one of 2 major houses to a subordinate part of one of 5. At least at the level of pure form, however, a turning point was then reached. The formal powers of the Council of Nationalities were increased by constitutional amendments in 1967, and in December of 1968 the Council was elevated to become one of 5 houses comprising the Federal Assembly. Furthermore, when, in 1974, the decision was made to return to a bicameral assembly, the Council of Nationalities, now less ethnically termed the Chamber of Republics and Provinces, regained its original status as one of the 2 houses comprising the federal legislature. This tendency, beginning in the late 1960s, to place greater stress upon the principle of one republic, one vote was not limited to the form assumed by the Federal Assembly. A parallel development occurred within the more important executive wing of government. In late 1970 Tito, with an evident eye to ensuring continuity in the event of his death or infirmity, proposed a collective federal presidency with equal representation for each republic. As instituted in 1972, the presidency consisted of 3 delegates from each republic and 2 from each province. As further streamlined under 229. The terms of the 1974 Constitution, This became a 9-person organ, predicated upon the absolute equality of each republic and province *. Quite expectedly, it was Serbian spokesmen who were the most critical of this trend away from one person, one vote *, for even while the form of government was undergoing this swing in the direction of a federal structure predicated upon republic/province equality, still other programs carried out by the authorities demonstrated the leadership's concomitant determination to dilute the propensity of the masses to think in ethno-national terms. In this effort the regime placed great reliance upon what was termed socialist self-management democracy. Its key element was ostensible control by the workers over their particular producing unit, or, as put forth in the 1974 Constitution, self-management by the working people in the basic organizations of associated labor. In thus stressing the producing unit as the basic socio-political unit of society and in then giving the workers a sense of responsibility for that unit's fortunes, the government hoped to lessen the propensity of individuals to view socio-political matters from the vantage point of how they affected one's own national group. The underlying presumption was that a greater degree of concern with the well-being of one's economic enterprise would necessarily deter primary preoccupation with one's nation. As Edward Cardell J., one of Tito's closest confidants, opined with regard to the concept of self-management in 1953, this is the new factor which creates a socialist community of a new type in which language and national culture become a secondary factor. 5°1 detects here a reaffirmation of faith in the classical Marxist belief that economic associations ultimately determine primary group identity. But Cardell J. outlined a very different process by which ethnic fusion would take place. Whereas the more conventional Marxist-Leninist position held that a centralized supranational economy and command structure would cause people to lose their particular national identity in a larger identity that was coterminous with the politico-economic whole, Cardell J. would attempt to achieve this same result by first weakening national identity through leading people to identify their interests at a subnational and sub-republican level. It was therefore a dialectic scheme in that a transnational identity was to be promoted by stimulating a subnational, functional identity. This functional approach to political representation would hopefully encourage a civic or public identity that was quite distinct from national identity. The functional approach to political representation particularly recommended itself to Cardell J. over any 230 form of territorial representation, because the fact that the major national groups tended to populate definite ethnic homelands caused national, republican, and territorial identities to reinforce each other in popular perceptions. Cardell J.'s shorthand for the process by which he hoped to bring about the obliteration of the individual national identities and their replacement by a new civic identity therefore appropriately became deterritorialization. Thus, he set forth his creed in 1965, if what we now call the Republican or command economy could be inspired only by the logic of economic laws, if it could be influenced only by stimulation based on labor productivity, then the road toward deterritorialization would be open and the real process of economic integration would be put into motion. There is no other way than to merge the national, republican, and communal interests into the interests of every individual working man and each collective. At least, I do not see any other way registered the same determination to wean the citizenry from the habit of perceiving and reacting to issues in terms of ethnic competition can be detected in the authorities' decision to forestall the direct, popular election of delegates to the federal level. With regard to the election of delegates to the Federal Chamber of Republics and Provinces, for example, the 1974 Constitution interposed 3 intermediaries between these delegates and the mass electorate registered members of self-management organizations and local communities elected delegates to some 500 communal assemblies. The assemblies, in turn, elected delegates to the assembly of their respective republic or autonomous province, in the third phase, the republic and provincial assemblies elected delegates to the Federal Chamber of Republics and Provinces. As a result of this THRD system, the ostensibly ethnogeographically based chamber must have been perceived by the average voter as far more remote and unrepresentative than would be the case were direct elections permitted. Made equally remote was the federal presidency, since its members were also elected by the members of the assemblies of the republics and autonomous provinces. Even at the level of form, then, the Yugoslav authorities, during their first 30 years in power, had not strayed very far from Tito's early view of federalism. At a council of party leaders held in late 1943, just prior to the conference at which the plan for a single Yugoslav state was unveiled, Tito had played down the significance of the federal structure with the comment that with us this will 231 be more of an administrative division, instead of fixed borders, as with the bourgeoisie. Registered asterisk. And in 1945, he had likened the borders of the constituent units to the white lines on a marble column, adding that the borders of the federal states in federal Yugoslavia are not borders which divide, but borders which unite. Registered. His comment in 1971, the year in which the republics gained their greatest measure of autonomy at the level of form, was fully in accord with these earlier statements. We do not look upon the independence and statehood of the republics in the classical sense, nor do we now strive to create polycentric statism. Degree. Czechoslovakia. The final Marxist-Leninist state to have experimented with the federal form is Czechoslovakia. There, the introduction of federalism occurred more than 2 decades after the Communist Party first came to power. The constitutions of 1948 and 1960 had earlier made allowance for ostensible Slovak autonomy. Slovak national organs were created, including a legislature entitled the Slovak National Council registered. However, despite the provision for such organs, both constitutions explicitly described Czechoslovakia as a unitary state of the two nations degree, and the powers of the Slovak agencies were made subservient to the whims of the federal authorities. Under the 1948 constitution, for example, any act of the Slovak National Council required the prior approval of the federal prime minister and his cabinet before it could take effect. 9. So, too, members of the Slovak executive organ, the Board of Commissioners, were appointed by the federal government and subject to its recall. If anything, the constitutional standing of the Slovak agencies was further undermined by the terms of the 1960 constitution. In addition to being granted the power to delineate the authority of the Slovak National Council, the Federal National Assembly was further empowered to annul any enactment of that lower body. The idea of creating a federal Czechoslovakia crystallized as part of the democratic movement that swept the state in the spring of 1968. Responding to the new milieu, the Czechoslovak Communist Party in April issued a rather lengthy document, Czechoslovakia's Road to Socialism, which sketched the new directions in policy which the party anticipated pursuing. With regard to the governmental structure, the program called for a system that would embody the principle of a symmetrical arrangement, and thereby on the basis of full equality, solve the status of Slovak national bodies. 232. In the nearest future. Registered the following month, a special commission was established to draft a new constitution embodying a federal state. The proposed constitution was aborted by the Soviet military incursion of August. However, somewhat enigmatically, the Soviet authorities did permit the new federal structure to come into effect in January 1969, that is to say, some 5 months into their occupation. The form assumed by the new federation displayed similarities with both the Soviet and Yugoslav models. The state was divided into a Czech and a Slovak Socialist Republic, and now the Czechs, as well as the Slovaks, were endowed with a national council. The federal parliament became a bicameral institution, with one house, the Chamber of the People, being representative of the population at large, while the other house, the Chamber of Nations, was divided equally between representatives of the Czech and the Slovak peoples. It was perhaps not totally surprising that the Soviet authorities should acquiesce in the adoption of a federal form of government. Immediately before and after their original incursion, the Soviets had attempted to split the ranks of the Czechoslovaks by appealing to the ethno-national aspirations of the Slovaks and to Slovak disgruntlement with Czech predominance. The Soviets apparently did not want to risk the charge of perfidy by blocking those aspirations only a few months later registered, and, in any event, the Soviets were probably predisposed by their own political structure to detect more merit than peril in the federal form. But while Soviet acquiescence in the adoption by Czechoslovakia of a federal form should, therefore, not occasion much surprise, the content of the new system made Soviet acquiescence most unusual indeed, for that system was much too decentralized to be described as federal in form, unitary in content. Only foreign and defense policy were reserved exclusively to the federal government. Authority over culture and education was reserved for the constituent republics, while both levels shared responsibilities over such sensitive areas as internal security, communications, and censorship. The decentralizing spirit infusing this division of powers was soon rendered effete by a thoroughgoing series of purges of office holders at both levels of government. Centrists replaced those who had been sympathetic to nationalistic proclivities. Moreover, in 1971 changes of form took place, as key powers were transferred to the central government. Most significantly, responsibility for internal 233 security again became the exclusive prerogative of the center, which was also authorized once more to overrule any enactment of the constituent republics. Registered the Czechoslovak reformers had envisaged and had attempted to implement a federalism in content as well as in form, but more conventional Marxist-Leninists had viewed such a development as being at cross purposes with the overriding requirement of centralized control. China. One of the many ironies in the history of Marxism-Leninism and the national question is that the nations of the Soviet Union, who had been promised either independence or territorial autonomy, were in fact granted a federal form of government, while the nations of China, who had been consistently promised either independence or federalism, were permitted, at best, a form of territorial autonomy. As late as mid-1945, the CCP had constitutionally pledged itself to work for the establishment of an independent, free, democratic, united, and prosperous and strong new democratic federated republic based on the alliance of all revolutionary classes and free union of all races. However, the program announced on the eve of taking power made no mention of federalism, referring only to regional autonomy for nationalities. The inherent difficulty of explaining away this contradiction between promise and practice is manifest in the following extract from a tract written by a Chinese official in the mid-1960s. Although in practice we did not emphasize national self-determination but only emphasized national regional autonomy, we still endorsed and honored this principle, and in proposing regional autonomy we were holding to the principle of national self-determination, and we followed the spirit of this principle in resolving the question. In resolving the national question, the Soviet Union adopted national self-determination and in due course implemented federalism. In principle, we followed the same course as the Soviet Union, but with respect to areas in which national minorities are concentrated, we preferred not to use the federal idea but instead put into practice the method of national regional autonomy. Considering the physical remoteness of the minority areas and the previous general lack of effective Chinese control over them, Peking's policy of regional autonomy was rapidly implemented. 234. 8 years after taking power, the regime would boast that more than 90% of all minority peoples were living within some form of autonomous political unit. 3 levels of autonomous government were introduced. The most prestigious, the autonomous region, CH2, became the administrative equivalent of one of the PRC's 21 provinces. At the secondary level were the autonomous districts, Zhou, and at the third level were the autonomous counties, Xi'an. Conforming to the precedent set by the Soviet Union's autonomous units, the autonomy is essentially formal, the units forming part of a single, highly centralized system. As Mao candidly noted in 1956, in our fight on the question of regions, we do not take regionalism as our starting point, nor the interests of individual units, but rather the interests of the whole state. We fight this fight wherever an opportunity arises. Despite the lack of real power behind such forms, the Chinese leadership has been hesitant to confer the status of autonomous region upon its minorities. The Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region, which was created in 1947 before the CCP had come into effective control of China in general and Mongolia in particular, represents a special case. The loyalty of the inhabitants of Inner Mongolia was at that time the target of an intense competition between the KMT, the Soviets, the Mongolian People's Republic, and local communist and non-communist movements, and the recognition of autonomous status by the CCP was prompted by this competition. 8 years were to elapse before a second group was extended similar recognition, in the form of the Xinjiang Uyghur AR. The third and fourth regions, the Guangxi AR and the Ningxi Hui AR, received Peking's blessing in 1958, nearly a decade after the creation of the People's Republic of China. And the Tibetan AR did not come into being until 1965. The rationale for granting or withholding the status of an autonomous region is not obvious. It is not essential that the area touch an external border of the country, since the Ningxi Hui AR did not do so at the time of its creation. Nor do relative numbers appear to be a determining factor. The Chuanghu, as China's largest minority, are twice as numerous as the Uyghurs and more than 4 times as numerous as the Mongols, were granted their AR long after those less populous peoples. Moreover, China's fourth largest ethnic element, the Yi variant, Lolo, have not been accorded an autonomous region, despite the fact that they are more numerous than either the Tibetans or the Mongols. Similarly, there 235 is no autonomous region named for the Miao or the Manchu, although both peoples are more numerous than the Mongols. It would appear, therefore, that autonomous regions have been the result of ad hoc decisions predicated upon the exigencies sent of the moment. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, Soviet writers unleashed a campaign of criticism against the Chinese system of autonomy, on the ground that Leninism requires federalism. A book published in Moscow during 1968 charged that by creating a unitary rather than a federal state, the CCP had violated Lenin's legacy concerning the principle of self-determination, and had also violated the party's many explicit promises, dating to 1922, that national self-determination for all non-Han peoples would be honored following victory. The book was most favorably reviewed the following year in an article whose author, after noting that the nationalities of China are deprived of their legal right to self-determination, added, "The federal structure of the remains a fiction. Non-Chinese peoples have been magnanimously allowed to build their life on the basis of the territorial national autonomy, which in reality is merely a smokescreen to conceal the policy whereby they are forcibly assimilated." Still another article, this one appearing in 1971, charged that in being permitted only autonomy and not the right to form national states, the non-Han had been denied proper self-determination from the very beginning of the. Particular notice was taken of the fact that ours had no more authority than did the 21 regular provinces, and it was additionally noted that such large groups as the Yi, Miao, Manchus, and Koreans had not even been granted this lesser privilege of autonomy. This insistence that regional autonomy falls short of Lenin's prescriptions was again repeated in a lengthy article that appeared during 1972. The article also suggested that the failure of the Chinese to follow the Soviet precedent had led them inexorably from a correct Leninist solution. Only the 1949 People's Revolution was able to create conditions for the correct solution of the nationalities question. Victory in this revolution was achieved as the result of the common efforts and common struggle of all peoples of China. It seemed that it was possible then to count on special attention. 236. To the need, to use Lenin's words, for not formal but actual equality between all nationalities and on the former oppressions and discrimination being liquidated. This seemed all the more likely since the Soviet experience of the formation and development of the USSR was literally before China's eyes. But China did not proceed along a Leninist path. The idea of self-determination gave way definitively to the far more limited principle of local national autonomy. Mao Zedong and his supporters, following their great Han convictions, in fact always remained loyal to petit bourgeois nationalism, imbued through and through with the spirit of the exclusiveness of the Chinese and their supremacy over all other peoples, the spirit of an attitude of arrogance bordering on racism toward the various non-Chinese nationalities living on Chinese territory. 11 degrees. Similarly harsh criticisms of Chinese national policy continued into the post-Mao period. Thus, a 1981 Soviet work noted, "The leaders of China long ago retreated from the Marxist-Leninist solution of the nationalities question, which provides, first of all, for the rights of nations to self-determination. Instead of self-determination, the non-Han peoples acquired only a truncated territorial autonomy." It is difficult to accept these criticisms as little more than evidence of the extremes to which the Soviets were prepared to go in their propaganda struggle with Peking. Granted that the Soviets were correct in their charge that the autonomy permitted by Peking was decidedly more form than content. But this order of things was, as we have documented, both perfectly sound Leninist doctrine and in accord with the actual level of independence and autonomy accorded to peoples within the Soviet Union itself. Further, we have established that, prior to taking power, Lenin did not prescribe federalism and did so afterwards reluctantly as a transitional expedient. Moreover, although Moscow for a number of years was able to exert its will upon the major decisions of the Mongolian People's Republic and the states of Eastern Europe, it had not required any of these states to introduce a federal form of government. Indeed, in the case of Romania, wherein events suggest that the Soviets did insist upon a change in political structure so as to reflect ethnic distributions, the resulting structure allowed for 237. An autonomous region, as in the case of China, and not for an experiment in federalism. Romania. Though Soviet influence over Romanian affairs was assured by the presence of the Soviet armed forces as early as 1944 and though formal communist rule was inaugurated early 1945, it was not until 1952 that the distribution of national groups first became a consideration in the demarcating of internal borders. Under the 1948 constitution, the first to be drafted under Romanian Communist Party leadership, the country was divided into regions, but the regions were neither endowed with autonomy nor did they reflect ethnic distributions. The first suggestion of a new governmental policy came with the release on July 18, 1952 of the draft for a new constitution, providing for the creation of a Magyar autonomous region in the central sector of the country. Given the degree of Soviet influence at that time, this development certainly had the prior acquiescence of Moscow and very possibly had been initiated at the latter's prodding. From the vantage point of Moscow, the creation of an autonomous region would have the twin advantages of mollifying the leaders of Hungary, who had long been exerting pressure for the creation of Magyar autonomous zones within both Czechoslovakia and Romania, and of reinforcing a distinct identity on the part of those Magyars within the autonomous region, thereby nourishing a Trojan horse that could prove useful should it ever become necessary to remind Romanian leaders of Moscow's capability to force compliance with its wishes. Whatever the primary motivation to create the Magyar autonomous region, it certainly was not traceable to a broad-scale commitment to national autonomy on the part of the Romanian leadership. Neither the Germans, who predominated in the area immediately to the south of the new AR, nor those Magyars who predominated in the area near the border with Hungary, were likewise rewarded with special administrative status. Moreover, the abbreviated history of an autonomous region for the Magyars illustrates a deep governmental suspicion of such administrative arrangements. The powers of the AR were sharply circumscribed from the outset. As in the case of China, there existed no discernible differences of function between the AR and other administrative units of like size. Yet, despite its weakness, there were Romanians who resented the AR and agitated for its abrogation. 4. Their union. 238. Happiness was at least partially assuaged in 1960, when the boundaries of the AR were redrawn so as to decrease the proportion of Hungarians from 77% to 62%, and when a Romanian geographic term was added to the title of the region, making it the Murs Autonomous Hungarian Region. Whether these changes were originally viewed as psychological preparation for the total elimination of the AR is not known. In any case, the intent to eliminate it was announced as part of a countrywide reorganization plan in 1967 and carried out the following year. Vietnam. The Vietnamese experience with autonomous regions parallels that of Romania in several respects. As noted earlier, the Vietnamese CP also introduced such units with reluctance. 5. With only half of the country under their sway following the French defeat in 1954, some manifestation of good faith concerning the party's earlier promises to ethnic minorities was necessary if the vital support of minorities within southern Vietnam, northeastern Cambodia, and eastern Laos was to be realized. The Timeo AR, whose official name, like that of the AR within Romania, was later to be changed to a less ethnic designation, was created in 1955, a Viet Bac AR was introduced the following year, and still a third unit, the Lao Ha Yen AR, came into being in early 1957. Again paralleling the case of Romania, the government subsequently did away with its Rs. The Lao Ha Yen AR survived only 2 years, lapsing, without formal announcement of its demise, sometime during 1959. With the surrender of the South Vietnamese forces in 1975, the propagandistic value of all autonomous zones evaporated. The 2 remaining Rs were now perceived as liabilities rather than assets and were summarily dissolved in the same year as Saigon's surrender. As one surveys the forms that have been adopted in conjunction with Lenin's national policy, it is difficult to reconcile certain variations in the forms accorded groups with that ostensible cornerstone of Lenin's policy, national equality. In the sphere of cultural autonomy, for example, we noted that some state constitutions have specified those groups whose language is to be protected, thus denying by omission this right to others. The most conspicuous illustrations of differential treatment in form, however, appear in the sphere of political equality. Applying the standard of national equality to the Leninist notion. Chapter 9. Ward. If Lenin's conviction that what was national could be confined to the sphere of form proved erroneous. As earlier noted, many of Lenin's associates had harbored grave doubts, justifiably, as it turned out, concerning his conviction that proffering the right of secession would dampen the desire of minorities for political separation. Similarly, despite periodic paeans to Leninist national policy and assertions that its application has solved their country's national question, the failure of several Marxist-Leninist governments to adopt such a key element of the Leninist schema as political autonomy and the willingness of still other governments, having once adopted the autonomous form, subsequently to jettison it, demonstrate broadly held skepticism concerning the wisdom of Lenin's formula. But even those governments that have been among the more faithful in their observance of Leninist ritual have simultaneously pursued risk-reducing policies, thereby expressing something less than certainty that the promotion of national forms would prove an effective antitoxin, rather than an intoxicant, for the poison of ethno-nationalism. The major means of hedging that have been employed can be grouped under, 1. Language policy, 2. The recruitment and purging of elites, and 3. The redistribution and gerrymandering of national groups. Language policy. Of the 3 categories, the most resistant to generalities is that of language policy. The pattern is far more irregular from country to country and, within a single country, from group to group than is true in the case of either elite recruitment or population redistribution. Nevertheless, the principal theme of this section is that an evolutionary, 3-stage pattern is discernible in the language policies pursued by Marxist-Leninist governments. 1. Pluralism. The first stage is characterized by official preoccupation with encouraging some of the individual languages of minorities. Official pressure to learn the state's dominant language is muted or indirect. 255. 2. Bilingualism. This stage is characterized by growing overt pressure to learn the state's dominant language, culminating in making this step mandatory. In the case of the Soviet Union, for example, study of the Russian language became compulsory in 1938. 3. Monolingualism. This final stage, though nowhere yet achieved, is heralded by pressures for making the dominant tongue the sole language of instruction and the sole official language. There are a number of reasons why it is a far easier task to describe this 3-step progression than it is to trace a given government's fidelity to it. First of all, the three stages overlap and reinforce one another, and are often pursued concomitantly. It is therefore often difficult to describe the current policy of a state as falling definitely within one or another stage. Secondly, although the three stages form an evolutionary or progressive whole, the policies of Marxist-Leninist governments have not evolved along the neat evolutionary route that the three-step pattern would appear to prescribe. In the realm of linguistic policy, governments have been known to leap forward or backward rather precipitously in response to favorable or countervailing forces of the moment. Thus, as we shall later see in the case of China, following both the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, earlier demands for immediate linguistic assimilation, step 3, were replaced by a new emphasis upon the need to encourage the local languages. A final complicating factor arises from the tendency of Marxist-Leninist governments to apply language policy somewhat unevenly from group to group. Use of the local language may be tolerated or even encouraged on the part of one group, while another is concomitantly being encouraged to discard its native tongue. But despite all such irregularities, the histories of the language policies of Marxist-Leninist states demonstrate that ostensible commitment to encouraging the national languages has in practice been tempered by the encouragement of bilingualism and, further, by psychological and other inducements to adopt the state's principal language as one's own. The pre-revolutionary writings of Lenin had conceded the right of national minorities to their own language, but had said little concerning a statewide language policy. Given his obsessive predilection for a highly centralized and efficient order, Lenin's model would seem to require a single lingua franca even during the transitional period known as the flourishing of the nations. But beyond his privately expressed opinion that the use of the Russian language as the common medium of communication would have 256 progressive significance, particularly if there were no compulsion to use it. Lenin offered no concrete proposals for a language policy. The filling of this void was left to Stalin and his successors. During the first decade of party rule, the official policy was one of indigenization, korenizatsiya, under which the various national groups were encouraged to learn their particular language and during which overt pressure for the study of Russian was absent. Schools in which the language of instruction was not Russian flourished and were made available even for segments of a people living outside of their Union Republic or autonomous zone. The situation began to alter in the early 1930s. Schools offering instruction in a non-Russian language were increasingly restricted to a particular Union Republic, autonomous region, or national area, while Russian language schools, by contrast, were fostered throughout the entire country. Given the choice of learning in the local language or in Russian, most people living outside their ethnic homeland quite expectedly flocked to those schools offering the most universal language. Another major change took place in 1938, when Stalin made the study of Russian compulsory in all schools, thus guaranteeing that language's role as the state's lingua franca. In subsequent years, the year of study in which the pupil was introduced to the Russian language was progressively lowered. In the case of Armenia, for example, the study of Russian became a requirement in secondary schools in 1938, in 1946 it became mandatory from the second grade, and in 1957, it became mandatory from the first grade. Yet another milestone in Soviet language policy was passed in 1958-1959, when, under Khrushchev's leadership, non-Russian parents, living within their appropriate homeland, were given the option of sending their children to Russian language schools or to schools in which instruction was in the local language. Taken at face value, the introduction of the voluntary principle would appear to be simply a governmental concession to freedom of choice, and was so depicted by the government. Viewed, however, against the broader background of the linguistic situation in the Soviet Union, there are substantial reasons why the authorities could assume that large numbers of parents would experience an urge to enroll their children in Russian language schools. Pupils attending these schools were self-evidently more apt to become more thoroughly fluent in the Russian tongue than were students attending schools in which Russian was merely a course of instruction rather than the medium. II 257. Of instruction. Parents desirous of eliminating any barriers to the upward mobility of their children would be apt to select the school that assured their offspring the best grounding in the country's language of success, that is to say, the language of access to the higher echelons of the party, industry, and government. Outside of the Marxist-Leninist milieu, similar considerations were, during the same period, leading Flemish leadership within Belgium and the Québécois leadership within Canada to oppose militantly the voluntary principle within Flanders and Quebec province, respectively, despite the democratic systems within which both were operating. The magnetism of Russian schools would, of course, be greatest for parents who anticipated a career for their offspring that might entail living outside of the homeland. But, as attested by the propensity of non-Russian, non-indigenous settlers to attend Russian rather than local language schools, Russian is the language of success within most non-Russian homelands as well. Registered parents of indigenous stock should, therefore, be no less cognizant than settlers of the career advantages of attending the Russian language schools. Moreover, as we shall immediately note, within the Soviet Union the ostensible guarantee to an education in one's own language has not meant all of one's education. If parents are aware that at some point in their children's education, their offspring must transfer to a Russian language school, it is reasonable to expect parents to elect to send their children to Russian language schools from the beginning in order to mitigate a language handicap that could otherwise be expected to be encountered at a later, more significant stage in their education. Contrary to the theory of national equality, the number of years of education available in one's own tongue varies greatly among national groups. Subject to some notable exceptions, the larger a group and the higher the level of its political unit in the federal hierarchy, the greater the number of years of schooling available in the local tongue. As of the late 1970s, those people living within their own Union Republic could conceivably complete both primary and secondary education, a total of 10 years, in their national language. But such an opportunity was very rare for those living within an ASSR. Most such groups had the possibility of only 7 years of curriculum instruction in their own language, a few were limited to 4 years, and one, the Karelians, had no national language school whatsoever. Moreover, as one descended from the autonomous republics through the autonomous regions to the autonomous areas, the opportunity for the titular nationalities to at 258 tend their own language schools progressively declined. And the trend has definitely been toward even greater limitations upon such schooling. One study, limited to groups who had their own Union Republic, Autonomous Republic, or Autonomous Region, found that the average number of available years of instruction in the native language decreased from 6.7 to 5.0 years between 1958 and 1972.8 if we exclude those 14 nations with a Union Republic, who, as noted, all enjoy the possibility of 10 years of education in their own language. The figures for the remaining 31 peoples covered by the study would show a drop from 5.2 to 2.74 years. That is to say, the number of years of education conducted in the language of those people having their own ASSR or autonomous region, already quite low, was nearly halved between 1958 and 1972.9. This trend was noted and applauded in an editorial published in a Soviet journal during 1963. The use of the Russian language as the medium of instruction is at the present time a growing tendency in the development of the national schools in our country. In the Russian SFSR, the process of the voluntary changeover of national schools to the Russian language of instruction from a certain class upwards in accordance with the desire of the parents is even now proceeding very actively in most autonomous republics, autonomous regions, and national areas. At present in the schools of 36 nationalities of the Russian SFSR, instruction is conducted in Russian from the V4, 3, H, or I class upwards. Degree. The guaranteed right to an education in one's own language has thus, in practice, become increasingly restricted to one of the 14 peoples who have their own Union Republic. The preferential treatment accorded the languages of these 14 peoples might be explained either as a decision by the authorities to accept these 14 tongues as permanent features of the Soviet cultural landscape, or as a tactical decision to promote linguistic assimilation in 2 stages. During the first stage, primary emphasis would be placed upon the eradication of the 90-odd languages spoken by peoples without Union Republic status, while the national suspicions of that 78% of the non-Russian population who had such status would be tranquilized temporarily. The former explanation can safely be discounted since it would run counter to Marx and Lenin's insistence that assimilation is both progressive and ultimately inevitable, a dictum from which the leadership of the Soviet Union has never strayed. By contrast, 259. The hypothesis that the authorities may perceive linguistic assimilation as a two-stage process blends well with some of the more important theoretical Soviet writings on assimilation. There is, for example, a close parallel between the hypothesis and the manner in which Stalin in 1950 envisaged linguistic assimilation developing on a worldwide basis. After the victory of socialism on a world scale, we will have hundreds of national, i.e., country, languages from which at first the most enriched zonal languages will emerge as a result of lengthy economic, political, and cultural cooperation of nations, and subsequently the zonal languages will fuse into one common international language, which will of course be neither German, nor Russian, nor English, but a new language which has absorbed the best elements of the national and zonal languages. The analogical relationship of this worldwide analysis to the situation within the Soviet Union is striking. Therein, 1. The lesser state languages, 2. The zonal languages, and 3. The ultimate single language find their counterparts in 1. The languages of peoples not enjoying the status of their own Union Republic, 2. The languages of those who do, and 3. Russian. 8. The fact that the 14 peoples assigned Union Republics, those who speak the zonal languages, have not been subjected to the same levels of pressure for linguistic assimilation as have those who have been denied such an administrative unit should probably not be construed as more than a temporary or transitional phase. The peoples enjoying Union status have not been exempted from all such pressure. Indeed, that the authorities attach no qualitative significance to Union Republic status per se can be seen in the fact that such pressures have been applied very unevenly from one Union Republic to another. The data indicate that the authorities have been applying what might be termed a 9-to-5 rule, in that 5 of the peoples with Union Republics have been less pressured with regard to language than have the other 9. The 5 republics in which pressure has been the least noticeable have been the 3 Baltic republics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the Transcaucasian republics of Armenia and Georgia. All 5 of these titular peoples have a highly developed sense of national consciousness and a proud literary tradition expressed in their own languages. The Ukrainians could also qualify on both counts, but the strong similarities between Ukrainian and Russian, reflecting their 260 chapter 9 common Slavic root, have apparently led the authorities to anticipate less resistance to linguistic assimilation than would otherwise be the case. But whatever the rationale for this differential treatment, the important point is that the Ukrainians, the Belarusians, whose language is also Slavic, the Moldavians, the Azerbaijani, and the 5 titular peoples of the Central Asian Union republics, the Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, Tadshiks, Turkmen, and Uzbeks, have not been totally exempt from the pressures to attend Russian language schools that we noted in the case of non-Union Republic peoples. The fact that Union Republics have schools offering the full 10 years of primary and secondary education taught in the native language need not mean that everyone has an equal opportunity to attend such schools. The existence of schools and their availability to students are not synonymous. While the number of local language schools in the case of the Baltic republics, Armenia, and Georgia appears sufficient to accommodate all those interested in attending them, in other republics the number is inadequate. In Kazakhstan, for example, Russian is reported to be the predominant language of instruction in urban schools and in all specialized secondary schools. Within Moldavia, Russian language schools accounted for 27% of all schools and 33% of all students in the mid-1950s, and the proportion of such schools jumped dramatically during the 1960s. 15 Within the Ukraine, 72% of all school children were taught in Ukrainian and 26% in Russian as of the mid-1950s, but these figures had become 60% and 40%, respectively, by the mid-1970s. Registered such data are reflected in the comparative number of primary and secondary level school texts available in each language relative to the number of native speakers of the language. For all 14 titular peoples, the number of texts per native speaker of the language is approximately only half, 53%, the number available to those declaring Russian as their major language. If limited to the 9 least favored titular peoples, the proportion drops to approximately one-third, 35%. The spread is quite wide, with more texts available per speaker of the Estonian and Latvian languages than for speakers of Russian, while Belarusian texts per speaker are less than one-fifth the comparable Russian figure. Again, the great disparities among groups indicate that the authorities ascribe no particular value to the languages of the titular, Union Republic peoples. Overall, the data suggest that in most, but not all, Union republics an increasing number of titular people may not find a local language school nearby. Registered /261. The prevalence of Russian as the language of instruction increases as one progresses from lower to higher education. At the university level, it approaches a monopoly within some of the Union republics. At this level, the number of Russian language textbooks per speaker is more than 10 times the number for all of the non-Russian titular peoples, and the disproportion would be significantly larger if the comparison were limited to the 9 less favored language groups. Registered. Moreover, the competitive examinations for entrance to institutions of higher learning are customarily given in Russian, thereby providing a distinct edge to those most thoroughly trained in that language. How all this operates in a given situation is illustrated by the following petition of a Ukrainian to an official of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic: people of the Ukrainian nationality, whose native tongue is Ukrainian, do not enjoy the same rights in entering the vysy institutions of higher learning as do those whose native tongue is Russian. Russian language and literature are a compulsory part of the vys entrance examinations, and so the graduates from Russian schools are more successful in passing this examination with higher marks than the graduates from Ukrainian schools. Furthermore, entrance examinations for special disciplines are also conducted in Russian, and this, too, makes it difficult for graduates from Ukrainian schools to pass special subjects. And so Ukrainian-speaking applicants get lower grades in the competitive examinations. Because those with higher marks in the competitive examinations are accepted by the institutions, the majority of students entering the vysy in Ukraine are graduates from Russian secondary and incomplete secondary schools. As a result of Lenin's instructions, higher and secondary specialized education in Ukraine was Ukrainized during the 20s and 30s. Teaching in the institutions of higher learning was conducted in Ukrainian. During the period of the Stalin personality cult, this Leninist principle of higher education in Ukraine was forgotten. In most higher and specialized institutions of learning in Kiev, Kharkov, Odessa, Dnepropetrovsk, and other cities, the instruction is still not in the Ukrainian tongue. Degree. Given this weighted balance in favor of those who are the most fluent in Russian, the option, offered to everyone by the language law of 1958 to 1959, to elect to send their children to a Russian language school appears admirably designed to move the population beyond bilingualism toward monolingualism. In a rather 262 remarkable passage published in 1972, two Soviet writers acknowledged that the trend toward linguistic assimilation was readily observable, but they denied that this portended the withering away of non-Russian languages, the observed transitions from monolingualism to bilingualism, and from there to monolingualism based on communication among nationalities, in no way imply the dying out of nationality languages. How a transition from bilingualism to Russian monolingualism could be achieved except at the expense of the non-Russian languages was left unexplained. Soviet authorities have publicly applauded the results of these language policies. The party program of 1961 approvingly noted that the Russian language has, in effect, become the common medium of intercourse and cooperation between all the peoples of the U.S.S.R. And in this speech commemorating the 50th anniversary of the creation of the Soviet Union, First Secretary Brezhnev complacently commented that the rapid growth of ties and cooperation between nationalities is leading to an increase in the importance of the Russian language, which has become the language of mutual communication among all the Soviet Union's nations and nationalities. A subtle alteration in terminology between the 1936 and 1977 constitutions also signaled a move away from the flourishing of national languages toward monolingualism. The newer charter was publicized as marking the attainment of a higher, developed stage of socialism in the upward climb toward communism. It ostensibly reflected developments that had come about since 1936. In the area of language policy, the shift was from one based upon right to one geared to opportunity or possibility. Whereas the 1936 Constitution had declared the right to instruction in schools being conducted in the native language, Article 121, the new Constitution spoke rather of the possibility to use their native language and the languages of other peoples of the USSR, Article 36, and of the opportunity possibility. Ed. To attend a school where teaching is in the native language, Article 45. The reference to the possibility of using the languages of other peoples of the USSR portended a new emphasis upon linguistic Russification. As we have seen, the actual encouragement of the non-Russian languages had not been pursued by the central authorities for some decades. But the 1977 Constitution acknowledged this shift away from encouraging the local languages even at the level of form. This change was evident in officially approved articles elaborating upon the new Constitution. One such article noted that 263. The Communist Party has consistently sought to ensure the further free development of the Soviet people's languages, enabling every Soviet citizen to speak any language he chooses and to bring up and educate his children in any language, without any privileges, restrictions, or compulsions to use one language or another. What was meant by without any privileges, restrictions, or compulsions was soon bared. The constitutions of Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia had, since the inception of those republics, each contained a stipulation that the respective indigenous language constituted the official state language of the republic. Shortly on the heels of the new Soviet constitution, new constitutions were drafted for each of the three republics in which the formerly assured preeminent status of the local language was replaced by a phrase holding out only the possibility of using the native language. This change in terminology led to unanticipated protest demonstrations in the streets of the capital of Georgia, which, in turn, forced the authorities into a most unusual retreat. The old phraseology was restored in all three of the republic's constitutions, but this temporary setback highlighted the intent of the authorities to perpetuate a trend toward monolingualism. Moreover, despite the failure to alter the language of the constitutions of the Caucasian republics, the new phraseology was retained in the parent Soviet constitution. Those who had labored over the change in terminology could console themselves, therefore, with the tactical wisdom embodied in the title of Lenin's 1904 pamphlet, "One Step Forward, Two Steps Back." Despite the much shorter incumbencies of other Marxist-Leninist governments, a survey of their activities in the area of language policy uncovers these same cross-currents: an early public preoccupation with the development of the individual languages, with no overt pressure to learn the state's predominant tongue, subsequent encouragement of bilingualism, and periodic manifestations of a desire to bring about monolingualism. Consider China. In its early years in power, the CCP publicly placed great stress upon the flourishing of the non-Han languages. Its first interim constitution, for example, asserted that all national minorities shall have freedom to develop their spoken and written languages. Registered degree consonant with this pledge, the government encouraged the use of several local languages, in some instances giving to what were formerly purely oral languages their first written formulation. But despite the common program's reference to 264 all national minorities, the effort to encourage local languages was in fact a highly selective one. As late as 1965, only 22 of the 54 officially recognized minorities had their own written language. Registered, many of those groups who were slighted were numerically quite small. However, numerically important groups such as the Hani, Pai, Duchia, and Tiong were also excluded from the list of peoples with their own language. The most important illustration of an unwillingness on the part of the CCP to encourage the revitalization of a national language involved the important Manchu people. As earlier noted, the Manchus, who were already highly Sinified, were also denied an autonomous political unit. Nevertheless, they are regularly listed as a minority in official publications and should therefore have fallen under the injunction that all national minorities have the freedom to develop their spoken and written languages. In addition to its selective approach to encouraging languages, the CCP has ardently championed bilingualism. A high-level official review of the results of the first 3 years of minority policy made clear that bilingualism was a progressive and desirable development that was not to be impeded, and it hinted ominously that compulsion to achieve bilingualism was a likely future possibility. Active assistance should be given to those who voluntarily desire to study the Han language or another language of a more advanced minority, but there must be no compulsion to do so at the present time. Degree bilingualism was therefore the next step, and compulsion would be applied only to the degree that persuasion failed. Consonant with the goal of bilingualism, Chinese was made part of the curriculum within the autonomous areas, and students were led to realize that knowledge of Chinese was an essential element in upward mobility. Pressures for monolingualism have also been evident. As in the case of the Soviet Union, special and higher education have been made available principally in the state's dominant language, although a number of so-called institutes for nationalities were created to offer special and higher education to minorities. The multinational composition of their student bodies justified the use of Chinese as a lingua franca. In 1961 the number of national groups represented at a single such institute ranged from 7 to 46. Both the mean and median number of groups represented per campus was 20. Registered. Moreover, we have noted that several important groups were not permitted instruction in their native language. This selectivity was given a further boost in 1968, 265. When it was announced that there would be no further effort to develop a national language for people who already spoke Chinese. 4 While ostensibly encouraging the flourishing of national languages, the CCP was, then, concomitantly encouraging bilingualism and monolingualism. But even this quite telescoped schedule appeared needlessly time-consuming to some members of the hierarchy, and demands for immediate linguistic assimilation surfaced during the Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1959, and again in the late 1960s as part of the Cultural Revolution registered following each of these periods of orchestrated revolutionary fervor. There was a retreat in favor of the policy of national flourishing. However, none of these subsequent periods of support for the right of nations to their own language were characterized by the same level of commitment as was the immediate post-revolutionary period, 1949 to 1952, and the long-ranged policy trend has been in the direction of linguistic assimilation. Registered tributes to the concept of national flourishing were very much a part of the demoufication campaign of 1981 to 1982, but the minorities could recall similar promises that were followed by efforts at linguistic assimilation. Registered the Vietnamese experience demonstrates the same trend but on a much more telescoped timetable. Although Article 4 of the 1960 Constitution had guaranteed that all nationalities have the right to use their own spoken and written languages, this right was not extended to schooling, even during the period when the VCP controlled only northern Vietnam and badly needed the support of non-Vietnamese peoples in the south, in eastern Laos, and in northeastern Cambodia, 1954 to 1975. Only 4 of the 37 officially recognized national minorities under its control were given any schooling in their own language. And for these 4 exceptions, all education beyond the 4th grade was in the Vietnamese language. Registered despite constitutional assertions to the contrary, then, the VCP embarked immediately upon a program aimed at monolingualism. Moreover, as evident in the following excerpt from a 1968 article by the Minister of Education, there was pressure to achieve the desired goal of linguistic assimilation as rapidly as possible. In reforming our educational system, we are now putting forward many positive guidelines and measures in order to enable the younger generation to speak and write Vietnamese better with each passing day. Besides, with the same aim in view, we have together with our fraternal minority nationalities completed the creation of the Thai, Mio, Te, Nung scripts and urged them 266. To use their own languages in daily life and at school in the Highlands simultaneously with the Vietnamese language * registered, considering that linguistic assimilation was so assiduously promoted while the outcome of the struggle in the South was so very much in doubt, it is not at all surprising that with total victory, allusions to non-Vietnamese languages would disappear from major documents. Thus, in his address to the First Party Congress to be held after victory over the South, VCP First Secretary Le Duan spoke of the need to rapidly eradicate illiteracy in newly liberated regions and mountain and ethnic minority areas, but made no mention of the language in which the minorities were to become literate. 4 degree The Vietnamese language was simply assumed *. A somewhat similar pattern can be discerned in Yugoslavia, although an important complicating factor is present. That factor involves the relationship of the Serbian and Croatian languages and the question of whether the two are separate and distinct or one and the same. As spoken, the two are quite similar. The principal difference is found in their written style, Serbian being expressed through the Cyrillic alphabet, Croatian through the Latin. It will be recalled that in its early years, the YCP had embraced the position that the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes are one nation, for they have one language and identical remaining ethnic characteristics, but that with evidence of growing Croatian consciousness and with prodding from the Comintern, this position was discarded well before World War II*. In the early post-war years, with the accent on the flourishing of nations, the issue of whether Serbian and Croatian were one or two languages did not arise. However, in 1954, a meeting of notables at Novi Sad, evidently acting with prior governmental sanction, issued a declaration insisting that Serbian, Croatian, and Montenegrin formed a single language, and further called for a single Serbo-Croatian dictionary. This return to the party's position of 1918 to 1926 did not go unchallenged. In 1967, all 19 major cultural organizations within Croatia jointly issued a counter-declaration, arguing that Croatian constituted a separate language and charging that the attempt to impose a single state language was a move toward atavism, Unitarianism, and hegemonism. A group of Serbian intellectuals responded in kind, maintaining, at least as fervidly as their Croatian counterparts, the individuality of their own tongue. Party and governmental authorities, although reacting acrimoniously at the time 267. To both of these declarations, subsequently retreated by allowing the entire issue to pass quietly into history. The attempt to declare Serbian-Croatian a single language had apparently been but one aspect of a larger program to make the language the lingua franca for the entire state. During the late 1950s, a new stress was placed upon its study as either a first or second language. Such an emphasis would run somewhat contrary to the equal status constitutionally granted to Slovenian and Macedonian. As the principal language within one of the 6 constituent republics, both languages were recognized as official tongues, technically on a par with Serbian-Croatian. However, the primacy in reality enjoyed by Serbian plus Croatian is shown by the fact that while only an estimated 10 to 15% of those who speak Serbian-Croatian are bilingual, a majority of both Slovenes and Macedonians are fluent in the state's principal language registered. The Serbian-Croatian language was also pushed very strongly in the minority schools during the 1950s, and by mid-1960 minority students were introduced to it by their 3rd year of primary education. Moreover, whenever the population mix permitted it, minority language schools were combined with schools in which Serbian-Croatian was spoken. In such cases, there were only sections or individual classes within which instruction in the minority language took place, an environment very conducive to the furtherance of monolingualistic education. Moreover, the better minority students had additional reason to opt for education in the dominant tongue, for, with the exception of those preparing to teach in the minority language schools, there were no facilities for higher level education in the minority languages registered. Romania, 2. Followed the established pattern in setting language policy. Prior to 1956, schools for the Magyar minority proliferated. But following that date, such schools were consolidated with Romanian language schools wherever feasible, as in the case of Yugoslavian consolidated schools. Training in the minority language was limited to special classes conducted within an overarching institutional milieu favoring the majority language. And in 1959, the one university in which Magyar had been the language of instruction was merged with a nearby Romanian university. Nearly a decade later, a formerly high-level member of the Communist Party who was of Magyar descent complained in an open letter to the authorities that, despite contrary promises, the number of schools in which Magyar was the language of instruction was steadily 268. Increasing, as part of an officially but not publicly espoused policy of discouraging the use of non-Romanian languages degree in these and other cases *. Then, the flourishing of national languages has come to be tempered in practice by the encouragement of bilingualism and, further, by psychological and/or institutional inducements to adopt the state's principal language as one's own. Those desirous of an education in their own language often find this realizable, if at all, at only the lower levels of education. Higher education is customarily restricted to the dominant language. Although we have emphasized the state's control over the schools as the principal lever for promoting linguistic assimilation, it is not the sole means at the government's disposal. Registered * control over post-educational opportunities, the state's monopoly over the publishing industry, and the ability to infuse the vocabulary of minority languages with words and phrases drawn from the dominant tongue are all involved. Whether by purposeful design or not, post-educational career opportunities encourage linguistic assimilation. Given the centralized nature of decision-making in Marxist-Leninist states, it could not be otherwise. While whatever measure of linguistic autonomy that is present operates within a geographically circumscribed area, the decisions that most influence upward mobility are made at the central level and reflect the authorities' predilection for statewide linguistic uniformity. Ambitious members of smaller groups or those members of larger groups who plan to leave their homeland in pursuit of success are, of course, as we noted at the outset, aware of the need for fluency in the state's dominant language. But this same imperative operates even in the case of those members of large groups who elect to remain in their own ethnic region. The examinations or other avenues to a profession are apt to be conducted in the state's principal language, while subsequent performance in the profession is also apt to require exclusive use of the lingua franca. Registered *. For example, within the Ukraine, the homeland of a Soviet people second in number only to the Russians, a critical tabulation of spheres of activity in which Russian had become the customary means of communication included: 1. Official life and official relations, 2. Party, Communist Youth League, and trade union activities, 3. Economic life and economic relations, and 4. Business administration. Admittedly, in part because their Slavic language is very similar to Russian, Ukrainians have been under more pressure to adopt Russian than have the indigenous peoples of Armenia, Georgia, and the Baltic republics. But even in those 269 less pressured societies, the spurs to adopt Russian can be quite compelling, as witness the following description of how affairs are conducted within Latvia, in the Republic's city, regional, and most of the local municipal organizations, as well as in all enterprises. All business is conducted in Russian. There are many collectives where the absolute majority is Latvian. However, if there is only one Russian in the collective, his demand that meetings be conducted in Russian is met. 5. But perhaps the firmest evidence of the lowly status of the indigenous languages is the fact that Russians living within non-Russian Union republics experience little need to learn the local language. Thus in 1979 only 3.5% of the Russian population was able to speak a non-Russian language, although 17.4% of all Russians lived outside of their own Union Republic. Contrary, then, to the Leninist postulate of the equality of national languages, each Marxist-Leninist state has in practice what might be termed the language of success, and has promoted conformity in its use even while formally committed to the flourishing of many tongues. The state's monopolistic power over all publications is still another major tool in forging language policy. That power is both quantitative and qualitative in its impact. In addition to determining the number of titles and the number of copies of each title to be issued in a given language, the government also determines what classifications of subject matter are or are not to be published in one of the state's minority tongues. Data available on the Soviet Union attest to great discrepancies among national languages in all three categories. The favored position of Russian is particularly stark. In 1970, for example, 60,000 titles were published in Russian as compared to only 3,000 titles in the runner-up Ukrainian language. Even within the Ukraine, the number of titles published in Russian exceeded those in Ukrainian by 51%. Similarly, the total number of copies of books issued in the two languages countrywide favored the Russian language by 1.03 billion to 93 million, a ratio of 11:1 as contrasted with a 4:1 ratio of those who claimed Russian rather than Ukrainian as their first language. Broadening our investigation to include all peoples with Union Republic status, we encounter the usual great discrepancies. Consonant with their favored status that we found when examining language schools, the two least populous titular peoples, the Estonians and Latvians, who together account for only 1% of the country's population, each had more books per capita published in their language than 270. Was true even for those claiming Russian as their principal tongue. The number of per capita copies published in the Lithuanian language was 77% of the Russian figure, and the corresponding figure for the Georgian language was 66%. Otherwise, the per capita figure for books published in any non-Russian language was less than half that of the Russian figure, ranging from 43% in the case of Turkmen to less than 20% in the case of Belarusian. Numbers alone do not convey the relative advantage enjoyed by the Russian language. Also important is the range of subject matter available in one language relative to another. If, for example, books in advanced anatomy are published only in Russian, the aspiring doctor has little choice but to master that language. An analysis of subject matter presented in the various Soviet languages has documented a hierarchy similar to that related to the number of years of education in the national language available to the different national groups. A full spectrum of topics was published only in the Russian language. But there were great variations in the position of the other languages. With but very few exceptions, the number of subjects covered in a particular group's language correlated with the group's status in the federal structure. The groups with Union Republic status had several subjects available in their languages, those with autonomous republics had somewhat fewer, and so forth down to those groups at the lowest rungs of the administrative ladder registered the need for the intellectually curious to learn, if not to adopt. Russian was therefore inversely related to the federal status of their ethnic group. Overall then, published materials within the Soviet Union demonstrate marked inequalities of both a quantitative and qualitative nature with regard to the language of publication. State monopoly over published materials, when combined with state monopoly over the oral communications media, has also offered Marxist-Leninist governments an unusual opportunity for impregnating minority languages with words and grammatical forms borrowed from the dominant language. To a government intent on promoting bilingualism and linguistic assimilation, the advantages of such a development are obvious. A large number of shared words makes the mastering of an adequate vocabulary in the dominant language less onerous and the study of that language a correspondingly more simple task. Moreover, by making the dominant language appear less exotic to eye and ear and more closely related to one's customary speech, common syntax, and vocabulary, we can 271. Or avoid potential psychological barriers to learning the other tongue. Finally, the influx of words and grammatical principles from the dominant language can be viewed in and of itself as a step toward linguistic assimilation, by contributing, in Leninist terms, to the coming together, fusion, or merger of the state's languages. This is how a prominent Soviet scholar has described the process. In the process of bilingualization there occurs a direct interaction and mutual influencing of national languages and the lingua franca, a reinforcement and further development of their social functions. In cases of bilingualism, the linguistic systems of nationalities influence and mutually enrich one another. Word borrowings in bilingualism leads to enrichment of the vocabulary of the language of the local nationality. Bilingualism has a direct as well as a mediated influence upon the shaping of the stylistic systems of languages, and promotes mass-scale or individual deliberate selection of loan words and phrases. Bilingualism accelerates the gradual process whereby bilingual socialist nationality communities become monolingual registered. Word borrowing is, to be sure, not something peculiar to Marxist-Leninist societies, but a phenomenon that affects all but the most isolated language groups. It is clear, however, that the author does not perceive the process of linguistic interaction as one to be left to develop in response to its own imperatives. While he speaks of mutual enrichment, his reference to monolingualism confirms that he perceives the coming together of the languages as a unidirectional flow in which the language of the local nationality absorbs the vocabulary and characteristics of the dominant language registered. This view of language development is the same as that advanced by Stalin in 1950. Further, it would be absolutely wrong to think that the result of the mixture of, say, two languages is a new, third language, which does not resemble either of the mixed languages and differs qualitatively from both of them. As a matter of fact, one of the languages usually emerges victorious from the mixture, retains its grammatical system, its basic word stock, and continues to advance in accordance with its inherent laws of development, while the other language loses its quality and gradually dies out. True, the vocabulary of the victorious language is somewhat 272. Enriched at the expense of the vanquished language, but this strengthens, rather than weakens, it. Such was the case, for instance, with the Russian language, with which the languages of a number of other peoples mixed in the course of historical development, and which always emerged the victor registered. These same sentiments were expressed with much greater brevity by a Soviet scholar more than a decade after Stalin's death. The road to language unity leads through the widespread acquisition of one of the most prevalent national languages, which under Soviet conditions is the Russian language. Stalin's ideas on linguistics thus survive Stalinism. Soviet attempts to make the various minority languages more closely resemble Russian apparently began in the late 1930s and were escalated in the post-war period. One element in the campaign was the requirement that the various Muslim peoples, who had earlier been forced to replace their Arabic script with the Latin alphabet, now adopt the Cyrillic form. This requirement concerning the Cyrillic alphabet was also extended to the Moldavians, who had previously used the same Latin alphabet as did their kin across the border in Romania. Thus, only the Armenians, Estonians, Georgians, Latvians, and Lithuanians, the five peoples consistently least pressured to assimilate linguistically, were exempted from adopting the Cyrillic alphabet. Still another aspect of this campaign to Russify the non-Russian languages was the ordering of linguistic institutes in the various Union republics to alter the grammar and orthography of the local language in order to increase conformity with Russian. 6 degree. Meanwhile, gaps in the vocabularies of minority languages were filled, wherever possible, with words borrowed from the Russian registered primitive languages, being the most in need of additional vocabulary, offer the government the greatest opportunity for injecting words of the dominant language. While most of the languages of the Western Soviet Union and Eastern Europe are quite sophisticated, with a well-developed lexicon, this is not true of the minority languages of Asia. As a result, the efforts of the Chinese government in this area are more wide-ranging and evident. Yet, considering its own policies, the Soviet government has quite inconsistently chastised the Chinese for engaging in similar activities. Chinese words are forcibly incorporated into the languages of non-Chinese peoples, and international terminology which has long been a part of their language is forbidden. The goal of the 273 Maoists is to isolate the languages of the people of China from world civilization, to confine their development to the Chinese language, and to convert these languages into a dialect of Chinese registered. For their part, The Chinese, perhaps because their widespread activities are difficult to disguise, have been much more open than has the Soviet Union concerning such activities registered. At least on occasion they have also been more prone to acknowledge that word borrowing is expected to lead to monolingualism. Thus a governmental directive issued in the late 1950s notified the non-Han peoples that they must grasp the tendency for spoken and written languages to draw closer to the Chinese languages. Any plea for the preservation or purity of the existing minority languages must be resolutely attacked. But despite significant variations in the degrees to which Peking and Moscow cloak their goals, the principal point is that both governments have pursued the policy of infusing minority languages with words drawn from the dominant language, and that they have been aided in this venture by their monopoly over published works, including the particularly important category of dictionaries. In summary, Marxist-Leninist governments have been actively advancing a policy of bilingualism and linguistic assimilation while maintaining the official position of encouraging the flourishing of all of the national languages. Would Lenin have branded such language policies revisionist? Given both his goal of ultimate assimilation and his flair for strategic flexibility, it is very conceivable that, had he lived another 50 years, Lenin might have condoned such activities if he had become convinced that he had been in error concerning his belief that the period of flourishing would lead dialectically to voluntary amalgamation. Recall his condonation of force and other devices in order to reclaim peoples who had, contrary to his earlier expectations, availed themselves of the right of secession. But having acknowledged that Lenin might have subsequently altered his position, it cannot be gainsaid that the state activities under review certainly represent a violation of Leninist national policy as set forth during his lifetime. We have noted his endorsement of a single lingua franca as progressive, subject to the further condition that its adoption should be truly voluntary. No impediment was to be placed in the way of a people's use of its own language. Here, for example, is what he wrote concerning the Ukrainians in late 1919, in view of the fact that Ukrainian culture, language, school, etc., has been suppressed for centuries by Tsarism and the exploiting classes of Russia. The Central Committee of the Russian Com. 274. Communist Party enjoins all members of the party by all means to remove all hindrances to a free development of the Ukrainian language and culture. In view of the centuries-long oppression, one can observe nationalist tendencies within the backward parts of the Ukrainian masses. In treating these tendencies, members of the Russian Communist Party must show greatest patience and caution and counter them by explaining in a friendly way that the interests of the toiling masses of Ukraine and Russia are identical. The members of the Russian Communist Party on the territory of the Ukraine must implement the right of the toiling masses to learn and to use their native tongue in all Soviet institutions, and always counteract attempts to relegate the Ukrainian language to an inferior position. On the contrary, they should aspire to transform the Ukrainian language into an instrument of communist education of the toiling masses. Measures should be taken at once so that all Ukrainian institutions will have a sufficient number of employees with a command of the Ukrainian language, and that in future all the employees will be able to speak the Ukrainian language. A more unambiguous statement of the nature of the local language as pure form and, as such, a thing to be conscientiously nurtured in order to increase its capacity for conveying the socialist message would be difficult to construct. For the discrepancies between this position of Lenin and those policies of Marxist-Leninist states are flagrant. Both the Chinese and Soviet authorities are therefore quite justified in their accusations that the other government is guilty of distorting Leninist national policy, and the accusation could be validly aimed at several additional Marxist-Leninist governments. Have these distortions been simply the byproducts of pragmatically inspired policies aimed at eliminating impediments to economic efficiency and state integration, or do they represent a conscious departure from Leninist principles? If given its preference, any government, Marxist and non-Marxist alike, could be expected to opt for a single lingua franca, bilingualism, in preference to Babelization, and monolingualism in preference to either. To governmental planners, translations of countless documents, ranging from literary masterpieces to directions for the use of machinery, represent a time-consuming and expensive extravagance. Moreover, Language frontiers represent serious hindrances to the mobility of labor. Efficiency and industrialization thus exert press. 275. Sure for linguistic assimilation within any modernizing state. But to Lenin's successors, a trend toward linguistic assimilation signifies much more than just greater efficiency and convenience. In 1950, for example, Stalin insisted that an eco-political society could not endure in the absence of a common tongue, without a language understood by a society and common to all its members, that society must cease to produce, must disintegrate, and cease to exist as a society. 6. Departing from Lenin's notion of language as belonging to the realm of pure form, his successors have perceived it as vested with real content. They contend that it is a major controlling factor in the determination of primary group identity. Thus a move toward linguistic assimilation is a move toward ethnic assimilation. Although unrealized at the time, the ascription of a special importance to language was present in Stalin's famous 1913 definition of a nation. A nation is a historically evolved, stable community of language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a community of culture. If language is an essential element of the nation, then it follows that when a language disappears, the nation disappears with it. Stalin's definition has been the starting point for all subsequent Marxist-Leninist analyses of the nation. Though not often attributed to him following his posthumous purge in 1956, it has never been officially repudiated and continues to be cited by authorities both within the Soviet Union and other Marxist-Leninist states as well. Registered, its impact is very apparent in treatises dealing with the relationship of linguistic to psychological assimilation. Thus a study undertaken in the Ukraine detected a higher incidence of narrow, nationalistic sentiments among those who read only Ukrainian language publications, despite the similarity of content in the Ukrainian and Russian press registered degree, and in the course of accusing the Soviet authorities of actively pursuing a policy of Russification. A Chinese editorial quoted a Soviet publication, the Handbook of World Population, to the effect that groups of people who have changed their language in the course of time usually also change their ethnic, national, identity. Asterisk. In the same vein, a leading Soviet scholar has written, linguistic assimilation leads not only to change of native language but to important changes in national self-identification. The national language and national self-identification are closely related ethnic determinants. While changing one's native language does not in itself signify a reorientation of ethnic self-awareness, it 276 does already testify to profound ethnic changes and the development of assimilative processes. If linguistic and ethnic affiliation do not coincide, the result is inevitably a change in one's national self-awareness registered. Elsewhere the author makes clear that bilingualism, though itself not constituting linguistic assimilation, is a lower transitional phase in this same sequential process that culminates ultimately in psychological assimilation. After noting how bilingualism leads to deliberate selection of loan words and phrases, the author concludes, bilingualism accelerates the gradual process whereby bilingual nationality communities become monolingual registered. However, the strengthening of bilingualism and the rise in the social functions of the lingua franca do not justify the premature conclusion that the Russian language is serving a new linguistic community, the Soviet people, as the universal Soviet language. The bilingualism that has come into being in our country does not yet signify that the Soviet people have become a single linguistic community. It only testifies that even in so distinctive a sphere of national culture as language, a harmonious relation between the national and the new historical community of people one has been established. Registered Mays, more concisely, a member of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, has written, groups of people who change their language also change their ethnic affiliation in the course of time, usually in the second or third generation. Registered and a leading Soviet demographer, while making this same linkage between ethnic and linguistic assimilation, perceives no time lag between the two. The two are treated as synonymous. The process of ethnic assimilation occurring among all the peoples of the USSR is indisputable. Specifically, the fact that the 1959 census showed more than 10 million persons, i.e., Every eighth non-Russian listing as his native tongue a language other than that of his nationality is an indicator of how far this assimilation has proceeded. Registered 6 still more recently, a study by 2 of the Soviet Union's most influential empirical investigators of that country's linguistic trends and processes also underlined this conviction of a direct link between language and ethno-national identity. It concluded as follows: the spread of bilingualism in breadth and in depth has an essential effect in transforming nations' national identity. Bilingualism is a factor which, helping to eradicate ethnic prejudices, 277. Furthers the strengthening friendship and cooperation among the Soviet nations and the building of a single international community, namely the Soviet people. The development and functioning of bilingualism in any one ethnic milieu is an objective process, but one closely linked both with language policy and with the Soviet Union's general national policy, which is a most important factor affecting the people's historical development. The control over language processes, the development of bilingualism included, exercised by both the Communist Party and the Soviet state, offers broad possibilities for affecting the social and ethnic development and convergence of the nations and nationalities of the USSR in a purposeful way. Registered 7 official avowals of their Leninist orthodoxy to the contrary, then, the actions of Marxist-Leninist governments and the writings of their theorists betray a conviction that language is much more than just form. The recruiting and purging of elites. Though significant, language is not the sole, nor even the most important form involved in the transmission of socialist content. More important is the human conduit between the upper reaches of the party and the masses. If Lenin's strategy concerning the nationalization of forms were to be honored, ethno-national ancestry would necessarily be a major consideration in the recruitment of the visible elite, those whom the masses perceive as being in authority. Otherwise, as Lenin noted, the party ran the very real risk that Marxism would be popularly perceived as a new guise for alien domination. There are evident parallels between Lenin's plan to rule through a visible elite recruited from the local ethnic group and the quite common practice of colonial powers of ruling their overseas possessions through indigenous chieftains. The differences, however, are more fundamental than the parallels. For example, the colonial powers were interested in the colonial peoples only to the degree that the latter participated in or did not thwart the economic and strategic aim of empire. There was certainly little interest in the peoples themselves or in their social and political integration. By contrast, Leninist national policy aims at converting the populace to Marxist ideology and to full integration into the socialist society. 278. Second, beyond ensuring that the local leader was not apt to act in any way detrimental to the mother country's interests, colonial authorities were little concerned with his social and political inclinations. By contrast, the ideologically and politically integrationist purpose behind Leninist policy causes the inclinations of all members of the visible elite, the Marxist-Leninist term is cadre, registered *, to be a major concern. Third, since the colonies were not considered integral parts of the parent state and their inhabitants were not considered citizens, colonial authorities felt no need to design a political structure that mirrored the empire's ethnic mix. By contrast, Leninist national policy, being a blueprint for nurturing Marxism within a single, integrated, multinational structure, would seemingly mandate that the visible central organs of authority reflect the ethno-national complexity of the entire population, while the more localized, visible power structure reflects the unique national coloration of the immediately surrounding populace. In particular, one would expect that the visible power structure within an ethnically delineated constituent unit, a union republic, autonomous region, autonomous area, and the like, would be manned by members of the titular group. Thus Ukrainians would tend to monopolize leadership in the Ukraine SSR, Croats in the Croatian Republic, Yakuts in the Yakut ASSR, WGN, SUBUOBS IIT Unit WA Pusil, Lao Ale Larutue. Mongols in the Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region, and so forth down to the lowest level of ethnically delineated political district. To do otherwise would risk undermining the very raison d'etre of such administrative units, namely, to convince each national group that it has its own, Autonomous political organization. One of the earliest dilemmas facing a small revolutionary movement that takes power in a populous state is the choice between temporary utilization of the ruling apparatus of the previous regime on the one hand or a large measure of chaos on the other. The Bolsheviks opted for the former, employing the traditionally Russian-dominated apparatus of the Tsars as a stopgap measure, while concomitantly training their own cadre. The replacement of old by new cadre did not proceed very rapidly, however, and, 5 years after the revolution, Lenin fervently denounced this slow rate of personnel changeover in terms of its injurious consequences for national policy. After noting that the present bureaucracy was in fact the same Russian apparatus that was borrowed from Tsarism and only barely anointed with the Soviet chrism, Lenin predicted that unless changes were made, the minorities could not be defended against the incursions of that 100% Russian, 279.